Then let them go with us, Jiang Yi said. Li Yumei immediately frowned. But what if they find out the real situation at home? Before going home, she felt a bit guilty about hiding her true circumstances from her family. But now, after thinking clearly, she was more worried about her family learning the truth about their income. Zhao Tiantian always saw her as an enemy. She almost forgot after 10 years. Can enemies hope for her to be well? I don't have any good ideas, Jiang Yi said with a worried look. Li Yumei stopped asking. Her daughter was still young, about to take the college entrance exam. She didn't want her to worry about these adult matters. Let the adults handle it. Although she didn't have a good solution either. They couldn't just hide their debts and stop earning money. They still owed 350,000 outside. Jiang Yi looked at her mother, who seemed a bit lost in thought, and smiled to herself. She had 1,000 ways to keep the Li family from sticking to them, to prevent them from discovering their true income. But she couldn't bear to let the wolf out of the cage. If she didn't expose their greed, how could her mother see the truth? The two of them left the Li family's hillside. They followed the small creek for a while, then turned onto another hillside. On the halfway was Li Dashan's house. Further up the mountain was a small wooden cabin, home to Li Tsuishan, the youngest of the 3 brothers. Li Dashan's house also had a flat yard. The family seemed to have finished breakfast and was sitting outside by the fire. New Year was just 2 days away. There was nothing much happening at home or outside. Finally, a few peaceful days. Grandpa, I'm here to see you, Jiang Yi called out from below before she even reached the top. A few people immediately appeared on the small path. Big Aunt
Bianchi,
a man at the front shouted happily. Jiang Yi looked up and recognized him. It was Li Ji, the eldest grandson of Uncle Gong. He looked like a typical Li family member, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a slightly handsome face. Li Dashan has only 2 sons. Each son has 3 sons, and Li Ji is the oldest among the grandchildren. He is 24 years old and will likely be the most successful grandson in Li Dashan's family. In his past life, he ran a fairly large food processing factory in the county, mainly selling mountain products, and had some assets. Jiang Yi looked up at him and smiled. He was talented and could be a good partner. Li Dashan's face also appeared on the small path, looking happily at Li Yumei and Jiang Yi. Uncle. Little uncle. Li Yumei saw the 2 elders and quickly ran over, carrying a big bag. Jiang Yi also looked at a thin old man beside Li Dashan, Li Tsuishan. Most men in the Li family are tall and strong, but Li Tsuishan is different. He was born with health problems, weak and often sick. When he was young, he broke his leg in a fall and never recovered, so he walks with a limp. He is also very fragile, like he could be blown over by the wind. When he was young, he couldn't find a partner. Later, he worked as a chef for weddings and celebrations, which made him some money, but by then, he didn't want to start a family. His older brother's 2 nephews are good, and he has 6 grandnephews who are very filial and close to him. They won't let him go hungry in the future. But if you ask who Li Tsuishan likes most, it would be Li Yumei, who took care of his house and laundry since she was young, and inherited his skills. Little uncle. Li Yumei put down her things and pulled Li Tsuishan's arm, acting a bit spoiled, with tears in her eyes. She liked this little uncle the most. She thought he was more like her father, always kind and caring, always protecting her, and supporting her in everything. Jiang Yi saw tears in Li Tsuishan's eyes as well. In his past life, his mother died, and Li Tsuishan immediately went to find the Sun family to fight for him. But the Sun family was powerful, and he was beaten and thrown into a mountain ditch. Li Dashan and others chased after him, and there was a fight between the 2 villages. Then Li Tsuishan was carried back home, sick for 2 months, and eventually passed away. He wasn't killed at that time, nor did he have any fatal injuries. He was just angry, and in the end, the matter was left unresolved. Jiang Yi stands on the hillside, looking down at the scattered houses of the small village. Besides her close family, her grandfather Li Xiaoshan and his family, everyone else is doing well. Yi has grown so beautiful. If I saw her on the street, I wouldn't even recognize her. Li Dashan said casually, not minding that Li Yume was closer to Li Tsueshan than to him. He looked at Jiang Yi and praised her. Jiang Yi warmly greeted her great-uncle, uncle-in-law, and a group of older cousins. Her attitude was much warmer than yesterday at her maternal grandfather's house. Li Yume secretly glanced at her. She had been worried that her daughter's coldness yesterday might make her feel awkward and embarrassed. She almost thought her daughter's coldness was because she hadn't seen them in a long time and had become shy from living in the city. She was deep in thought. A few women from the Li family, who were preparing offerings for ancestor worship inside the house, heard the noise and came out. Jiang Yi greeted them warmly again. Laughter and chatter filled the yard. Several people praised Jiang Yi repeatedly. The Li family's grandchildren might be more masculine than feminine. There are 11 grandsons, 1 grandson-in-law, 1 granddaughter, and 1 granddaughter-in-law. Li Xiaoyu was not very close to them and usually didn't talk much. Jiang Yi was different. Maybe she inherited Jiang Fan's good qualities. As long as she wanted, anyone could like her. While everyone was chatting, they naturally asked about Li Yume's current life and how she had time to come home. Li Yume used to work at the Jiang family, and everyone knew she had to hand over her salary, so she didn't have a penny of her own. When she first went to Hangzhou, Li Xiaoshan's family tried to get money from her in every way. She told them her situation plainly. She had no money at all. She didn't mention the verbal abuse or even the burns she suffered at the Jiang family's house, fearing her family would worry. Li Yume also openly talked about selling dongpa pork. Li Dashan's family was happy and just sighed with emotion, having no other thoughts. Li Tsueshan even said, "Since we still have pork belly at home, you can cook some for lunch. I want to see if your cooking has improved. If not, he would give some pointers." Okay. Li Yume agreed immediately. Li Tsueshan went back to his house and brought a big bag of ingredients, then pulled Li Yume to the kitchen. Since her eldest niece was back, she had to prepare a more lavish meal. At noon, Li Dashan sent a little grandson to the neighboring hill to call Li Xiaoshan's family over for lunch. Everyone tasted Li Yume's delicious dongpa pork. No wonder it makes money. Li Xiaoyu remembered her mother sometimes making dongpa pork and immediately became suspicious about their plan to go to Hangzhou to make money. But Zhao Tian didn't think so. She lowered her head and ate quickly. Making pork is such a simple thing. If she couldn't do it, she could just have Li Yume tell her when to add the meat and salt. How hard could that be? She followed the instructions. Could she really mess it up? Suddenly, the phone in the house rang. Because of frequent floods, water disasters, and mudslides in their area, every village had a phone installed last year according to government policies. To prevent misuse, the phone in Wu village was installed at Li Dashan's house. Who would call at this time? Li Dashan wondered as he walked toward the phone. Jiang Yi immediately followed him. It was indeed a call for her. Before leaving, she left her phone number with Wu Jun, asking him to watch for news from the Jiang family. If there was a demolition, he should call her. She remembered that in her previous life, during the New Year, the big courtyard received a demolition notice. The deadline was very urgent. Everyone had to sign within 3 days and move out within a week. Because a new housing policy was coming soon. Developers wanted to finish everything before the new rules took effect. The Jiang family wouldn't tell her about it. If they returned late, they might get some compensation, but the trouble would be unavoidable. She had to stay alert for her lakeside mansion. "Mom, we have to go back now. The Jiang family's house is being demolished, and we need to sign the papers immediately," Jiang Yi said. Li Yume was surprised. The Jiang family was being demolished? But she only hesitated briefly. She already had a big villa to live in, so she wasn't interested in the Jiang family's demolition. However, Zhao Tian kept asking, "The Jiang family is being demolished? Where will they go? Are we leaving now? The new year isn't over yet. What will they do? Is it already the new year? Could Jiang Yi be lying on purpose to trick them? If you want to go, just follow now. You can stay at my classmate's house for a few days while you look for a new place," Jiang Yi said. "Or you can wait at home. When we find a new house, we'll call you." Allowing them to follow shows they are not lying. Li Jiangguo immediately urged Zhao Tiantian to go home and pack her things. Let's go with you. It's safer on the road. They left in groups. Who would pay for the travel expenses? A lively lunch suddenly turned into a farewell feast, and the joy on Li Tsuishan's face disappeared. Little uncle, come with me to Hangzhou, Li Yumei blurted out. Li Tsuishan's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. Li Xiaoshan and his wife hadn't left yet, so how could he, as their uncle, go? Besides, he was not feeling well and had a reputation in the village. When something happened in 10 or 8 villages nearby, they would come to find him. He also had a livelihood. Moving to the city would only mean helping Li Yumei. He had just tasted Li Yumei's dongpa pork, which was better than his own. He couldn't make it like that. Even without the modern pressure cooker, Li Yumei cooked 200 jin of dongpa pork twice a day, and her skills were almost magical. No matter how much Li Yumei tried to persuade him, Li Tsuishan refused to go, especially after learning that Li Jiangguo's family was also going. He said he wouldn't go. He even advised Li Jiangguo's family not to cause trouble for Li Yumei. If they wanted to do business, they should try in their town or county first. Why go all the way to Hangzhou? Why stay at his sister-in-law's house? Li Jiangguo turned and walked away, ignoring him completely. Didn't he know his wife's skills? Without his older sister, she couldn't even make plain boiled meat. The group set out early in the morning, riding a bullock cart to the county train station. Jiang Yi and Li Yumei only then learned that Li Jiangguo's entire family of 5 was going. What about Da Zhuang, who's left alone? Li Yumei asked suddenly. In the dark, Zhao Tiantian rolled her eyes at her. What can be done? I haven't looked after him all these years. He's still doing fine. If I leave, will he die? If you feel sorry for him, take him with you. I don't mind. Li Yumei was instantly angry and felt a tightness in her chest. Li Jiangguo pinched Zhao Tiantian hard, making her cry out in pain, but she dared not say anything more. After a bumpy ride, before dark, they returned to Hangzhou and headed straight to Wu's house. Jiang Yi pretended not to have a key and gently knocked on the door. Wu Jun came to open the door with a cold expression. This was something they had quietly agreed on over the phone before. She only relied on her status as a classmate of his sister, shamelessly coming over to stay, bringing along her whole family. He, on the other hand, was a cold and indifferent landlord. Jiang Yi didn't mention her conflicts with his uncle's family, and Wu Jun didn't ask. But from Jiang Yi's attitude, he could imagine many dramatic scenes. He was very experienced with dealing with difficult relatives. Wu Jun opened the door with a cold expression. Wu Xiaoye stood under the eaves, looking proud and disdainful, giving Jiang Yi a quick glare before slamming the door and going inside. Jiang Yi quickly followed, trying to flatter her. After closing the door, Wu Xiaoye immediately pulled her behind the curtains, nervously asking, "What's going on? Is it easy to handle? Should I ask my brother to step in? Like when we deal with our relatives at home?" Jiang Yi chuckled softly and shook her head. "No need. This is my real uncle. Breaking bones and tendons is just part of it." Wu Xiaoye was stunned. So she planned to swallow her anger? That was very unlike Jiang Yi's usual personality. Only when the right opportunity comes and I can cut the bones and tendons together, then I will act, Jiang Yi added. Wu Xiaoye smiled, and this time it made sense. Wu Jun, looking cold, took the Li family to the door of the West Wing. "You can stay here for a few days," he said, then threw the keys and turned to leave. Jiang Yi also came out of the house, holding her mother and smiling. "I got the key to the main house from Xiaoye. We'll stay there." Li Yumei was truly impressed with these kids. Their acting was so realistic. If she hadn't overheard Jiang Yi quietly mention it earlier, she would have thought they had really offended Wu's family. But this was really quite rude, bringing so many people to stay in someone else's house without warning. Li Yumei planned to find a good house for her older brother's family so they could move out soon. Li Xiaoyu followed behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned back. "What are you doing? Why aren't you going home to pack your things and come with us?" Li Xiaoyu was surprised but said naturally, "I want to stay with you. I'm grown up now. It's not good to live with my parents and brother." The side room was built just last month by Woo Jun. Since it had no specific purpose, they hadn't decided what to do with it. So, a large two-room house was built into one big room without any partition in the middle. Such fuss, Jiang Yi mocked. Didn't you live with your parents and brothers in the same house for the past 18 years? As soon as they entered the town, she already acted like a young lady. Woo Jun came out of the house, stood under the eaves, crossed his arms, and silently watched them. Li Xiuyu's face immediately turned red, and her eyes welled up with tears. She glanced at Woo Jun and looked at Jiang Yi, almost crying. No, I just worry about the city folks being particular. If we live together again, people might laugh at us and embarrass you and Aunt. Her caring attitude, as if she was about to cry but was thinking of others, was really touching. But she was talking to the wrong person. Who is Woo Jun? Woo Jun has experienced many ups and downs. He has 7 aunts and many cousins, some of whom are similar to Li Xiuyu. Seeing someone like that, he felt uncomfortable all over, especially his hands, which itched badly. Jiang Yi rolled her eyes at Li Xiuyu. Don't be afraid. People in the city have tighter housing than in the countryside. You and your parents can sleep in separate beds. Many city folks your age still sleep with their parents. After saying that, she pushed her mother into the house and slammed the door. Li Xiuyu was stunned. Really? Then why is the Wu family's house different? Such a big house, such a large yard. She heard only 2 siblings live there?
Li Xiuyu looked at Wu Yunagin.
City people are really good looking. In the end, Li Xiuyu didn't squeeze into Jiang Yi's house. She and her parents shared one bed. The side room only had 2 big beds, which Woo Jun bought immediately after hanging up the phone. According to Jiang Yi, it was fine for them to sleep on the ground, but Woo Jun was worried about them catching a cold. If that happened, they might refuse to leave and keep bothering them with tea and water. He knew all the tricks of the difficult relatives. Jiang Yi didn't sleep either. She didn't care whether it was dark or not. She went straight to the big courtyard of the Jiang family. From yesterday, the 3-day signing period had started. Based on what she learned in her previous life, because time was tight and tasks were heavy, the workers responsible for demolition worked overnight. Some even went door to door, urging people to move quickly. This developer had some influence and used strong methods. At this point, they used the strategy of signing early with cash incentives and even arranged a temporary housing area nearby, a deserted factory. In 1988, some small state-owned factories had already closed down. The factory buildings were rows of brick houses. Previously, they were large rooms, but now they were divided into individual units, each household getting a 40-square-meter house. This was very good for those who felt they had nowhere to go and didn't want to sign papers. A 40-square-meter house was bigger than most current homes, and they could live there for free until new houses were built. It was such a good deal. Signing early meant getting a subsidy, 1,000 yuan on the first day, 500 on the second, and nothing on the third. When Jiang Yi arrived at the big courtyard, she saw people busy moving out. Moving out early had its benefits. The factory houses varied, some good, some not so good. First come, first served. Naturally, they wanted to move quickly. Jiang's family had already moved out. They had been told in advance by Jiang Fan. Their luggage was packed, and after signing the papers yesterday, they left that very day. Jiang Yi found the demolition office inside the big courtyard, which was right next to the creek and the first house in the alley. Jiang Yi, you're back? Besides Jiang's family, others in the courtyard were still packing. When they saw Jiang Yi, they greeted her. People also asked questions. Is it true that your mom is now selling dongpa pork at the factory gates? I heard it's really tasty. Why doesn't she sell at the clothing factory entrance so we can buy some? I heard her business is doing well and she's making good money. When they said this, everyone quieted down and looked at Jiang Yi, waiting for her to answer. Just some hard-earned money, enough for our food and rent, Jiang Yi replied. Then she added, but compared to earning from a job, if you're interested, uncle and auntie, you could also start a small business. She was lying, of course. The products she sold were obvious, and the costs were clear. Everyone could figure it out. It was better to be honest and encourage people to try their luck. They would then find many reasons to say how hard it was for her and her mother. That kind of business isn't easy for just anyone. If you make money, that's great. But what if you lose? Plus, you earn day by day. No work, no money. When you're old, you won't be able to do it anymore. Exactly. Without a formal job, there's no security. I wouldn't dare to go out selling things. It's too embarrassing. Everyone was talking, some with envy, but that feeling was fading. Still, some people were tempted. Jiang Yi didn't speak again and went inside to sign the documents. She carefully looked at the relocation agreement and chose return to the original site. After signing her own part, she asked for a copy to sign her mother's name. My mom can't read or write, as everyone knows. I just signed for her. Is that okay? Jiang Yi asked. The staff nodded. Now many people can't read, so having children sign for them is common. Normally, only one person from the old Jiang family would sign for the household, since they are getting a shared house. Unless someone wants a separate house. That is also possible. A family of 10 could sign 10 copies. Basically, after subtracting the small old house areas under each person's name, the extra part would need to be paid for. The developer considers this as pre-selling the house, which makes them happier. The staff took back the contract and quickly looked it over, then paused. You're choosing to return to the original site? Yes, Jiang Yi nodded firmly. Look here, it clearly states that the houses built on the original site will be over 300 square meters, with a current price of 1,000 per square meter. This price may change later, but it will only go up, not down, the staff read aloud. They marked the original site option clearly in the contract because many people preferred to stay on the original land. Worried she might not understand the math, the staff added, that means at least 30,000 yuan for one house. It's 30,000, not 3,000. Everyone in this area chose to relocate to a new site, not stay on the original land. When do I need to pay? Jiang Yi asked with a frown. If they wanted the money immediately, she really didn't have it. But at this stage, the houses probably wouldn't be pre-sold. They would be sold after construction. Oh, there's no rush to pay. You just have to wait until the house is finished, the staff said hesitantly. That's good. I don't have money anyway, Jiang Yi sighed in relief. The staff looked surprised again. You don't have money? Why are you signing for the return to the original site then? I also don't have money for moving to the new site, Jiang Yi shrugged. I heard these relocation houses are quite big, at least 60 square meters. It might cost 4 or 5,000 yuan. My mom and I only have 4 or 500. It doesn't matter where I sign. She dared not let anyone know they owed hundreds of thousands of yuan in debt. Well, they didn't have that much money now, just a lot of debt. Then you can choose to get compensation instead of a house, the staff said. Jiang Yi shook her head. 3 square meters of compensation, just over 100 yuan. Forget it. I want to move back to the original site. Is that okay? The staff pushed up his glasses. You can sign, but if you don't pay later, the contract will be invalid. Will I still get the compensation for those 3 square meters? Will next year's compensation be higher? Jiang Yi asked eagerly. Oh, the staff suddenly understood. So that was her plan. Not bad. This girl is quite clever. I heard that the new policy is more friendly to those being relocated, offering higher compensation. And this developer is said to be wealthy and well-connected. If Jiang Yi comes to them over those 3 square meters, they might just give her a little extra. Better than just over 100 yuan now. This girl is really smart. All right, I understand, the staff said, putting away the contract. He is a government worker, not a developer's employee. His job is just to make sure everyone signs, no matter what they choose. Jiang Yi happily left. She just signed 2 contracts, one for herself, one for her mother. If the money is enough later, she can get 2 houses. 2 lakeside homes worth over 1 billion. Oh, her debts are piling up again. She needs to find a way to make money quickly. What should she do? Jiang Yi didn't go home. Instead, she strolled along the creek under the night sky. She loved this place so much. She didn't feel cold at all. Unconsciously, she walked quite far. Suddenly, a loud noise in the distance startled her. Jiang Yi turned to look. It was two cars crashing into each other. A van was blocking the front of a black sedan. She instinctively ran forward, wanting to see if they needed help. But suddenly, about 10 people in black clothes with knives and iron sticks jumped out of the damaged van and rushed toward the black car's driver. Jiang Yi realized this was a deliberate act of revenge. She was about to retreat, but then, through the car lights, she saw the driver's face. It was a face that could shine as brightly as the sun and stars. His features seemed carefully carved by a divine hand, each one perfect. Beneath his sharp eyebrows, a pair of starry eyes flickered, staring coldly at the approaching attackers, shining with a chilling light. Jiang Yi's heart seemed to be tightly squeezed, pausing for a moment, then pounding rapidly. Ah, it's him. In the dark night, Jiang Yi could hear her own heartbeat pounding loudly. This face, although she had only spent a day with him and lived a different life before, she would never mistake him. Perhaps even God only had enough energy to craft such a face. In her previous life, Jiang Yi lived for decades and never saw anyone who could compare to this man. The key point is, he was the benefactor who saved her life. She searched for him for a long time in her past life, but never found him. Unexpectedly, she met him now, here. The man noticed Jiang Yi's gaze, his eyes sharp, like an arrow shooting over. He seemed to realize that Jiang Yi, standing in the shadows a few dozen meters away, was just an ordinary passerby. He frowned and looked away. A dozen men in black had already rushed to the front of the car, smashing the windows. The glass shattered with a loud crash. In the next second, a scream came from the darkness. Jiang Yi saw clearly. It was the man's dagger, cutting off an arm that was reaching into the car window. That arm was holding a sharp machete. The man took down the machete, kicked open the car door, and rushed out to fight with the 10 men. 2 of them fell to the ground instantly. Jiang Yi covered her mouth tightly, amazed at how fierce it was. It seemed she didn't need to save him after all. Suddenly, a sharp knife pressed against her neck. Jiang Yi's hair stood on end instantly. 518. You useless thing. Why didn't you warn me when someone was near? Are you planning to get me killed so you can serve a new master? She shouted inwardly. 518 analyzed her expression and said flatly, based on my analysis, he 99.99% wants to use you as a hostage to achieve his unknown goal. You are currently not in danger of life. But if I had warned you just now and you ran, he has a gun. You would definitely die. Master, this is all your fault. You don't give me enough energy to expand my surveillance range. If I could reach 300 meters beyond most mechanical guns' range, you would be safe, 518 said, with a hint of complaint. Jiang Yi had no time to pay attention to it. The man holding the knife had already grabbed her neck with his hand and whispered in her ear, "Girl, wandering around late at night, not sleeping. Looks like you're in trouble, huh?" Jiang Yi was tense all over, her lips trembling as she asked, "What do we do now?"
Can you save me?
Technically, the power stored in the ring could electrocute him. Then just do it. Jiang Yi immediately shouted silently. One person, 518 continued, but now it's not possible anymore. Jiang Yi understood what this meant. Suddenly, from the darkness opposite her, 2 screams were heard, and 4 figures approached her. 2 men were behind, dragging a man and a woman. She had a good view and saw that they weren't holding knives but guns. She was the one who had been electrocuted and controlled. If the 2 on the other side saw her, they would shoot her to stop her. She decided to recharge 518 as soon as she got back. Every day, she would keep charging it. "Boss, we caught a wild pair of lovers," one man on the other side said with a laugh, grabbing the woman's chest, which was not dressed properly. The woman looked terrified and whispered loudly in fear. But Jiang Yi was terrified and controlled by the person who was supposed to protect her. She realized he was a boss. "Don't do anything unnecessary. The target is the most important," the boss said. Then he pushed Jiang Yi forward, shouting as they walked, "Master Zhou, if you don't stop now, these 3 people will be your grave." The chaos around them paused. The man in the middle swung his sword and cut off the hand of one of the surrounding men, stopping only after severing his entire arm. then looked over here. Jiang Yi instantly felt a strong killing intent emanating from the man behind her. Today's events couldn't end well. They truly intended to kill him. As a hostage, she had no way out either. 4 people had already fallen silently to the ground, 2 with broken arms, hiding far away, clutching their arms with expressions of shock and hatred. The remaining 4 black-clad men looked unsteady, as if badly injured. The man called Master Jiu was also hurt. Jiang Yi saw blood flowing from his slender fingers, and in a short time, a small pool of blood had formed on the ground. The man behind Jiang Yi also saw this and smiled excitedly. Master Jiu, finally I see your true face. It's an honor. The man didn't speak, his gaze flickering between Jiang Yi and the others. When he looked at Jiang Yi, his brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes darkened. Jiang Yi's heart moved. Did she recognize him? No way. When he saved her, she was only 7 years old. Young Master 9, put down your knife, or these 3 people will have to die. The man immediately threw away the long knife in his left hand, but still held the dagger in his right. He said, You've mistaken me for someone else. I am not young Master 9. His voice was deep and pleasant to hear, very attractive, and had a kind of heartbeat-quickening charm. Jiang Yi was even more sure. This was the soldier brother who saved her back then. His appearance was right, and his voice was right. It's okay if not. Just put down the knife, the eldest said again. Jiang Yi was pushed forward by him. As they got closer, she felt the tension and excitement behind her grow stronger. The knife in her hand was replaced with a gun. Jiang Yi guessed what he was about to do. Usually, a pistol's effective range is only about 50 meters. Beyond that, aiming becomes inaccurate, and the damage is much less. It's best to be within 20 meters for a sure shot. But what difference does it make? Young Master 9 is a soldier brother. Could he not know this basic fact? Yet he didn't move. Third brother, someone behind Jiang Yi called out. The man in black controlling the hostage immediately attacked, stabbing the man in the arm. The man cried out in pain, begging and crying. Young Master 9 looked up, his gaze like shining light, sweeping over the group. He seemed to sigh almost invisibly, weighed the dagger in his right hand, furrowed his brows, then let go of the dagger and threw it away. Jiang Yi could clearly feel the eldest relax and smile with relief behind her. But in the next moment, young Master 9 moved. Like a leopard, he suddenly pounced on one person nearby, snatched the long knife from him before he could react, handed it over, then quickly turned and attacked the others. In the blink of an eye, 2 more people fell to the ground. Finally, the eldest reacted.
Kill, kill, kill,
he shouted. The 2 black-clad men beside him immediately stabbed the hostage several times, then opened fire on the man. The eldest swung his dagger, aiming for Jiang Yi's neck, but his eyes remained fixed on young Master 9. After searching for so many years, he finally found a highly suspicious target. Now he could finally kill him and claim the reward. That was a 1,000,000 yuan reward, 1 million. He waved a dagger with his left hand and held a gun with his right, but suddenly, he couldn't see the figure of Lord Jiu in his sight. Instead, there was a bright flash, and then the whole world turned dark. The man fell straight backward. Jiang Yi quickly grabbed his arm to keep him standing. 2 accomplices beside him didn't realize their boss was already dead. They were still pushing the hostage forward and shooting ahead. Lord Jiu's figure was no longer in front. He had just jumped behind 2 cars. Jiang Yi and the other 2 ran ahead. She immediately snatched the gun from their boss's hand and fired 2 shots, taking down the last 2 men in black. The 2 hostages, a man and a woman, screamed in fear. Jiang Yi hurried to the back of the car to find Lord Jiu. She suddenly faced a pair of cold, deep-set eyes and a sharp dagger. I'm not a bad person. I'm a hostage. Jiang Yi quickly shouted. Lord Jiu looked down at her, focusing on the gun in her hand. He had seen clearly just now that this girl was quick and precise with her shooting, aiming straight at vital points. Oh no. Jiang Yi realized the problem. How could she explain this? Jiang Yi's heart suddenly tightened, and her eyes inexplicably turned red. The man saw this, paused for a second, and said, "Don't reveal your name to strangers. It's very dangerous."
Oh.
Jiang Yi's heart instantly stopped feeling hurt. It means that Big Brother is still the warm, caring Big Brother. The man was momentarily dazzled by her smile, then looked away, put down his dagger and walked out, glancing at the other two hostages who were screaming and crying on the ground. They should be fine. The knives only cut their arms, Jiang Yi said. She was close enough to see clearly. Take them to the hospital, the man said. What about you? You need to go to the hospital too. The man looked around at the bodies on the ground, then at her again. I'll handle this. Even though she was an ordinary person, she was definitely not normal. She stood among the bodies, yet her face remained calm, as if she hadn't seen anything. Jiang Yi understood his look, but she could only. Honestly, having lived through 2 lives, this was the first time she experienced something like this, seeing such a scene. But for some reason, she wasn't afraid. She knew that most of the reason was because her big brother was the one who did this. She knew he was a soldier and would never kill innocent people. It was clear these people were wicked and deserved their fate. There was nothing to fear. Help.
Help me.
A woman hostage nearby was whispering in pain, while the other hostage seemed to have stopped moving, as if dead. Could it be an artery injury? Jiang Yi was stunned and hurried over. But the man pulled her back and stopped her. He shook his head, walked in front of her, shielding her behind him, and moved toward the other side. Jiang Yi's face suddenly turned red. But this wasn't the time for silly thoughts. She needed to save people. She quickly sped up to follow the man. Finally, they reached the 2 hostages. The ground was already stained with blood, some from them and some from the 2 dead men in black. The man glanced at the hostages' injuries and knew they weren't vital. He looked away and focused on the boss a few meters away. There were no injuries on him and no blood on the ground. The man immediately frowned and went over to examine him carefully.
Bianchi.
518, what should we do? Don't worry, the electricity that could kill him isn't ordinary AC current. Otherwise, if the ring was on your hand, you would be the one to die first. His autopsy report would just say sudden death. Jiang Yi immediately felt relieved. Now she looked a bit more confident, like someone with a higher level of skill. Be careful. 518 suddenly shouted. Jiang Yi also saw the hostage on the ground making unusual movements. Without thinking, she lunged toward the man. The man sensed danger too, and quickly turned around. He saw Jiang Yi blocking his way. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly hugged Jiang Yi, turning sharply. The gunshot rang out, and Jiang Yi felt the person holding her tremble fiercely. In that moment, she felt like she was falling into an icy pit, her heart breaking. The man fell to the ground with Jiang Yi in his arms. But it was only for a moment. He quickly got up, threw a small hidden weapon, and stabbed the man who was pointing a gun at him in the forehead. The hostage woman angrily threw the gun, which surprisingly had no bullets, and ran away quickly, moving very nimbly, as if she wasn't hurt. The man staggered, then threw out a tiny hidden weapon. The woman took a few more steps forward, and then softly collapsed, silent. The man turned to look at Jiang Yi. His eyes, both captivating and intimidating, were filled with thought. Jiang Yi said, I really am a hostage. I am truly a hostage. Big brother, I am Jiang Yi, the girl you saved from the flood in County 11 years ago. Yan Zhou suddenly looked surprised. So it was that little cat. Growing up so beautiful. He finally couldn't hold back and collapsed forward. Jiang Yi immediately rushed to catch him. She reached out but felt the dampness on his back and smelled blood in the air. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, making it hard to breathe. But she didn't cry. There was no time for tears. She carried the man and ran to the wrecked car ahead, carefully placing him inside. Then she drove toward the hospital. Fortunately, the car had been hit a few times, but could still start. She didn't have time to think about whether the fuel tank was hit or if it might explode. The gunfire earlier had scared everyone watching away. Now, they had to wait for the police to arrive, but it was uncertain how long that would take. Ambulance? At that time, emergency services like 120 had not yet been established. That happened 8 years later, when others kindly called for a doctor. It was already too late. 518, can you check his body? Jiang Yi asked. Put your hand on him, 518 replied. Jiang Yi immediately did as told. After a while, 518 said, the major internal bleeding has stopped. The other issues can wait for the doctor to handle. Jiang Yi let out a breath of relief. 518 continued, if I have enough energy, I can help remove the bullet and repair his body. I could have even blocked the bullet earlier. So, Master. Alright, I understand. Starting tomorrow, I promise to give you 6 hours of energy every day, Jiang Yi said, suddenly considering whether she should live under a high-voltage tower in the future. But she decided against it. Radiation would be too harmful. She thought it would be better to open a factory, bring in industrial electricity, and pay for the power, safe and worry-free. In 1988, Hangzhou wasn't very big. The place where the shootout happened wasn't far from the hospital. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Yi sped her car to the hospital. Just as she was about to get out and find a doctor, she heard the man in the passenger seat speak. His voice was clear, deep, and pleasant. Nice driving.
Bianchi.
Can you not scare her at this moment? Actually, not long after the bleeding stopped, Zhou started to wake up. He felt he was in the car. When he squinted and saw the driver was a little cat, he relaxed and leaned back to rest. Later, you go call the relay station. If someone calls back, just say. Zhou closed his eyes and recited a string of numbers. It was probably a secret code. Jiang Yi listened carefully, repeated it once more, then got out to find a doctor. Zhou watched her hurried figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Warm light flickered in his eyes. His cold, ice-like face suddenly cleared, shining brightly. This little cat wanted to block the bullet for him. He remembered, 11 years ago, when he had just joined the army as an ordinary soldier. During a flood relief mission, he met this little cat. He carried her on his back. She was so light, it was as if she had no weight at all. He was afraid she might fall, so he held her close, a tiny bundle, just like a cat. Along the way, the little cat blinked her big round eyes, tears falling as she told him she had lost her mother. She said if he could help her find her mother, she would marry him. Zhou's smile grew wider. The doctors and nurses rushing over saw this immediately and paused their actions. Jiang Yi was stunned and confused. Even now, she was smiling so beautifully. Did she not feel any pain? Zhou looked at her suddenly, his eyes shining brighter. Jiang Yi couldn't look away for a moment. The doctors and nurses responded professionally. After a moment of surprise, they quickly opened the door to help. Their movements sped up a little. It was a shame that such a handsome man had died. She felt a strange sense of regret. There is a bag under the driver's seat. Please keep it safe, Zhou said to Jiang Yi. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded immediately. Don't worry, I won't lose it or let anyone see it. Zhou smiled. This little girl was very clever. He felt at ease and closed his eyes, fainting. Jiang Yi's heart clenched tightly. Suddenly, she turned around and found the bag he mentioned under the driver's seat. She quickly searched the whole car and picked up a man's wallet near the brake. She held the items and rushed into the hospital. The person had already been taken into the operating room. Suddenly, the door of the operating room opened from inside. A doctor came out with a frown and saw Jiang Yi. He immediately asked what happened. Knife wound or gunshot? According to the rules, we need to report it. Knife wounds are not a big deal unless they are deadly. Usually, the hospital doesn't report injuries like that. But gunshot wounds must be reported. Jiang Yi wasn't sure if she should report it, but she guessed that staying silent wouldn't help. We encountered bad people. We were hijacked, Jiang Yi said. The doctor also saw the injury on her neck. It wasn't deep, and the bleeding seemed to have stopped. But the location suggested she had been taken hostage. Fortunately, she was a victim, not a criminal, and the doctor relaxed. Go find the nurse to handle it and pay the bill, he said before turning back inside to treat the injured. Jiang Yi didn't look for the nurse. Instead, she hurried to pay the bill. She left without much money. Only 50 yuan in her pocket, which was not enough. She quickly opened the man's wallet. Luckily, there was a lot of cash inside, a thick stack of new 50 yuan bills, probably 4 or 5,000. She paid the bill, worried that the doctor might say the money was not enough and push her out. The person collecting the fee looked up at Jiang Yi but didn't speak. However, Jiang Yi noticed the phone next to him. "Excuse me, can I use that? Something important happened, and I need to call my family." The man glanced at Jiang Yi again and nodded. Jiang Yi quickly dialed the number that Hangzhou had just mentioned. It was a manual paging station. Jiang Yi asked for the hospital's phone number and asked the other side to call back. Although pagers from 1988 weren't very common, they were used by many. Even the mobile phone Big Brother had been on the market since last year. But the Big Brother could only be used in Guangzhou and Shenzhen areas. Outside, there was no signal, so it was useless to carry it around. A few seconds after Jiang Yi hung up, the phone rang. She hurried to answer. "Hello?" A male voice answered, then fell silent. Jiang Yi didn't waste time and immediately recited a long string of numbers. There were so many numbers she almost forgot them, but luckily, 518 reminded her. After she finished speaking, there was no response. She suddenly worried that the other person might forget, so she quietly asked, "Did you remember? Should I repeat it?" No need. I'll go right now," the other person said, then hung up, sounding surprised. Who could it be that made Brother Joe trust her with the contact code? From the sound of his voice, it was a young girl, and she must be very pretty. If she wasn't pretty, she wouldn't have such a lovely voice. He had to go see her quickly. He knew all the phone numbers of hospitals in Hang City by heart. When he saw the callback address just now, his heart skipped a beat. But before going, he needed to go to the address Brother Joe had given him and deal with those dangerous pests. The man's eyes showed seriousness. Brother Joe had been gone for years and had changed his appearance, yet they still kept chasing after him. Truly relentless. But it made sense. Brother Joe had killed the son of a major criminal, making him an unforgivable enemy. When she was young, she always begged her mother to tell her stories. Her mother would tell her stories from when she was a child, about fairies descending to the mortal world or spirits repaying kindness. In all these stories, the way they repaid kindness was always the same, by offering themselves. What could she do? As a small girl, she thought that was the only way to show gratitude. She hopes Big Brother has already forgotten that phrase. Jiang Yi opened her empty wallet and secretly looked at an ID card inside. Even the ID photo looked so handsome. In all these stories, the way they repaid kindness was always the same, by offering themselves. What could she do? As a small girl, she thought that was the only way to show gratitude. She hopes Big Brother has already forgotten that phrase. Jiang Yi opened her empty wallet and secretly looked at it. Jiang Yi kept talking nervously as she stared at the door of the operating room. Before 518 could answer, the door suddenly opened, and the male doctor, who had been asking questions, came out. He shouted to the nurse, "Hurry up! Bring a bag of AB blood plasma. Quickly!" Jiang Yi immediately stood up. The hospital was small, and the nurse was nearby in another room, standing at the door without moving. "There was a surgery this morning, and the AB plasma has just run out. We called the blood bank, but they said their stock is tight, and it will take a couple of days to get more." "Oh no!" The doctor sighed loudly. "Then ask around. Who in the hospital has AB blood?"
Come donate?
The nurse looked grim. "No need to ask. We only have 10 people with AB blood in this hospital. Some of the staff on duty tonight might have donated, but all 10 have already donated blood this month. In China, only about 7% of people have AB blood. During the 1980s, blood banks were always short of supplies, and many people bought blood from outside sources. Some poor people even relied on selling their blood to survive." The doctor hesitated, standing there unsure what to do. Jiang Yi finally snapped out of her shock and nervousness. She shouted, "I am AB. Use my blood." The doctor's eyes lit up. He pointed at her and said to the nurse, "Quick, draw 400 cubic centimeters." The nurse hurried over, pulling Jiang Yi into the room to draw blood. She had seen the injured man earlier. He was very handsome. It was such a pity he had died from blood loss. "Little sister, who are you? Your brother?" the nurse asked as she efficiently drew blood. Yes," Jiang Yi replied. The young nurse's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and asked, "How many children does your brother have?" Jiang Yi also remembered the birth date on the ID she saw earlier. After calculating, she realized her older brother was already 28 years old. Maybe he really has several children. Jiang Yi felt a bit upset and said one. The young nurse looked disappointed and quickly said, "Yes, now with family planning, only one child is allowed."
She then lost interest in chatting.
However, she kindly poured Jiang Yi a glass of sugar water and helped treat the wound on her neck. The male doctor came out twice more to urge them, finally satisfied, and took the warm blood inside. An hour later, the operating room lights went out, and Hangzhou was pushed out. "Doctor, is my brother okay?" Jiang Yi asked anxiously. "He's fine now." The surgery was successful, and the bullet didn't hit any organs. The doctor paused and muttered strangely. There was very little bleeding inside. If his previous deep cut hadn't injured a small artery, he wouldn't have needed a transfusion. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's okay. Will the hospital stay be enough? "I paid 4,850, Jiang Yi said. The doctor was surprised and nodded. That should be enough. Jiang Yi felt more at ease. She looked at Hangzhou, still unconscious in bed, and said to the doctor, "I'll go home first to tell my family. I'll come back tomorrow morning to see him." It was already past midnight, and her mother was probably worried sick. She and her mother, both without roots or stability, are like floating duckweed, easily pulled up at any moment. Now, she only dares to use 2 inconspicuous pressure cookers. But she should start to develop herself gradually. She can't always be like floating duckweed. Jiang Yi was lost in thought as she approached the Jiang family estate when she heard her mother's crying. Her mother was crying and calling her name. There were also shouts from Wu Jun, Wu Xiaoye, and even Li Xiaoyu nearby. Jiang Yi's heart suddenly raced. She shouted loudly, "Mom, I'm here." Li Yumei's crying paused, then hurried footsteps sounded.
"Mom."
Seeing her mother, Jiang Yi immediately ran over despite feeling dizzy. Li Yumei ran even faster, hugging Jiang Yi tightly and crying as she asked, "Where did you go? Did you scare me to death?" Jiang Yi pulled up her collar and said, "I'm fine. I just took a wrong turn. I've come back home. When I saw you weren't here, I looked for you again." "Oh," Li Yumei believed her. "You can't do that anymore. It scared Moms so much. Tomorrow, we'll get a phone line. And I'll buy you a pager. That thing is very expensive, plus the monthly service fee, activation fee, number selection fee. Cheaper ones cost around 2,000 or 3,000, and more expensive ones 4,000 or 5,000. The landline is the same. The initial installation fee for residents is about 2,000 yuan, for small businesses over 4,000 yuan, and you need to queue and get approval.
It's not easy to install just like that."
Li Yumei used to be reluctant and didn't think she needed it, but tonight she was truly frightened, especially after hearing from the old neighbors that they just heard intense gunfire near Zhang's house. And with Jiang Yi missing, Li Yumei almost fainted from fear. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and decided not to persuade her further. Having a phone and a pager would indeed make things much easier. Li Xiaoyu stood behind them, her eyes flickering with envy and jealousy, quickly calculating the costs in her mind. She was in middle school in town and knew about pagers. She heard that one student at their school had a pager, and she walked with confidence. Plus a landline, which would cost over 10,000 yuan. Aunt really was making good money. Jiang Yi was so lucky. Li Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Yi's neck, her eyes flashing. She had seen Jiang Yi's movements earlier, and also noticed the bandage on her neck. Li Xiaoyu suddenly became anxious, her voice trembling with tears. "Xiao Yi, what's wrong with your neck? Are you hurt? How did you get injured on your neck?"
"Who hurt you?"
"Soon call my older brothers, and we will go avenge you."
"Oh."
"You're hurt?" Li Yumei immediately became very worried and looked at her collar. Jiang Yi slowly raised her eyes, looked at Li Xiaoyu, and smiled gently. Why do you act like my aunt? When something happens, you shout loudly, as if you're afraid others won't know, she said softly. Li Yumei paused her hand. Li Yumei suddenly remembered her own scar. Back then, Zhang Ling did the same. She loudly announced her embarrassment, as if afraid others wouldn't find out. Her tone just now was exactly the same as Li Xiaoyu's. Just a moment ago, she saw Li Xiaoyu running around anxiously beside her, worried about Jiang Yi. She was a little touched, thinking she cared. But now, her heart was only filled with annoyance. Looking again at Wu Xiaoya, who was biting her lip and staring at Jiang Yi's neck without asking anything, she thought, this is what a good sister should be like. Li Yumei pulled Jiang Yi's collar back into place and said, let's go home and talk. Get in the car. I'll take you all, Wu Jun said. They arrived on a tricycle. He had been standing nearby and saw the bandage on Jiang Yi's neck. He also noticed Jiang Yi walking unsteadily, but he didn't dare ask anything. Wu Jun also looked at Li Xiaoyu, who was desperately explaining and looked about to cry. He thought, she's really not a good person. Jiang Yi got into the tricycle, and Li Xiaoyu hurried to squeeze in after her. She felt that if she didn't get on quickly, these people might leave her behind and run away. As for her parents and brothers, who were somewhere unknown, she couldn't care less. Earlier, Jiang Yi hadn't come home for a long time, and Li Yumei was worried and wanted to go look for her. Li Xiaoyu, who was eager to show herself, also wanted to go. Li Chong thought for a moment and said their whole family would go. Zhao Tiantian didn't want to go. She was tired after a long day and didn't want to go out in the cold late at night to find Jiang Yi, that troublesome girl. But she couldn't resist her husband's and son's worried looks, so she had to go along. Who knew that this trip would reveal the big secret? When they reached the Jiang family courtyard, the people inside were loudly discussing whether the noises they heard were gunshots or firecrackers. Many experienced elders said it was gunfire. Li Yumei, hearing that Jiang Yi had already left early, was even more frightened and wanted to go out to look for him. As relatives by marriage, they naturally had to go. But they really didn't want to go out. Those were gunshots. For Jiang Yi, that reckless girl, it was one thing to freeze a little, but risking their lives? They refused. Only Li Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and followed Li Yumei. The rest of the Li family made excuses to split up and look for him. After a few steps outside, they couldn't see Li Yumei anymore, so they turned back and entered the Jiang family courtyard to find out what little information they could. To their surprise, Li Yumei and Jiang Fan had divorced. She was able to transfer her household registration not because of deep love, but because of threats. This made Zhao Tiantian very happy. If she could, she would have laughed out loud for 3 days and nights, but she held it in. Moreover, because of the demolition of the Jiang family's house, Li Yumei and Jiang Yi could only get less than 3 square meters of space, which was not enough for a house. She didn't understand much about the Jiang family or the demolition process. When she first heard about the demolition, she was envious, thinking Li Yumei would finally live in a big building. Now, looking back at the old, tiny 10-square-meter storage room, she heard that 9 people used to live in such a small space. Oh my goodness, her family's pigsty only has 2 pigs. Zhao Tiantian's face twisted from holding back laughter, tears streaming down her face, but they were tears of laughter. Others thought she was feeling sorry for her sister-in-law's hard past. After midnight, those packing their bags either left overnight or went home to sleep. The Li family of 4, waiting for someone who didn't come back, gave up and simply retraced their steps back to Wu's house. Li Yumei closed the door tightly, not letting anyone in. She held Jiang Yi in her arms, choking with emotion, and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell Mom. Don't be afraid. No matter what, Mom is here, and I can help you solve it." Li Yumei spoke confidently, sitting there with a strong, mountain-like presence that made people feel safe and reliable. She wanted to be her daughter's support. Jiang Yi leaned into her mother's embrace, ignoring her slight trembling, and smiled, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. Nothing as terrible as you imagine happened." Li Yumei's body stiffened, Then suddenly, she slumped down weakly. It's good that my daughter didn't experience that terrible thing. Everything else is just small problems. What exactly happened? Li Yume asked softly. She needed to know, especially since her daughter was hurt. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, after I left the Jiang family, I walked along the riverbank, and then I met some bandits. Li Yume gasped in surprise. Her daughter had encountered bad people. Jiang Yi quickly added, but the bandits only had time to say a few words before someone rescued me. Li Yume relaxed a little. Mom, guess who saved me? Jiang Yi asked happily. Li Yume was stunned. She knew many people, but she couldn't think of anyone who would make her daughter so happy. Mom, do you remember when we went to Hangzhou years ago and got caught in a flood, and I was swept away? Li Yume nodded immediately. How could she forget? Thinking about that day made her want to cry. The first time they took the college entrance exam again was in winter, on December 11th and 12th, 1977. After the results came out, Zhang Fan left, and she didn't hear from him for half a year. She was worried and decided to take Jiang Yi to her old home to find Zhang's family. She originally wanted to go to Beijing to find Zhang Fan, but they didn't have enough money for the trip. It was summer then, a time of heavy rains and floods in the south. Before they left the county, the train tracks were washed away. Everyone got off the train to hide from the rain and floods. There were many people making noise, and suddenly the road ahead was destroyed. The crowd started running back, and Jiang Yi was pushed away by the crowd. She was so scared, she almost fainted. She threw down her luggage to find her daughter, but with the heavy rain, floods, and chaos, she couldn't find her. Later, she heard that a little girl had fallen into the water. That fear was exactly the same as today. Just as she was about to jump into the river in her panic, her little Rui was returned to her. Jiang Yi excitedly told her mother, the person who saved me today is the big brother who pulled me out of the flood back then.
Wow.
Li Yume was also surprised. It's him. What a coincidence. Oh, we owe him 2 lives. Where is he? Take me to thank him right away. Back then, I was also so focused on bowing and crying that I forgot to ask for her name or where she lived. Did you ask this time? Li Yume said happily. I asked, Jiang Yi said, patting her backpack. She still carries it with her. Although she didn't ask, her ID shows that her older brother is from Beijing. Li Yume looked at the black leather bag she saw. Is this? Big brother was hurt while trying to save me. Jiang Yi's face suddenly fell.
Oh.
How badly is he hurt? Where is he? Why did you come back alone? Li Yume asked anxiously. But after asking, she remembered why her daughter came back. If she didn't come back, she would be worried sick. He's in the hospital. He had surgery and the doctor said he's fine now. I just wanted to tell you first. I plan to visit him soon, Jiang Yi said. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't wait until tomorrow morning. It was better to go now, or she wouldn't sleep at home. He said surgery? Li Yume immediately stood up and pulled Jiang Yi. Let's go. We'll visit the hospital. Jiang Yi stopped her. He just finished surgery. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. If you go now, you'll only see him briefly. Why not? Stay home and make some food? I'll bring breakfast to him tomorrow. I'll go see him first, just in case something happens. Li Yume looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 2 a.m. Her daughter's words made sense. All right, you go first. I'll make something good to eat at home. Okay. Jiang Yi immediately got up and was about to leave, pushing her tricycle. She still felt a bit dizzy and tired from walking. Wu Jun and Wu Xiaoye quickly followed her out. They couldn't sleep inside either, worried sick. Jiang Yi was hurt. How did she get hurt? Li Xiuyu, though her words were harsh and her intentions not good, was speaking the truth. Where are you going? Wu Jun asked, approaching. His face and voice were grim with worry and bad guesses. Going out so late. Are you calling the police? Li Xiuyu listened from inside the house and suddenly smiled. Yes, that's right. Drive these 2 unclean mother and daughter away. She also overheard a few things in the Jiang family courtyard. Li Yume got divorced. The reason was that she was harassed by a troublemaker. It doesn't matter whether the troublemaker was deliberately brought by Jiang Ling. What matters is that Li Yumei was truly harassed. Jiang Yi hadn't spoken yet when the courtyard gate opened and Li Jiangwo's family returned. Seeing Jiang Yi had found her, Zhao Tiantian exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh, you girl, where did you go last night? You didn't come home, so the whole family went out to look for you in the cold winter." Li Chang nudged her from behind. Zhao Tiantian immediately changed her tone. "Look how worried your mom is. She's about to jump into the lake." Jiang Yi ignored them and said to Wu Jun and Wu Xiaoya, "I'm going to the hospital." Wu Jun and Wu Xiaoya's hearts suddenly tightened. "Going to the hospital? I was attacked by a thief, but someone saved me," Jiang Yi said. "The person who saved me is in the hospital. I just came to tell you, but I need to go back and take care of him. He's still not awake."
Wow.
Wu Xiaoya exclaimed, "I'll go with you." "No need. The person is fine now. I can go alone. You stay at home." Jiang Yi instinctively didn't want to reveal too much about Yenzhou. Being in the military could lead to being hunted by organized groups. This made her think of a certain secretive military unit. Such people can't easily reveal their identities. That boss also said he had never seen the true face of Ninth Lord. People with deadly grudges don't even know his real name or have seen his face, showing how deeply he hides himself. If her mother hadn't seen Yenzhou before, she wouldn't even want her to go tomorrow. Wu Xiaoya thought for a moment and didn't insist further. The person who saved her friend was her hero, but visiting him at night didn't seem appropriate. Li Yumei, however, asked Wu Jun to take Jiang Yi to the hospital. Wu Jun didn't hesitate and rode off on his tricycle. Jiang Yi stopped talking and went to the hospital by car. "Wow, I can't believe I met a thief at night." Zhao Tiantian finally reacted and said, "Are you hurt? Where are you hurt?" Her tone was full of schadenfreude and hidden malice, impossible to miss. Li Yumei shot her a stern look and slammed the door to her room. "Humph," Zhao Tiantian muttered proudly as she watched her back and then sneaked into the side room. Seeing Li Xiuyu inside, she immediately asked, "Where is that brat hurt? How bad is it?" "Is there?" Li Xiuyu sat on the bed, looking down. "I only saw that she hurt her neck and was unsteady when walking. I don't know about anything else." Zhao Tiantian's eyes were full of gossip. "She can't walk at all? Then she must have been. You know, that Li Yumei's life is really unlucky. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suddenly, Li Chang spoke up. "Everyone, say less. And this must stay a secret. Jiang Yi and the others won't tell anyone, and those Wu siblings looked very worried today. They probably won't say anything either. If this gets out, it's on us. If my aunt finds out, she might kick us out." Zhao Tiantian shrank back. They just came to the city and haven't started earning money yet. They can't go back now. But it's okay. If they don't say anything now, they can talk about it later once they're out of Li Yumei's control. Li Xiuyu suddenly said, "My aunt said she's going to set up a phone tomorrow and buy a walkie-talkie for Jiang Yi." Everyone in the room brightened up. "How much will that cost?" "I heard setting up a phone costs several thousand." Zhao Tiantian asked immediately. Li Chang said, "Yes, it costs a few thousand. Plus the walkie-talkie, it's about 10,000. He was very interested in these fashionable gadgets, always wanting to have them. But unfortunately, he could only ask around for prices. 10,000.
Li Jianwu Shiga.
He took off his clothes and told everyone time to sleep. "Tomorrow is New Year's Day. After the holiday, we'll start making big money. His older sister can earn 10,000, so they can too." Jiang Yi went to the hospital, persuaded Wu Jun to leave, then went upstairs. Because Yenzhou was injured in a fight, he was placed in a private room after surgery. Jiang Yi didn't knock and pushed the door open. She thought Yenzhou wouldn't wake up yet, but as she looked up, she saw those bright, starry eyes full of light. "Oh, you're awake," Jiang Yi said happily. Yenzhou's lips curved into a smile. A hot gaze was fixed on her. Jiang Yi turned her head and saw a young man standing in the corner. He looked about 25, around 1.7 meters tall, with a normal build and an ordinary face, like a typical passerby in a crowd. Jiang Yi immediately remembered a phrase she had heard in her past life. People with this kind of face are best suited for special jobs. I am passerby, A. The young man smiled at Jiang Yi, showing a set of white teeth and a simple, honest expression.
Jiang Yi chuckled softly.
The young man's eyes brightened. Just like his voice, he was a handsome young girl. Looking at Jiang Yi's stunning face next to him, he realized this was the first time he saw a girl standing confidently in front of Brother Jiu without feeling nervous. Who exactly is Brother Jiu? You're done here. Let's go, Yanzhou said. Oh. The young man hesitated, unable to hide his curiosity, and asked, What's your name? Yanzhou's gaze instantly sharpened like a sword, and his tone carried a hint of danger. Did you forget the rules? They couldn't reveal their identities or get involved with ordinary people. Even though he was already retired, danger was always nearby, so he had to follow these rules. Besides, Passerby A was never officially retired.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Before he finished speaking, the young man closed the door and ran away quickly. Only Jiang Yi and Yanzhou remained inside. Jiang Yi blinked and looked at the closed door, then turned around as if no one had been there just now. Do you want some water? Jiang Yi asked, holding up a glass of water she had grabbed from the table before leaving. As for other toiletries, her home didn't have new ones. She planned to buy some at the hospital entrance when morning came. Yanzhou looked at the plain, unadorned glass in her hand and felt satisfied. Your cup? He asked.
Oh.
I didn't have time to buy a new one. I'll wash it thoroughly. Do you want some water? Yanzhou replied softly, his voice deep and hoarse, like feathers gently scratching the ear, making one feel a little ticklish. Jiang Yi's face turned slightly red. She quickly went out to wash the cup and pour water, also washing her face. She finally saw how disheveled she looked now. No wonder others might think strange things. When she returned to the room, Yanzhou saw a small, clean cat, and his eyes lit up with a smile. What's wrong? Jiang Yi touched her face, suspecting she hadn't washed properly earlier. Nothing. The little tabby cat turned into a white cat. It was a bit surprising. Jiang Yi's face suddenly flushed. He still remembered. That day, he kept calling her little tabby cat. Since he remembers this much, he should also remember what she said. Yanzhou watched the little white cat turn into a little red cat and felt like laughing. She actually remembers too. Her memory is quite good. At that time, she was only a little over a year old and had suffered a huge shock. Maybe she has always been very brave, even unafraid of danger. He didn't let Passerby A investigate her. He wanted to do it himself. I have a few questions for you. Please answer honestly. A clear, cool voice came from above, and the warm joke from earlier disappeared. Jiang Yi's heart calmed, and she looked up sincerely into those starry eyes, saying carefully, Ask away. I promise to tell the truth, no lies. Your name, address, parents' names, identity, and all related information, Yanzhou said. Jiang Yi answered honestly without hesitation or hiding anything, including her parents' recent divorce and why she was there earlier. She knew today was special. If she had been alone as a hostage, he might not have asked such detailed questions. But who made her encounter two fake hostages? If they hadn't known each other before, she might already be in some dark room now. Yanzhou listened quietly. He had known back then that they came to Hangzhou to find her father. But he didn't expect that her father, who had been missing for half a year, had actually divorced her mother. That day, he held this little cat and talked to her to stop her from crying, asking where she came from and where she was going. 7-year-old Jiang Yi didn't hide anything and didn't want to hide from the big brother who saved her. She told him everything she knew. Yanzhou looked at the little white cat, listening to her tell her story bit by bit. He concealed his pity in his eyes. She was just a little girl in need. Skipping over the issue of stealing, which he would verify later with the school and the army, he asked her, Tell me about driving. Girls from her background rarely knew how to drive. Jiang Yi's face was calm, her voice steady, with a hint of happiness and shyness. My mom and I have always been looked down on by the Jiang family. Now my mom has been framed and divorced. The day we left the Jiang family, I decided I had to make them regret it. I want them to envy and be jealous of my mom. Later, we started a small business and really made money. A few days ago, we bought a big house, over 600 square meters, with a large yard of about 4 or 5 acres. It cost 400,000 yuan. Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Over 600 square meters, a yard of 4 or 5 acres. 400,000 yuan? Jiang Yi shyly lowered her eyes, then looked up and whispered, but we only paid 50,000 yuan up front, and still owe the seller 350,000 yuan. We agreed to pay a little each month and pay it off next year. Yanzhou remained silent, signaling her to continue. Jiang Yi prepared to reveal the main point, drew a circle, and was about to start lying. After buying the house, of course, we also bought a car. In the future, I'll drive it to show off at the Jiang family's gate. They'll be so jealous seeing her proud little expression. Yanzhou couldn't help but smile. She's like a small kitten, naive but adorable. Jiang Yi continued, although we don't have much money now and still owe some debt, that doesn't stop me from learning to drive. But I have the college entrance exam coming up, so I don't have time to learn. Instead, I've been memorizing some driving tips and sometimes listening to a classmate from our class who has a car talk about how to drive. Nowadays, learning to drive is full-time, with serious classes at the driving school, taking notes and all. She really doesn't have time. And there is indeed a classmate whose father is a bus driver. Even so, that boy is very proud and can talk about how to drive at least 8 times a day in class. She hasn't asked him directly, but she's heard it countless times. This doesn't scare her. Jiang Yi finished speaking and even recited a long driving tip from memory. These are things she remembered from her previous life learning to drive. At the end, Jiang Yi smiled proudly. I didn't expect driving to be so simple. Yanzhou also smiled, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared. As long as she confirmed Jiang Yi was a little kitten, there was nothing suspicious. An ordinary girl's background is simple, straightforward, and easy to verify. The matter by the lake has been settled. Nothing happened tonight, so don't tell anyone any details, Yanzhou said. Jiang Yi immediately nodded, understanding. So, you haven't seen me, and I haven't seen you. We didn't know each other before. Yanzhou lowered her eyes, then looked up and said, You can go now. Jiang Yi was stunned on the spot. Yanzhou looked at the girl in front of her, who was staring blankly and lost in thought. The little white kitten has grown up, and it looks so beautiful. Her eyes are just like when she was a kitten, big, bright, and clear, full of innocence and purity. But now she is a young lady, with perfectly curved eyes and brows, showing a natural, charming grace. Her innocent eyes make her even more captivating. Right now, those big, soulful eyes are filled with sadness. Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he looked away. The 2 people with broken arms ran away. I don't know where they are. Maybe outside the hospital. We are just strangers with no connection. I saved you, you thank me, took you to the hospital, and donated blood. That's enough. Yanzhou looked out the window, his voice sharp. We can't let them know we're connected, or your family will be in danger. Jiang Yi's sadness quickly disappeared. Turns out, she wasn't disliked. She was just worried for her. But the next moment, she frowned. Someone escaped, and that's dangerous. 518. Did you record the mental signals of those 2 people? Of course. Every person I scan, the system records their signals. Jiang Yi sighed in relief. For her big brother, for herself and her mother, she couldn't let those 2 get away. She remembered a series of reports from her past life. Those dangerous people were really cruel, even hurting the families of police officers who tried to catch them without mercy. How harsh was reality? Those police officers who died in the line of duty had no names on their gravestones, only the words martyr. They never revealed any details about their lives. Although she didn't know exactly what Yanzhou did, she had to think the worst. Jiang Yi made up her mind. She quickly put down his backpack and wallet, looked at Yanzhou sincerely, and said, Big brother, thank you for saving me twice. I don't know how to repay you. Her face turned bright red. Why was she bringing this up? I'm leaving. She turned and ran outside. Come back. Yanzhou masked a smile and hurriedly called out. Jiang Yi was stunned, happily turning around. Had he changed his mind? She didn't really want to leave. Since he wants to keep his identity secret, today's farewell might be the last time they see each other. Her surprise in her eyes caught Yanzhou off guard, and a faint happiness rose in his heart. The outside is still dark and unsafe, he said. Wait until morning before you leave. Jiang Yi immediately pouted. Her small, pink lips looked soft and shiny, adorable. Yanzhou quickly cleared his throat and looked away. But Jiang Yi was already happy again. This wasn't something she should force. Just staying a little longer made her happy. She sat on a chair by the bed, holding a warm cup of water. Big brother, drink some water. She leaned over gently, supporting Yanzhou's head, and fed him a few sips. When she sat back, Yanzhou's ears turned a light pink. He had just seen something he shouldn't have. Jiang Yi didn't notice at all. She usually paid close attention to that area and made sure everything was safe. But her idea of safety might be different from what others understand. After sitting down, Jiang Yi felt a bit foolish. She wasn't really useful here and might just be bothering him. She pouted and said, Maybe you should rest, big brother. I'll stay outside and keep watch. No one will get close. Yanzhou suddenly smiled, as if all the stars were shining in his eyes. When did he become someone a young girl had to guard? There are already people outside watching, you don't need to, Yanzhou replied. Oh, Jiang Yi said, feeling relieved. Honestly, she didn't have much confidence in her fighting skills. She could handle Jiang Ling and Li Xiaoyu easily, but fighting those black-clad men? Even if her big brother fought like chopping vegetables, she knew she couldn't win against any of them. She lacked strength, but had good judgment. Looking at her bright, sparkling eyes, Yanzhou felt more relaxed than ever. He smiled and asked, How's your studying? Do you want to go to university? He saw her eyes light up with joy. He sighed to himself, This little girl, she's so beautiful. This little kitten is not only cute but also smart. It can remember a long string of over 20 digits after hearing it once. There are other things too. With just a glance, she understands everything. He glances at his bag nearby, noticing the special mark on it, which shows it has never been opened by anyone. She says she won't show it to anyone, not even herself. What a good child she is. Yanzhou starts talking to her about her childhood daily life, but doesn't mention himself at all. Jiang Yi also doesn't ask anything. Yanzhou's smile deepens. He thinks she's very clever. Suddenly, someone peeks in from outside the door. Yanzhou sees this and shakes his head at the person. The person pauses briefly and then quickly disappears from the doorway. Unknowingly, the sky begins to brighten. Jiang Yi is startled. Is it already morning? I've disturbed your rest. He was just badly hurt, lost a lot of blood, and stayed up talking with her all night. She shouldn't have done that. Yanzhou looks at her pale face and remembers she was also frightened earlier. Although she wasn't injured, she donated 400 cubic centimeters of blood to him. He shouldn't have let himself keep talking to her. He turns to look out the window and softly says, You should go now. Someone will come to pick me up soon, and I need to leave too. Actually, people have been urging him many times. He should have left during the night. But this rare moment of relaxation makes him reluctant to go. Jiang Yi is surprised and opens her mouth to ask, but then closes it tightly. Since his identity needs to be kept secret, staying here isn't safe. The two people who ran away saw him. Maybe they will come looking for him. He should leave. They are about to part ways. Jiang Yi stands up and looks at Yanzhou. Big brother, thank you for saving me. She quickly bites her lip, stopping her from finishing her sentence. How often does she forget? She mentions the wrong thing at the wrong time. Yanzhou's eyes sparkle with a smile. Even clever little cats can sometimes be a bit confused. Suddenly, there are loud, clattering sounds and hurried footsteps in the corridor. Jiang Yi recognizes the sound as Li Yumei's footsteps. Is my mom here? She runs to the door, looks out the window, and indeed sees her mother. She thought her mother would come only when it was bright outside, but she didn't expect her to arrive just before dawn. Li Yumei was holding several stainless steel lunchboxes, packed in a bag. Even if she was careful, they still clinked when bumped.
Can she come in?
Jiang Yi asked, turning around. Zhou hesitated for a moment and nodded. But after today, pretend you've never seen me, including everything from before. Just forget it all. Jiang Yi felt a strange ache in her heart. She quickly turned to open the door and said, "Then don't let her in." The consequences of her coming in seemed so terrible. Jiang Yi went out to greet her. Li Yumei saw her immediately and hurried over. Jiang Yi took the big bag from her hands. "Why did you make so much? This is too much, more than 10 bowls. How can he eat all this?" The feeling in her hand was that each bowl was full and satisfying. "I don't know his tastes or what he should avoid, so I made everything in the house," Li Yumei said, catching her breath. She made 4 types of porridge: plain, vegetable, lean meat, and treasure porridge. She also cooked chicken soup, dompa pork, braised ribs, and Westlake vinegar fish. Worried he might not want greasy food, she also packed 2 jars of her homemade pickles. Compared to cooking, her pickles were actually tastier. Jiang Yi smiled, feeling touched. She appreciated her mother's kindness. Her mother's gratitude and effort all came from love. That's why she was thankful to the person who saved her. "Mom, Big Brother isn't awake yet, so it's not convenient to see anyone. The doctor also said no visitors. Even I might be asked to leave if I come too late." "I'll leave now if you come 1 minute later," Jiang Yi said. "Is that so?" Li Yumei tiptoed to look out the window. People who are sick or hurt really need rest. They should be left alone. It was like when she was hospitalized after a burn. Even a little noise made her feel irritated, especially since she was in a large ward. "Then I won't disturb him." Li Yumei lowered her voice. "How is he? What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said he's fine now, just lost a lot of blood. He just needs to rest and recover." "Losing so much blood. That's a serious injury. We must thank him properly in the future," Li Yumei said. "I'll bring him meals 3 times a day." "Where does he live?" "When he's discharged, I'll deliver food to him. I'll prepare all his meals for life." She now had enough money to support a young man. Supporting him for a lifetime was no problem. He was her daughter's benefactor and also her own. Jiang Yi looked embarrassed and confused. Zhou, who was listening inside, found it both funny and a little awkward, but he also felt very pleased. The little girl has a good mother, so she's not too pitiful after all. Jiang Yi asked her mother to wait at the door, then she put down her things and came out. Li Yumei turned and left. Jiang Yi immediately went inside with her things. Zhou's sharp nose caught a strong smell of food. He wasn't hungry before, but now his stomach was protesting. "Big brother, this is breakfast my mom made for you."
"Thank you."
She gently set down her things, sighed, and didn't say anything more. She just looked at Zhou deeply, and then quickly left. Zhou also sighed inside. For the first time, he felt that hiding his identity caused him trouble. Maybe he should change to a more honest identity. Suddenly, 4 strong figures entered outside the door. "Brother Jiu, it's time to go now, right? If we don't leave soon, it will be dawn and we'll have to walk around more," one said. Another person didn't speak, but reached out to grab the bag Jiang Yi had placed on the table. "It smells so good." He lifted the lid, revealing a dish of dompa pork, and the rich aroma filled the room instantly. Everyone gathered around Zhou's bed hurriedly. "Brother Jiu, you shouldn't eat these mysterious foods. Let us help you finish them." Zhou's lips pressed into a line as he looked coldly at them. "Mysterious foods? You shouldn't eat them either." Another person immediately slapped the one who spoke first. "How can these be mysterious? They're just simple breakfast gifts from ordinary folks." "But, Brother Jiu, you just had surgery, you shouldn't eat greasy food. These porridges are for you." More than 10 lids had already been opened by quick hands, and the delicious smell was intoxicating. Zhou was also surprised. This flavor was something most restaurants couldn't make. No, most restaurants definitely couldn't. He looked at the 10 or so rice bowls on the table, one of which held over a liter. He really couldn't eat that much.
I'll share half with you, he said. Great.
The four people quickly moved to the main dishes, each taking a few bites, then handed half of the food to Yanzhou. Oh, I've never eaten such delicious dongpa pork in my life. This braised spare ribs are also very good. This Creek Lake vinegar fish is simply amazing. I finally tasted the legendary flavor. All these dishes were made by Li Yumei using a pressure cooker, so the taste is naturally good. Is this young girl's family running a restaurant? Where is it? If you have time, you should go support their business. While speaking, he secretly glanced at Yanzhou. People who can chat with Brother Jiao for so long are not strangers, they just don't believe it. Yanzhou gave him a cold look. The man immediately turned away as if he hadn't said anything. Let's go. Yanzhou took the initiative to cover the rice jar. These he would eat slowly when he got home. The four of them reluctantly looked at him, then quickly helped Yanzhou put on his clothes and left with him. But before leaving the hospital, he had to erase his information. When he checked the discharge form, the name column surprisingly read Jiang Tianyi. His birth date and home address were all made up. He believed that the little cat had seen his ID card. What a clever little cat. Yanzhou took all the Jiang Tianyi information and went out to the car. The four of them dressed similarly, with similar builds, wearing the same hats and scarves. After leaving, they each got into identical unmarked cars, changing positions along the way, and disappeared into the streets after dawn. Before Jiang Yi left the hospital, she bought a lot of medicine as required by 518. When she got home, she secretly threw the medicine into the space while her mother wasn't paying attention. After a while, 518 threw out a small red pill. It's for blood replenishment. One pill works. 518 said. Thank you, Jiang Yi said sincerely. She was actually very grateful for the appearance of this magical space transfer station. With it, her life path could be much smoother. And tonight, 518 also saved her life. If you really want to thank me, just give me more energy. Okay, once I wake up, we'll go in the afternoon. She wasn't in such a hurry about energy before, but now it's different. Energy can not only exchange for various machines but also save lives. Jiang Yi rested, but Li Yumei did not. Although today is New Year's Eve, she plans to keep selling her goods because she needs to make money, pay debts, answer calls, buy a pager, and support her young man. Li Yumei went out early to buy meat but couldn't find any. On New Year's Eve, the market was closed and no stalls were open. She returned home disappointed. Wu Jun didn't know she was raising a young man, but he knew Jiang Yi's family situation. They still owed 350,000 yuan. He rode out and soon came back with half a pig. Although it wasn't much pork, he thought Auntie Li's cooking was always delicious no matter what, and it would definitely sell well. Every bit earned was a bit gained. Li Yumei was very happy when she saw it. She thanked him again and again. Zhao Tian immediately cheered nearby. What kind of relationship is this? Sending over half a pig? Sister, is this your brother-in-law? The young man is really nice. Wu Jun's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a serious face and said, What sending? I sold it to her at a high price. 1 jin plus 1 yuan. After saying that, he turned and went back inside, slamming the door shut. Zhao Tian made a face behind him but quickly looked at Li Yumei, who was smiling again. Sister, what are you having for breakfast? It's all ready. Come over and eat in the side room. Rui is sleeping now, so don't wake her, Li Yumei said. Zhao Tian pouted, but said nothing. She hurried to Li Yumei's room, looked around, and asked loudly, Sister, where's the meat? I only see porridge and pickles. You made so many delicious things last night. She could smell the aroma. If she hadn't been so tired and sleepy, she would have gotten up to eat right then. Those are for Rui's benefactor. I already took them to him. Li Yumei frowned and said, Speak softly. Rui is sleeping. She's light-sensitive, so no noise. Such fussing. I think it's just pretentious. Zhao Tian glanced around Li Yumei's room. Everything was clear and obvious. She had already looked everywhere and found no hidden meat. That left Jiang Yi's room. Maybe the mother and daughter had hidden it, planning to eat it secretly. People with money have no conscience. Zhao Tiantian muttered as she pushed open Jiang Yi's door and went inside. Jiang Yi was sleeping on the bed. She was too tired to wake up. Her room was even simpler than Li Yumei's, just a table, a chair, a bed, and a wardrobe. Nothing else. Zhao Tiantian went straight to the wardrobe, opened it, and saw a bunch of fashionable new clothes. She stared, envious, because they were all new. These clothes are worth a lot of money. She has never had so many new clothes in her life. But now, eating is the most important thing. She is rummaging through the cabinet, even sniffing it carefully, but there is no smell of meat. Li Yumei stands nearby, feeling both angry and anxious, afraid to speak up and wake Jiang Yi. She hasn't seen her sister-in-law in 10 years. Why is she more annoying than before? In the end, she didn't find any meat. Zhao Tiantian pulls out a few pieces of clothing she just liked. Little sister, we didn't bring clothes when we came. The ones we brought are all torn. Wearing them outside would be embarrassing. You have so many clothes, but you can't wear them all. Just let me wear these a bit, Zhao Tiantian says loudly, glancing at Jiang Yi on the bed. She just wants to wake her up. Li Yumei is furious, but can't argue now. A few pieces of clothing are a good deal for her. Okay, go out, Li Yumei whispers, pushing her gently. Zhao Tiantian gets angry. Why is she still touching her? She gets upset and pulls out a few more pieces of clothing from another drawer. They look bright and fashionable, suitable for girls. Your eldest niece has no clothes either. These are for her, she says, not waiting for Li Yumei's approval, and then she leaves with the clothes. After going out, she feels happy. Not getting meat is okay, getting a few new clothes is good enough. As for the meat, it will be ready to eat soon. The half-pig is almost done. Li Xiaoyu has been standing by the window, watching the main house. When she sees her mother come out holding a bunch of clothes, her eyes flicker. Zhao Tiantian enters the house and boasts, Xiaoyu, look. Mom brought you some nice things. She has a good attitude toward this future college student and still hopes to benefit from her. Li Xiaoyu looks at the fashionable clothes she has never seen before, feeling happy inside. But she asks, are these Jiang Yi's clothes?
Did she give them to me?
They are from your eldest aunt. Who else would give you different ones? Zhao Tiantian replies. Once something is in her hands, who would want to take it back?
Dream on.
Just wear them. If they're not enough, Jiang Yi has more. A whole wardrobe. Later, you and she can switch clothes. You're cousins, so why be so formal? Zhao Tiantian says casually. Li Xiaoyu silently takes the clothes, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Tiantian leaves again. She hasn't even had breakfast yet. The plain rice porridge with pickles is also good. They don't always eat it at home. Li Yumei was feeling upset and didn't want to see Zhao Tiantian right now. She went out to prepare the remaining half of the pig. Li Chang quickly ate a few bites of rice and then went outside to help. Big sister-in-law, how should I do it? Tell me, I'll help you, Li Chang said with a sincere and honest smile, showing a bit of guilt and embarrassment. It seemed he also thought his mother's actions were not right, but as a younger family member, he couldn't do anything to stop her.
Li Yumei siga.
She felt sorry for these children, having such a mother. Help me chop the bones later, she said. This time, it wasn't just pork belly. There were bones in both front and back legs, which took more time to prepare. To get ready for lunch, she had to work quickly. Okay, Li Chang replied happily, moving swiftly to chop the bones. After the Li family finished eating, they all went to the yard. Li Xiaoyu thought for a moment and also went to help. Li Jiangguo, Li Gang, and Zhao Tiantian stood nearby, watching. Big sister, are you planning to cook all this meat today? Even with so many of us, we can't eat all of it, Zhao Tiantian said. It's winter, and once cooked, it won't last more than a few days. Let's make less, about 10 jin today, and save the rest for later. Li Yumei kept her head down, busy working, and said, This is for selling.
What?
Selling? Aren't you selling Dompa pork?
Zhao Tiantian asked.
Today, I can't buy pork belly anymore. Whatever I have, I'll sell, Li Yumei replied. After 2 months of repeated use, she had become superstitious about these two pressure cookers. Whatever she cooked in them turned out delicious. She believed that even a random stew could sell well. Sit down, I'll watch and learn, Zhao Tiantian said, sitting on a small stool, munching sunflower seeds. She took the seeds from Li Yumei's room, where there were peanuts, sunflower seeds, candies, and more. Li Yumei usually bought these for Jiang Yi, but Jiang Yi didn't like them much, so they just stayed there. Zhao Tiantian didn't hesitate. She packed some onto a plate, ate it, and shared with Li Jiangguo and Li Gang. They didn't refuse either. It was just seeds and peanuts, nothing to be polite about. Wu Jun and Wu Xiaoya stood behind the curtain, watching. Wu Xiaoya whispered, "They're just like our relatives." "Yeah," Wu Jun replied with a serious face. "What should they do now?" Wu Xiaoya asked. "Wait until Jiang Yi wakes up." He said, "I've already told the brothers. When the time comes to fight or chase, it's just a matter of her word." At 10 o'clock, Li Yumei prepared 2 pots of mixed braised meats. The half-pig still had about 10 jin left. She returned what she borrowed from the Wu family yesterday, leaving only the leftovers. She hadn't been home for 10 years. Originally, Li Yumei planned to spend the new year properly at home and come back after the 15th. So, besides rice, flour, pickles, and snacks, there was hardly any food left. She wasn't sure if she could buy some vegetables later. As she was about to set up her stall, the Li family also started to move. They wanted to go together and see how the meat-selling business was doing and how much money they could make. They already knew the costs, about 100 jin of half a pig for 200 yuan. On New Year's Eve, all factories were closed for the holiday. Li Yumei didn't go to the big factory gates. She went to the park entrance. The park had been open for 10 years. People's lives were getting better, and life was becoming more colorful, with more entertainment. This year, Hang City decided to hold a temple fair and lantern festival on New Year's Eve, lasting until the 15th, so everyone could enjoy the festivities. Li Yumei originally planned to ride her bike, but since so many people were following, she had to push her cart along with them. By the time they reached the park entrance, it was already 11 o'clock, the time when people started leaving to go home for lunch. Li Yumei let out a sigh of relief. She almost missed the rush. She parked her cart at the gate and immediately lifted the lid of the pot. A strong, fragrant aroma wafted toward passers-by. Everyone immediately turned their heads, searching for the source of the smell. Li Yumei smiled slightly, set up a sign that read 2 yuan per scoop, and opened a cardboard box on her cart, filled with disposable paper bags. These were prepared earlier by Jiang Yi, especially the single-use imitation leather paper oil bags, which she had 518 specially processed, making it easier for those without rice containers. The craft paper bags had simple, beautiful characters printed on them. "Yumei don't put pork." People nearby had already come close to the pot. Looking down, they saw a pot full of meat, various kinds, smelling so delicious that their mouths watered. 2 yuan for a big scoop. Li Yumei waved the large spoon in her hand, scooped out a full spoon, and said, "I also have a bag." The old man was regretful that he couldn't take it, but when he saw the bag in her hand, he suddenly smiled. "Give me 1 spoon, no, 5 spoons. It's the new year and all the children and grandchildren are home. Without enough, it wouldn't be enough to eat." "All right." 1 spoon per bag. Li Yumei quickly packed them and handed them to the old man. The old man, still a bit worried, asked, "This bag is paper. Will it break?" Li Yumei replied, "If it breaks within 5 hours, I'll replace it." This was something Jiang Yi told her. She had used these bags occasionally at the factory gate before, and she always made the same promise. No one has ever come back to complain about a broken bag. The old man felt reassured and carried the bag away. Others didn't hesitate either. During the new year, everyone was willing to spend the 2 yuan. Some people even knew Li Yumei personally. Now, in Hangzhou, many people know Li Yumei. If this were in later times, she would definitely be a social media star. She and Jiang Yi only sold at the factory gate. Each factory had a few hundred to several thousand workers, and 10 factories meant tens of thousands of people. With so many people, some came to visit the park. When they saw Li Yumei, they got very excited. Not only did they buy from her, but they also helped promote her. Business was as lively as when she sold at the factory gate. Since she started selling hot food, Li Yumei had been busy, taking money, serving dishes, and handing out items. Li's other family members stood behind her, not stepping forward to help. They felt shy, but they could clearly see how much Li Yumei had sold. The more they counted, the brighter their eyes became. On the way home, the Li family was very quiet. Zhao Tiantian even walked with unsteady steps. She couldn't be sure whether she counted 287, 288, or 289 spoons. Anyway, it was nearly 300 spoons. That's almost 600 yuan. After subtracting the 200 yuan cost, Li Yumei was really mean. She had previously told them she only earned 20 or 30 yuan a day. If her family hadn't come along, she would have quietly made a fortune herself and kept it all. Eating alone in front of her parents and brothers and sisters. So mean. Li Jianguo walked behind the car, looking very unhappy. He had somewhat felt that what their family was doing was a bit wrong, bullying his honest sister. Now, it seems he is the honest one. His older sister's heart is completely black. Li Yumei sensed the heavy, silent atmosphere behind her. She didn't explain and sighed inwardly. She knows hiding things was wrong, but she also has her difficulties. If she told the truth, could they keep it secret? The outside is so dangerous now. Her daughter was almost attacked while just walking. If they spread this openly, wouldn't her and her daughter be in danger of being targeted? If someone gets hurt, who is responsible? It's because she didn't keep her mouth shut. When they got home, Jiang Yi was already awake. After taking a small high-tech pill, she felt full of energy and healthy. She could even donate 400 cubic centimeters of blood again. Seeing her mother and the Li family looking serious, Jiang Yi was surprised. What's wrong? Business not good? Someone causing trouble? She asked quickly. If their business was bad, it must be because someone was deliberately causing problems. No, business is good. Everything has been sold, Li Yumei said happily when she saw her daughter awake and looking refreshed. All her worries disappeared. Yes, the business is fantastic. We made 20 or 30 yuan in a day. Zhao Tiantian immediately said sarcastically behind her. Jiang Yi immediately understood what was going on. She smiled and said, yes, making 20 or 30 yuan a day, so what? I didn't tell you 20 or 30, I told you 4 or 500. Then you went home and announced it loudly, asking your brothers to come learn how to make meat for my mom? Zhao Tiantian's fiery temper comes from having 7 strong brothers. They are very united, and if someone has a problem, they all jump in to help. As the oldest sister among the 7 brothers, Zhao Tiantian loves and protects her brothers. She often brings home delicious food for them to try. Although the 7 brothers have divided their property, they still live close together in one big yard. The 7 brothers are very close, and they are famous in Zhao Tiantian's hometown, Wu Village. Hearing this, Zhao Tiantian's eyes lit up. Yes. How could she forget to tell her brothers about such good news? But she was upset that they left so quickly. She decided to call the village later and send a message home. Li Jianguo's face turned pale and then pale again. He just started to understand why his older sister didn't speak, but then he saw his wife's eyes. Oh no, the Zhao family's gourd babies came over. What are they still earning money for? There are 7 more families. How can his older sister find time to sell meat for them? He glared at Jiang Yi harshly. This kid is just like her mother, both silly and mischievous. Mom, it's the new year. Let's rest. We won't go out to sell in the afternoon, Jiang Yi said, ignoring their looks. She pulled her mother to go back inside and sleep. Her mother hadn't slept all night either. Li Yumei glanced at Wu Jun, who was standing aside watching the show with his arms crossed. She knew that if she spoke, Wu Jun could even get a half pig. She still wanted to go to the market in the afternoon. There's so much famine outside, and she has a young man to support. She couldn't waste a day. But she was really tired, body and soul. She never imagined her brother would look at her with such a strange expression. In the afternoon, Li Yumei went inside to sleep. Jiang Yi used the excuse of going to the hospital to visit her benefactor and rode her bike out. When they had money, Li Yumei bought Jiang Yi a brand new women's bike. Wu Xiaoya also had one, both identical, and they rode to school together every day. Now, riding bikes was more convenient than taking the bus, especially since the bus service stopped on New Year's Eve. Jiang Yi really went to the hospital, but when she asked around, she found out the person had already left. Her heart sank. She didn't know if she'd see that person again in this life. She turned to leave but was stopped by a young nurse. "Come and pay the hospital fee." Hospital fee? Jiang Yi thought she didn't have enough money. "How much is left? Can I wait a bit? I'll go home and get it." The nurse rolled her eyes at her. "These rich people. You owe more. And I need to get the money from you," she said, pointing to the payment desk and walking away. Jiang Yi went to the payment desk and got back over 2,000 yuan. She looked at the money in her hand, feeling complicated. This matter was so serious. She owed someone 2 lives and over 2,000 yuan. She wondered if she could ever pay it back in this life. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Yi rode her bike out of the city, stopping beside a high-voltage power line. She took off her ring and told 518 to eat. A few hours later, she hurried home, worried about running into more bad luck or making her mother worry. The next day, Wu Jun still carried the pork back with a serious face, but this time he rode a tricycle and brought back 200 jin of high-quality pork belly. Yesterday, because he didn't give advance notice, the brothers at the cold storage factory didn't prepare it for him, so he could only bring back half a pig. Today, he had informed them in advance, so they naturally provided what he needed. He also runs a small business himself and has a tricycle, which he had been storing at a friend's house. Since moving into his new home, he has brought the tricycle back. This is his own house now, so he doesn't need to hide anything from anyone. Yesterday, Jiang Yi said she wouldn't chase these people away. She would wait for them to leave on their own. Wu Jun looked steadily at the Li family members, noticing the scheming expressions in their eyes. Would these people really leave on their own? He was curious about what method Jiang Yi would use to make them leave. "Big sister, I want to discuss something with you," Li Jiangguo said as he approached Li Yumei, who was handling the pork. Li Yumei looked up at him. Her brother's warm smile from a few days ago was gone, replaced by a cold look in his eyes. He spoke to her about discussing something, but his tone was very firm and tinged with anger. "What is it?" Li Yumei asked calmly. "Today, let's split the pork between us. I want to try selling some myself," Li Jiangguo said directly. Li Yumei looked at him and then at Zhao Tiantian behind him. Behind him, only Zhao Tiantian was eating sunflower seeds. The 3 children of the Li family were inside the side room, listening carefully to the sounds outside, even though they weren't by the window. "Fine, I'll split it with you," Li Yumei said. "But we don't have extra pots at home. You'll need to buy your own." Zhao Tiantian immediately refused, spitting out the sunflower seed shell loudly and pointing at the 2 pots nearby. "Aren't these 2 pots enough? One for each of us. Isn't that perfect?" Li Yumei didn't look at her. She just looked at Li Jiangguo and said, "I'll cook 2 pots and sell 2 pots. I'll lend you one, but you'll earn less money. I still owe money outside. When people come to collect, will you help me pay it?"
Zhao Tianxian's attitude faltered.
She said incredulously, "You still owe money? I heard you sell twice a day for pots each time, earning about 700 or 800 yuan a day. You've been selling for 2 months. How much money did you make? How can you still owe? Where did all the money go?" Li Yumei and her family had already gone over this many times in their minds, and their guesses were almost spot on. This time, it was Li Yumei's turn to speak. She didn't want to tell them she had bought a big house because she knew they would move in immediately. Including the 7 brothers of Zhao's family, who might come later, they could be stubborn and just move into her home. When she first bought the house, she was happy and thought that once it was ready, she would go back to her hometown and bring her whole family to live in the big house. But now, she had no such thoughts anymore. Jiang Yi had been standing nearby helping her mother prepare food. Hearing this, she stood up and said, "These are pressure cookers, imported and very expensive. Each costs 10,000 yuan. Also, my mom and I found a house, 100 square meters, costing 80,000 yuan. We've agreed with the seller to pay in a few months.
How?
Is my mom buying a house, and her brothers and sisters-in-law paying for it? Jiang Yi asked. Zhao Tiantian rolled her eyes immediately. Haven't you heard? A woman who gets married doesn't need her family to pay for her house. Then her eyes fixed on the two pots. Each costs 10,000 yuan? Are they made of gold? I also haven't heard of brothers fighting over their sister's food, Jiang Yi said. If you want to learn how to cook meat, go buy your own pot. Or, my mom can give you travel money to send you home. Zhao Tiantian wanted to argue more but was stopped by Li Jiangguo. Then let's go buy the pots. I mean, my wife and I haven't made much money all these years. Jiang Yi chuckled. As expected, they were a couple, they said the same thing. True brothers settle accounts honestly. Do you agree, eldest uncle? Jiang Yi looked calmly at Li Jiangguo, hiding her anger. Li Jiangguo opened his mouth, wanting to say that siblings shouldn't argue over money, but when he looked into Jiang Yi's deep, dark eyes, he suddenly felt nervous and didn't dare to speak. Yes, Li Jiangguo reluctantly nodded. Jiang Yi went inside and took out a brand new notebook. From now on, we'll write down all expenses in this book. When the time comes, you'll need to sign. Li Jiangguo immediately looked displeased. He thought just calculating expenses was enough, but now they had to keep records and sign? What kind of people were they? Even outsiders wouldn't do such things. He stared at Li Yumei with full anger. Li Yumei also felt it was a bit much. After all, they were siblings. Just keep track of expenses and sign, no need for more. But since her daughter had spoken, she couldn't ruin her words. Li Yumei sat down and continued preparing the meat. You don't need to sign in person. Anyone from your family can sign, Li Chang or Li Xiuyu. It doesn't matter, Jiang Yi said. She simply doesn't trust Li Jiangguo. She wants to keep some proof. Humph. Li Jiangguo snorted, but said nothing. Jiang Yi didn't care. She opened her notebook and wrote on the first page. February 17th, 1988. Borrowed 100, bought a pot. Zhao Tiantian couldn't read, but she knew numbers. She understood the date, but what did the 100 mean? Just borrowing 100 yuan from us? Zhao Tiantian asked in surprise. Aren't we supposed to borrow 20,000? Jiang Yi paused her pen, stunned by her shamelessness. Wu Xiaoya, watching from inside the house, almost pulled down the curtain. Wu Jun also tensed his arm, eager to move. Li Yumei almost cut her hand. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Tiantian asked confidently. That pot costs 11,000 yuan. We can buy 2 of them. Isn't 1 + 1 equal to 2?
How could I be wrong about that?
Jiang Yi said, these 2 pots are imported. I happened to buy them by chance. I haven't seen them sold anywhere else. You probably can't buy them either, so just buy some ordinary pots to make do. No way. Why should we? Zhao Tiantian started to protest, but Jiang Yi glared at her.
Why?
Because I bought these 2 pots. If I want to lend, I lend. If I don't want to, I won't, Jiang Yi said firmly. Look at how well you raised your daughter. Talking to elders like that. Don't you have any manners? If you don't teach your child, I will teach her properly. Zhao Tiantian shouted, pointing at Jiang Yi. I am the best at teaching children. My 3 kids have never dared to talk to me like that. And she forgot about Li Zhuang altogether. She only remembered she had 3 children. Li Yumei was so angry she stood up suddenly and slammed the knife onto the chopping board. If you're borrowing, take 100. If not, forget it. I'll give you 100 yuan. You buy your tickets and leave. No one could say anything bad about her daughter. Maybe the shiny, bright kitchen knife scared Zhao Tiantian. Or maybe the threat of them going home was too frightening. Zhao Tiantian finally shut up. Li Jiangguo held back his anger, but didn't dare say anything. He squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Fine. We'll borrow 100 first. Borrow first? Jiang Yi rolled her eyes at him and looked down, writing in her notebook. How many jin of pork do you want to borrow? She looked up at Wu Jun and asked, during the new year, is this meat directly from the cold storage? Did you get it through connections? How much per jin? Wu Jun glanced at the Li family and said, 2.5 yuan. He wanted to say more but was afraid they would keep nagging, looking greedy and annoying. This was the price, and the Li family was not happy, but when Wu Jun looked serious, they didn't dare to say anything, not even to glare at him. Borrow 100 jin. Li Jiangguo said. Jiang Yi looked at him but said nothing, just wrote in her notebook, borrow 250 by meat. Finally, Li Jiangguo took 100 yuan from Jiang Yi. His face was a little red and dark, feeling that this was the most shameful moment of his life. He vowed that once he had money, he would repay this shame double. Li Jiangguo and Zhao Tiantian went out to buy a pot. Soon after, Li Chang came out looking ashamed to help Li Yumei. Li Yumei said, there are no bones today, just meat, so you don't need to help. Li Chang stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. Although Li Yumei was upset, she didn't want to scold the children. She went inside and brought out a scale, weighing 100 jin of meat and placing it aside. These are for your family. Try to cut the meat like I do.
Ah.
Li Chang looked happy. Jiang Yi handed him her notebook. Sign your name. Li Chang's eyes flickered, and he gave a shy, silly smile. My handwriting isn't good, and if I write next to yours, it'll look even worse. Xiaoyu writes better. Let her sign. Jiang Yi smiled, then asked her to come out and sign. If you don't sign this meat, don't move. Li Chang's face stiffened, and a look of shame and anger flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yi was really too much. Jiang Yi smiled. Do you think I'm being too harsh? But look, your parents won't sign, and you won't either. If I call Xiaoyu, she'll probably refuse too. Do you believe me?
Li Gang.
If you can get him to come out and sign, I want to see. Li Chang's embarrassment was impossible to hide anymore. Jiang Yi knew so much about their family. Jiang Yi directly asked, No, how is that possible? We are not the kind to avoid paying debts. Li Chang quickly denied, looking into Li Yumei's eyes. Even if we avoid paying someone, we can't avoid paying Auntie's debt. She's my real aunt. Li Yumei just looked at him silently, not speaking. Seeing that she didn't respond, Li Chang thought to himself, forget it. He forced a smile and immediately turned around. I'll call Xiaoyu now. She writes very nicely. Soon, Li Xiaoyu was pulled out by him, her face showing clear reluctance. Li Yumei had completely lost her good impression of these three children. They are close relatives, and it might be a bit much to ask their daughter to sign, but their obvious refusal and denial behavior was even more unacceptable. No wonder her daughter didn't trust them. When Li Xiaoyu reached Jiang Yi and Li Yumei, she finally composed her expression, first gave a sweet smile to Li Yumei and Jiang Yi, then without hesitation, took the notebook and signed Li Jiangguo's name. She signed very hastily and messily. No, you should sign your own name. Don't you know how to sign? Jiang Yi said. Li Xiaoyu quickly bit her lip. She signed her name, but if her father refused to pay later, wouldn't she be the one responsible for the debt? She knew her family well, but she still took the notebook and signed her own name neatly. Suddenly, she understood that Li Yumei was not unreasonable. Now she was signing on behalf of her parents, who borrowed the money. If she had to find someone to ask, it would be her parents. She was just an innocent child. Li Xiaoyu returned the notebook, looked at the bandage on Jiang Yi's neck, and asked with concern, Xiao Yi, is your injury better? After speaking, her eyes turned red, and tears started falling uncontrollably. She choked and said, Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing last night, but please believe me. I really didn't mean any harm. I was just too surprised and worried about you. Plus, I'm a country girl with little experience, so I didn't know what to say. I was in a hurry and said the wrong thing. Please forgive me, okay? Is that so? I hope you truly didn't mean to say the wrong thing, Jiang Yi said, looking at her. But whether it was intentional or not, you'll find out soon enough. The injury I got last night, only you all know about it. If in a few days it spreads everywhere, it means you can't stand to see me do well and are deliberately spreading rumors. Li Xiaoyu immediately looked at the Wu siblings, who were also present at the time. You don't need to look at them. No matter how unfriendly they seem, their hearts are honest. When they saw that our mother and daughter had no home, they immediately took us in, along with you and others who have nothing to do with them. Ask yourself honestly, can your Li family do the same? Jiang Yi asked. Li Chang and Li Xiaoyu fell silent. So, honest people don't make up stories or spread rumors to ruin a girl's reputation, Jiang Yi said, pointing to her neck. I was held at knife point by a robber demanding money, and I was rescued immediately. There's nothing else sturdy going on. Jiang Yi looked at them and said, go back and tell your family, especially your mother, not to spread rumors everywhere. Otherwise. She smiled but didn't say more. She couldn't keep going. Regardless of whether they spread lies or not, she was going to deal with them properly. Actually, she didn't care if they spread rumors, but her mother definitely did. She cared more about her reputation than about herself. Indeed, Li Yumei stared tightly at the two, waiting for them to promise. She had been harassed, and over the past 2 months, when she was selling goods, she sometimes heard people outside talking about her and pointing at her. She gritted her teeth and pretended not to hear. But her daughter couldn't do that. She was still a young girl. She needed to find a husband in the future. Her reputation was too important. She absolutely couldn't let her older brother's family ruin it. Don't worry, Auntie, no one outside will talk nonsense, Li Chan quickly assured. We'll also persuade my mom not to say anything. As long as they didn't need Li Yumei's help, they wouldn't say anything. Hearing his promise, Li Yumei temporarily relaxed. She also saw that her older brother's family was the only reliable one. Jiang Yi sneered inwardly, saying nothing. She put away her account book and continued helping her mother with the ingredients. Li Jiangguo and Zhao Tiantian took the money and went to the market they had inquired about, buying 2 similar-looking stewing pots. They were ordinary steaming pots with baskets. They also saw a pressure cooker, but it was too small, only 1/10 the size of Li Yumei's. Since they needed to cook 100 jin, they would need to buy 20 pots, and 100 yuan wasn't enough. At this time, pressure cookers cost dozens of yuan each, which was not cheap. Zhao Tiantian finished buying the pot and looked around nervously. Li Jiangguo glanced at her and said seriously, you are not allowed to call your brothers. Usually, Zhao Tiantian listened to whatever he said, except when it came to her family. Why can't I call? Do you want me to be as unkind as Li Yumei? Hiding money-making ideas and not telling the family? Seeing her upset, Zhao Tiantian didn't hide her feelings anymore. She pulled a passerby and asked where there was a public phone. There was indeed a phone in the market. The passerby pointed, and Zhao Tiantian hurried over. Luckily, Wu's family had a big place, and all 7 brothers came to stay. Li Yumei and Jiang Yi took up 2 big rooms with 2 large beds, but Li Xiaoyu had to share a bed with them. That was really unfair. When the brothers arrived, they would make room for her. Li Jiangguo, with a serious face, caught up to Zhao Tiantian. Before she picked up the phone, he pulled her aside and said earnestly, it's not that I don't want you to call home, but you need to wait until you learn a skill. Otherwise, if all 7 brothers come at once, can your older sister teach them all? If you can't learn, how will we make money at home? That made sense. Zhao Tiantian didn't resist and ran toward the phone. She thought that earning money at home first was the most important. Otherwise, if her brothers' families became rich and she remained poor, they would laugh at her. She liked her brothers, but sister-in-laws were just as annoying as future daughters-in-law. Seeing her agree, Li Jiangguo sighed in relief. He really shouldn't have asked Zhao Tiantian to do this, always threatening him with the 7 brothers. He had been beaten a few times because of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so kind now. He would have punched her in the morning. Li Jiangguo pulled the short, stocky, black and chubby Zhao Tiantian home, and he really couldn't stand her. When he has money. When Li Jiangguo and his wife returned home, Li Chang had already prepared and cut the ingredients, marinating them according to Li Yumei's instructions. Li Yumei had already put the meat in the pot to stew. They brought back 2 ordinary pots, and Li Yumei's eyes flickered but she said nothing. Zhao Tiantian entered the yard and placed the pot in front of Li Yumei. Big sister, are you done? Perfect timing. Help us make our share. Li Yumei was surprised and stared in shock. Jiang Yi sat nearby, quietly chuckling to herself. She knew this would happen. What do you mean I help you?
You already saw how to do it.
Just wash the pot and start the fire. Do it yourself, Li Yumei said. Yesterday, when she was cooking, Zhao Tiantian kept sighing. Oh, this is so easy. Just put it in the pot and let it simmer. Anyone can do it. She kept repeating this with a look of disdain. Anyway, you're free anyway, Zhao Tiantian said, tired from walking, sitting on a small stool and cracking sunflower seeds. What's wrong with helping us? You've changed. Between siblings, everything should be clear and fair. Now you don't even want to help your own brother? She spat out the seed shell loudly. Tomorrow I'll call home and ask my parents to judge. Let the old and young in our village decide. Li Yumei was angry and breathing heavily, but when it came to arguing, she couldn't compete with Zhao Tiantian. According to what your aunt said, strength isn't worth much. You all just want money for meat and pots. So from now on, all the meat your family sells is made by my mom? Jiang Yi said coolly.
Who gets the money then?
What do you mean who gets it? Of course it's ours. We put in the money. Zhao Tiantian said, glaring fiercely. Do I need your 250 yuan? If my mom had that much time, wouldn't she make and sell it herself? Earn more money? Jiang Yi said. Cooking and selling food is about skill and effort. That's what's valuable. Oh, look at this kid. Look at what she's saying. Zhao Tiantian shouted, pointing at Jiang Yi. You want to charge for helping out? Fine, I'll call home right now. Go ahead. I'm just about to ask the villagers to judge. You don't put in a penny, borrow money from my mom to buy the pot, borrow money to buy meat, and then expect my mom to help prepare everything. Do you also want her to sell it for you? When we make money, we'll give you your share, every penny. I want to ask my grandparents, uncles, and aunts, where in the world is such a good deal? Sit around doing nothing and just collecting money. Wu Xiaoye couldn't hold back and stormed out, shouting from the doorway, this isn't business. It's just splitting the profits in half. Exactly. Li Yumei did all the work, but because they borrowed money, they would get half of the earnings later. Shameless. Wu Xiaoye's face turned bright red with anger. These people were even more unreasonable than her own uncles and aunts from the Wu family. Zhao Tiantian puffed out her chest, acting fearless like a brave pig. Li Jiangguo and Li Chang still looked uncomfortable. Li Jiangguo punched Zhao Tiantian on the arm. You talk too much. Lazy and greedy. When you came, weren't you supposed to learn skills from Big Sister? Hurry up and clean the pots and do some work, or we'll miss the mealtime. After saying that, he shot a quick look at Jiang Yi. He hadn't planned for Li Yumei to help them forever, but learning skills takes time. If they don't succeed in a month or two, what's wrong with Li Yumei helping out a little? Isn't that normal? This Jiang Yi was even more stingy than her mother. She didn't want to help her relatives at all. Fine, he finally understood. She didn't see them as family at all. Fine, he got it. After cleaning the pots and setting up the stove, Zhao Tiantian hurriedly fumbled through the process, almost dropping the pot several times. Finally, she got so angry she threw down the spoon and let Li Chang take over. Li Chang considered himself a real man. Since age 10, he hadn't helped with fire at home. These past 2 days, he'd been chopping bones and cutting meat. He thought he had done his best. Now that he was in charge of cooking, he didn't want to. That was women's work. He looked around and saw Li Xiuyu had already gone inside, pretending to read a book. He felt helpless and, with some resentment, randomly stirred a few times, then added water to the pot to stew. Hey. Li Yumei tried to stop him but couldn't. Why are you adding water now? It's not flavorful enough yet. Li Chang confidently replied, I saw you do it like that yesterday. Just stir a few times. Zhao Tiantian chimed in from the side. Exactly. You just stir a few times, but we have to cook for a long time. Are you deliberately trying to ruin it? Afraid we'll make money? That's so unkind. Li Yumei was so angry her eyes widened, but she still explained, that's because I used a pressure cooker. It's different. You're using a regular pot, so it needs more cooking time. Zhao Tiantian's small eyes immediately looked at the 2 pots inside the house. Is this pressure cooker really that amazing? It just looks different, and the pot is a bit thicker. Mom, it's time. We should open the stall now, Jiang Yi suddenly said. Oh. Li Yumei turned around and saw it was already 10 o'clock. She packed up quickly, ready to leave. Hey, don't leave. We haven't even sat down properly yet. Zhao Tian suddenly got anxious. What's the big deal? Now you can't sell because you're not doing well, so we have to stay here?
Jiang Yi sneered.
So, doing business with your own brother means so many rules? If one makes a profit, they get half. If not, the other has to stay? We can't make it to lunch today, but we can't ruin a pot of meat. Li Jiangguo spoke to Jiang Yi. How about I go sell with you? Your mom can stay and watch the pot. It's our first time and it's not a pressure cooker, so we don't know much about controlling the heat. Li Yumei didn't want him to go. Why would he help Jiang Yi? He can't even pass a bag properly. Li Chang stood up. I'll go with Jiang Yi. Annie, this pot has dozens of pounds of meat. It's money. If you're not here, what if I ruin it? Jiang Yi said, have some confidence in yourself. Forget about the what if. These 2 pots of meat are definitely going to be ruined. You turn up the fire, but you're too lazy to add wood. You call it a big fire. You want to add a spoon of soy sauce, but you add 2 because you think the color looks too light. You want to add half a spoon of sugar, but you add a little more because sugar is expensive and wasteful. You pour a bottle of yellow wine, but you want to save half for tonight. Jiang Yi kept talking and even started laughing, tears coming to her eyes. With this kind of effort, do you really think you can make good meat? Dream on, she said, laughing and wiping her tears. I'll tell you, if you only put a little in, say 10 jin, you refuse and put 50 jin instead. Fine. If this pot of meat can stew until dark and become tender, then I'll admit you win. A regular steaming pot with 50 jin of meat almost can't cover the lid. To cook the meat properly, you'd have to add water several times. She couldn't even imagine what this dongpa pork would turn into. It's definitely not dongpa pork anymore. It's a poor imitation. Jiang Yi laughed and pulled her mother. Mom, let's go. No matter how talented you are, you can't save this pot of meat. Don't let them blame you if it doesn't come out. Li Yumei took a quick step forward. Her daughter was right. She really couldn't save that pot of meat. After leaving the Wu family, Jiang Yi kept smiling happily, feeling incredibly good. Reborn, her mother was still alive, and she had met her older brother again. Life was truly wonderful beyond words. As for the Li family and others, they are just spices of life. Watching them act silly, she can still find joy. Li Yumei's heavy mood was lifted by her. Thinking about her daughter's teasing of Li Chang earlier, she found it more and more funny. Her daughter is so adorable, but there is one thing that worries her. Rui, you shouldn't have told them yesterday that our pressure cooker was so expensive. You didn't see your aunt's look. Jiang Yi sat in the truck bed, smiling knowingly. She deliberately said it was expensive because she didn't want to let the wolf get close to her child. Li Yumei didn't complain, just casually mentioning it. Seeing Jiang Yi silent, she didn't say more, worried her daughter might feel guilty. She changed the subject and asked, by the way, is the person who saved you awake? What's his name? I was so busy earlier. I forgot to ask.
Oh.
Jiang Yi's face suddenly turned red. She whispered, his name is Jiang Tianyi. What? Li Yumei thought she heard wrong. Jiang Yi had to repeat it bravely. Jiang Tianyi, she knew she shouldn't reveal his real name. When filling out the hospital form, she casually wrote it down. She was so flustered then she couldn't think of a good name, so she quickly changed it to her own. She even felt a little proud at the time. Jiang Tianyi. Sounds pretty good, huh? Wow, what a coincidence.
Li Yumei exclaimed in surprise.
Your names are so similar.
Like family.
When he gets better. She wanted to adopt him as her godson. But then she remembered the young man's age. He's only a few years younger than her. She couldn't quite remember what he looked like, only that he was very handsome. She remembered being impressed at the time. But back then, Yanzhou was also covered in mud and looked very disheveled. His face couldn't hide his age, and he looked older than he was. Li Yumei thought he was in his 20s. Now he should be over 30. He can't be her son anymore. So, just as a brother. Anyway, She treats him like family, and she'll be taking care of him for life. Sorry I made your uncle's family angry earlier. I forgot to cook for them. I'll do it when we get back. You should send it over quickly. I don't know if there's still time. Don't let them go hungry, Li Yume said. Jiang Yi sighed. No need, Mom. He's already discharged. Oh, you're leaving the hospital so soon? That's good. Li Yume felt relieved. Leaving early meant her injury wasn't serious. Where does he live? If you're free this afternoon, I can go thank him with you. He lives in Beijing, but his family has already taken him away. Li Yume suddenly fell silent. What a kind person, helping others without expecting anything in return. Wait until summer, when you get into a university in Beijing, then go thank him properly. Zhang Yixing was not very interested. She didn't even know if the address was real, and her older brother said they shouldn't have contact with ordinary people. They didn't have the same connections as before. She only hoped to see him again by chance, praying for a coincidence. Zhou didn't return to Beijing. Instead, he was hundreds of miles away in Shanghai. In an old riverside villa, Zhou lay on the bed and asked his uncle, who was peeling an apple beside him, I heard you sold the old house in Hangzhou? Shaolin paused, then looked up.
Why?
Is that a problem? Zhou smiled. No need to be defensive. I don't care about that. I was just asking casually. Shaolin relaxed his guard instantly. He remembered that the person lying across from him was different from others. If he wanted to go to heaven, he could just borrow a ladder. He smiled. Yes, I sold the house to a charming young girl. Zhou remained calm. It's rare to hear that the person you find interesting is a young girl. Yes, that girl saw through my worries. Shaolin sighed with emotion. She said the house would be restored to its original state, and no matter when I visit, the door will be open for me. The bedroom on the far west of the second floor will always be reserved for me. Zhou suddenly found the apple in his hand unappetizing, sour. I heard the Zhou family's second son plans to develop an old neighborhood by the creek. Zhou swallowed his apple, threw away the core, and said, Not eating anymore. It's not tasty. Shaolin was surprised. Wasn't it sweet just now? I was going to peel it for you. That was just a moment ago. Shaolin looked at his apple, took a bite, and found it juicy, crisp, and sweet, worthy of its reputation as a tribute fruit. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his nephew's mind. He was eating an apple and said, That's how it is. The Zhou family tried for years, but couldn't get into the Shanghai real estate market. They planned to shift their focus to nearby areas. Why do you ask? My grandfather used to live in that area. Later, they wanted to get the house back, but he didn't take it. Still, I know he misses that place, Zhou said, sharing the news he just learned. So, I plan to take over that project and restore my grandfather's old house, he added. Shaolin smiled. His mother and Zhou's grandmother are sisters. Both are Chinese, and their hometown is Hangzhou. Zhou's grandfather is also from Hangzhou. When he was young, he visited their home. It was a house by the creek with beautiful scenery. Restoring it would be nice, and it would give him another place to go. I'm just worried you'll suddenly act and scare the Zhou family, Shaolin said with a smile. They might think they offended you, and won't let you get close to the Shanghai area either. Am I that kind of person? Zhou played with a clear, flawless glass that a kitten had given him. Thinking of that kitten, a warm smile appeared in his eyes. Shaolin looked surprised. I'm not trying to steal their project. I just want to work with them and see how deep the real estate game really is, Zhou explained. Shaolin was even more surprised. You're going into business? Not politics anymore? Your mother agrees? He shook his head, thinking about his strong-willed cousin, who was more of a man than most men. He felt worried for Zhou. She won't agree, unless... No, she definitely won't. Zhou looked out the window, his tone cold. My life is no longer something she can control. Shaolin sighed and didn't bring it up again. I'll arrange for old Zhou to meet you. I know you want to cooperate, and he'll be thrilled. Zhou smiled at him. If he wanted to reach the heavens, he could borrow a ladder from this cousin. The Zhou family is a second-tier family. They don't have much influence, so They have to be very careful to get along with everyone. They can't afford to offend any big shots. They have to wait in line to make money, picking up leftovers after the big bosses finish eating. This difficult situation has long been something the Zhou family wanted to change. Unfortunately, their children are not ambitious. They have a talent for business, but not for politics. They decided to settle for second best and try to get close to a strong supporter, but there were only a few such supporters and many people were waiting, so it was unlikely for the unnoticed Zhou family to get in. Fortunately, luck was on their side this time. A shiny, strong supporter appeared right in front of them. Zhou heir, Zhou Qi, after hearing Shaolin's message, went to the city god temple to burn a stick of incense. The wish he made for the new year was granted the very next day. The god of wealth is really powerful. Once he became successful thanks to this supporter, he planned to give the god of wealth a golden statue. Jiang Yi and her mother finished their midday business and took a walk outside. They were lucky and found some vegetables to buy. The vegetable sellers were their customers. Some heard the mother and daughter talking about wanting to buy vegetables and offered extra potatoes and cabbage from their homes in exchange for meat. 2 customers were even vegetable vendors. When they heard Li Yumei wanted to buy vegetables, they brought a tricycle full of produce directly from their homes. People back then were very honest and simple, unlike today. Li Yumei and Jiang Yi happily returned home with their vegetables. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Wu family's yard was tense. Wu Jun brought back 100 jin of pork belly, meant for Li Yumei's afternoon meal. It was placed in front of them, almost like a direct insult. They were preparing a second dish, but they hadn't even finished the first. The meat in the pot was only half-cooked and emitted an indescribable smell. In the past, when they were back home, they would find the smell of meat delicious and wouldn't mind it. But after tasting Li Yumei's dompa pork and smelling other well-made dishes, they no longer found this smell appealing. In fact, it was starting to smell unpleasant. Jiang Yi entered the yard and sniffed. Her nose was very sensitive, and the fishy smell from the meat made her feel a little nauseous. She covered her mouth. This action triggered Zhao Tiantian. Not only was it a waste of 2 pots of meat, but it also shattered her dreams. What's wrong? Why do you feel sick?
Is it?
After a few months? Before Zhao Tiantian could finish speaking, she saw Li Yumei suddenly jump down from the cart and rush over like the wind. Before she could react, Li Yumei slapped her face.
Ah, Li Yumei, how dare you hit me?
Zhao Tiantian was furious and tried to fight back. I could even kill you. Li Yumei turned around and looked for a kitchen knife. She knew Zhao Tiantian was dishonest and mean, but she didn't expect her to be so vicious. She dared to say all kinds of dirty words. This is her daughter's aunt by marriage. If she goes out and talks badly about Jiang Yi, will people believe her? Li Yumei was so angry that she grabbed the nearby chopping board and went to find Zhao Tiantian. Zhao Tiantian was scared now, shouting loudly and hiding behind Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo quickly caught Li Yumei's hand holding the knife. Li Chong stepped back, then hurried forward and hugged Li Yumei. Big sister, my mom didn't mean it. Put down the knife first. Let's talk calmly. Li Gang and Li Xiaoyu, who had been inside all morning, also came out. Li Gang looked around as soon as he went outside. When he saw Li at the door of the side room, his eyes lit up, and he ran over. Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly turned dark like ink. It reminded her of her past life, when her mother died. The Li family men had teamed up to bully her mother like this. She ran toward Li Gang. Before Li Gang could grab the Wu Jun kicked him to the ground. These people were even more ruthless than his uncle. His uncles, and aunts at least, didn't dare to fight with hoes. Li Yumei's knife was also snatched away by Li Jiangguo. Are you crazy?
Li Jiangguo showdown grilly.
It's just a joke. And you're about to kill your sister-in-law with a knife.
Li Yumei.
How did you become like this? Only interested in money. Don't you care about us, your family? A joke? Li Yumei's eyes turned red with anger, trembling all over. You're all grown up, with children of your own. Don't you know what jokes are off limits? What are you even talking about? And I want to ask you, how old is your little Rain now? Li Yumei's knife was taken away again, and her son held her. Zhao Tiantian was no longer afraid and jumped out from behind Li Jiangguo. How can you, as an aunt, talk like that? My little Rain is always under my watch, pure and innocent, and she doesn't stay out late or get involved with others. Li Xiaoyu, who had run out, tightly held her mother.
Mom.
How can you, as an aunt, say such things? Zhao Tiantian was scolded by her daughter and felt embarrassed. She raised her hand and slapped Li Xiaoyu. Your aunt is just trying to clear her name. I'm standing up for you. Are you stupid? Helping her talk. Li Xiaoyu covered her face, feeling very wronged. She can't have such a foolish mother. If she keeps talking, they'll be kicked out tonight. Jiang Yi quickly ran to her mother and kicked Li Chong. Let go. Li Chong immediately released her. Jiang Yi helped her mother sit up and comforted her. Then she looked at Zhao Tiantian and said, What false accusations? My mom was joking. It was just a joke, the same kind you make. Do you think only you can joke like that? Zhao Tiantian argued confidently, That's different. Our little you didn't. Shut up.
Li Liangbu slapped at her.
This irresponsible woman. I told you not to say anything outside.
Li Jiangbu showda.
Zhao Tiantian muttered sadly, I didn't say anything outside. Everyone in the yard knows what happened that day. What's wrong with me saying it? What's wrong? Li Chong was about to be so angry he could explode. He couldn't understand why he had such a foolish mother. Maybe she was born that way in her past life? Li Yumei looked at her silly face, feeling both angry and helpless. Mom, we won't bother with them. Let's go inside. You teach me how to make dongpa pork. I want to learn well, so I can master your skills. Then we can sell it separately. 8 pots a day, earning over 1,000 yuan. In a month, that's several tens of thousands, and in a year, hundreds of thousands. Jiang Yi knew how to make her family care. If you call him shameless, he would pretend not to hear, unaffected. If you show them how much money they lost, it would hurt so much it feels like their hearts are bleeding. Sure enough, the Li family members all shivered at the same time. Li Yumei understood her daughter's meaning and felt her anger ease. She knew she couldn't kill over this. She had been rational just now. Holding a knife was just to scare Zhao Tiantian. Seeing her look like she was suffering silently, she immediately felt happy. She pulled her daughter into the house. The Li family members all stood quietly in the yard, staring at the boiling meat pot in a daze. Hundreds of thousands. 2 hours later, Li Xiaoyu knocked on the door. As soon as the door opened, Li Xiaoyu started crying, tears falling rapidly, looking very distressed. Just say what you need. I don't have time to watch you act, Jiang Yi said. Li Xiaoyu's tears stopped, and she bit her lip. Big sister, Xiao Yi, I come to apologize for my mom. Jiang Yi said.
Li Xiaoyu shuka.
Jiang Yi looked her up and down, then glanced outside at the dongsher meat that seemed ready to be sold. She smiled and asked, Are you here to borrow a tricycle or just a paper bag? Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Jiang Yi was really clever. Tricycle? I only have one at home. If I lend it to you, will we stop doing business? What's next? Rules for working with family? One makes money, the other rests? Li Xiaoyu quickly said, No. I just want to ask if you can tell brother Wu to lend us his tricycle. We'll return it after selling the meat. Jiang Yi noticed her mention of brother Wu and her eyes brightened. She seemed to realize something and smiled. All right, I'll lend you my tricycle. We'll use Wu Jun's tricycle. Li Xiaoyu was again surprised. It was a big deal to borrow a vehicle, but it was a happy surprise. Also, can you lend us a few hundred paper bags? Li Xiaoyu asked. Not a single one, Jiang Yi replied. The Li family, listening secretly in the yard, saw she wouldn't even lend a paper bag and looked disappointed. It's just a paper bag, and not lending it is really unfair. This relative is impossible to deal with. Are these ordinary paper bags? Jiang Yi took a bag and pointed to the writing on it, saying, See this? Yumei dongpa pork. That's our family's signature dish. If you sell your products in bags like these, you're damaging our family's reputation. Li Xiaoyu bit her lip. But without paper bags, we can't sell our meat. They had no other containers. Jiang Yi took out several sheets of clear plastic bags from inside and handed them to her. She had bought these before. Some people didn't trust her paper bags and preferred to put a plastic bag over them. She bought these, not caring about a few cents. Now, they're just right for the Li family. The plastic bags aren't very good quality and aren't food grade, but they'll do. She wasn't worried about melting from heat. By the time the Li family's meat was taken to the park entrance, it would be cold. She wasn't being kind. She was just curious whether their Dongsher meat could be sold. The Li family saw that she had given out plastic bags and felt relieved. During the new year, they couldn't go to the factory to sell, so they had to sell on busy roadside corners. They really needed to prepare their own bags, or they wouldn't sell much. After half an hour, the 2 pots of meat finally finished cooking. The Li family, feeling nervous but excited, left. Jiang Yi and her mother waited a little longer before leaving together. Sure enough, they saw the Li family at the park entrance, standing at the spot where Li Yumei was selling her things. Li Yumei immediately felt unhappy. They had previously agreed not to compete for business. Although she understood it was the new year and a special time, she had no problem with them coming to the park entrance. But couldn't they at least stand on the other side of the entrance? Or move a step further, so they wouldn't take her spots so precisely.
Hehe, Yang Yi.
She knew that by making her mother leave late, they could avoid seeing them and possibly avoid embarrassment over their spot. In the end, they stood on the other side of the park gate, about 20 meters apart, facing the Li family. It was mealtime, and people started coming out of the park one after another. Li Yumei hadn't even opened her pot lid when she was surrounded by people, packed tightly. "Sell Dongpa pork. Dongpa pork," shouted Zhao Tian from across, loudly. "It's the same family's Dongpa pork as the one over there. I'm her sister-in-law. This Dongpa pork all comes from the same family." Half the crowd immediately moved away and gathered around Zhao Tian. Li Yumei was panicked. Wasn't this damaging her reputation? But explaining was awkward, and she really was Zhao Tian's sister-in-law. She didn't want to reveal family troubles. "Don't worry, people will ask soon," Jiang Yi said. Sure enough, when Zhao Tian saw people gathering, she got excited. She lifted the pot, but there was no aroma at all. The meat was dry and pale, with only one pot of large, plain-looking chunks. "What is this?" someone at the front asked, surprised. The meat had cooled down, so the flavor was weak. They had added so little soy sauce initially and repeatedly added water, washing away the flavor. This pot of meat could barely be called water-boiled pork. Zhao Tian looked down and felt embarrassed to call a Dongpa pork. "What is this?" "Of course, it's meat. The best pork belly, very tasty. Buy some and try. 2 yuan per spoonful," Zhao Tian called out. The person hesitated for a moment. Although his eyes, nose, and mind all told him that this thing probably wasn't tasty, the smell drifting over made him hesitate again. Was it made by Yumei? Is this a new variety? Some people are clever. They shouted loudly to Li Yumei, "Big sister, is the meat sold here made by you? Is it tasty?" Jiang Yi shouted loudly, "That person is my aunt-in-law, but what she makes has nothing to do with us. We are 2 families doing our own business. If you buy from their place and find it not good or get a stomachache, don't come to us for trouble. I declare here that Yumei's Dongpa pork is only available here, no other shop has it." The crowd surrounding Zhao Tian suddenly dispersed and gathered around Li Yumei instead. Really, they wasted their time and made them line up again. Zhao Tian looked at the empty space in front of her and froze, holding her spoon. All the anger she had built up during the day finally burst out. She swung her spoon and smashed it onto the new pot, denting the edge.
"Bianchi.
We are real relatives. If you don't help us, fine. But you even ruin our business. You're just a little brat." Li Yumei was instantly anxious and was about to put down her spoon to argue with her. Jiang Yi calmed her down, saying, "Business is the most important. It's New Year's, and it's so cold. Everyone wants to go home and eat. We shouldn't waste their time." Hearing this, the people nearby immediately thought highly of Jiang Yi. "Besides, do you think she can decide what I do?" Jiang Yi's voice was soft, but everyone around could hear. Everyone tell me, did I smash her business? She even dared to spread rumors that you made the meat. I think she just wants to ruin our business. Yes, yes, the person who was talking to Zhao Tiantian quickly agreed. With her skills, does she think she can sell that stuff? I don't believe it. If it's only 50 cents, I might consider buying it just as raw meat. Some people who had already bought meat or weren't in a hurry were curious and immediately went over to look at Zhao Tiantian. Zhao Tiantian was happy, thinking her shouting had worked. Just as she was about to continue, Li Jianguo stopped her, saying, "Focus on doing business first." Oh, right. But where was the business? Everyone gathered around her, watching the meat in the pot. They chuckled and joked for a while. Some turned to go home, while others continued to line up at Li Yumei's place. This made the Li family very angry. Zhao Tiantian was shouting and cursing across the street, holding a spoon. Jiang Yi sighed. It was really embarrassing. She also had to quietly explain to the crowd. At this moment, word spread quickly. Jiang Yi looked upset and said, "People say we didn't help. They know my mother is selling things to make money, so our whole family came along. We paid for the travel, stayed in our rented house. The pot they're using now, the meat they bought, all paid for by my mother. It's just because my mother didn't give them the meat to sell and then share the money that they're upset." Everyone understood immediately. These were relatives who were jealous and wanted to take advantage. Most relatives like this could be found at home, but someone like Zhao Tiantian, who would curse loudly in the street if she didn't get her way, was rare. People looked at Li Yumei and Jiang Yi with sympathy. Their background was clear once you asked. They were now quite well known. A woman from the countryside who married a young man from the city years ago. He went to college and they didn't see each other for 10 years. She worked hard at her husband's family's home, but he eventually left her, taking their daughter. She then started a small business to survive. She finally earned some money but was envied by relatives. It was truly sad. If it weren't for Zhao Tiantian's strong temper and harsh words and the 3 big men behind her, they might have gone over to teach Zhao Tiantian how to behave. Li Yumei finished her day's work in silence, ending her business, and took Jiang Yi home. But the Li family didn't leave. They stayed at the park entrance, waiting for customers. When everyone left and the meat froze into ice blocks, no one bought anything. The Li family lowered their heads and looked very downcast as they returned to Wu's courtyard. The next day, they still pushed their cart out early in the morning and didn't come back until night. Jiang Yi and the others didn't see them at the park entrance that day either. Did they go somewhere else to sell?
Li Yumei bundarat.
Maybe they went to a place where they haven't tasted Yumei Dongpa pork, Jiang Yi said casually, but her eyes sparkled. She didn't believe the Li family's actions would be so gentle. Jiang Yi secretly observed that the 2 jars of braised meat actually sold a little bit, about a quarter of the total. On the 4th day, no one was home again. Li Yumei was a bit worried. When they come back tonight, I need to tell them not to sell that meat anymore. It's been several days, and it's no longer fresh. If people get sick, they might come looking for trouble. Their future business could be ruined.
Jiang Yi similet.
With their skills, do they even have a future? They haven't talked about that yet. Li Yumei also smiled, but she knew she should advise them. If someone gets sick, it's hard to explain. If it's a minor case and the person is reasonable, just paying some money and saying sorry might be enough. But if it's serious and unreasonable, they could get beaten, fined, or even taken away. That night, the Li family didn't come home until dark. Their faces looked different, nervous but also a little excited. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, but she said nothing and just watched quietly. Li Yumei approached Li Jianguo for the first time in days and spoke to him. How much meat is left? Zhao Tiantian immediately glared. Was she going to mock them? Li Jianguo glared at her and told her to be quiet. 1 pot left, he said. Don't sell it tomorrow. It's been days, and it probably smells bad now. If people get sick, we'll have to pay for it, Li Yumei said seriously. Zhao Tiantian was upset. Not selling it? Who will pay if we don't sell? If you say the cost of this pot of meat is yours, I'll give it to you right now. Shut up. Go back to your room and sleep, Li Jianguo ordered. Zhao Tiantian thought of something but held her words back and obediently went back to her room. The three children of the Li family silently followed her. Li Jiangguo looked deeply at Li Yumei but said nothing and turned to go back inside. Li Yumei was so angry she couldn't hold back. Jiang Yi pulled her mother back to comfort her. The next morning, mother and daughter left early. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year had passed and the market was open. They needed to buy meat. Wu Jun also had his own business. Usually, he was busy and hardly seen, but during the New Year, he stayed home and had free time to go help them carry meat every day. Normally, Jiang Yi and her mother went to several markets in the morning, bought about 100 jin, and then went to the cold storage in the afternoon. When Huan and her friends happily returned after buying meat, they saw Wu Jun with a very serious look on his face, standing at the door of their room. So, Jiang Yi's idea of leaving on her own really meant just that? The door was wide open. The once tidy room was now messy. Li Yumei immediately saw that one of the pots on the shelf where they kept the pressure cooker was missing. The side room where Li Jiangguo's family lived was also open, empty inside. One of the tricycles in the yard was gone too. Li Yumei's body shook, and the things she was holding fell to the ground with a loud sound. Jiang Yi felt relieved. Her child was gone. Now, she just needed to deal with the wolf. She didn't expect to lose only one child. She thought she would lose two at once. Actually, she should thank Li Xiaoyu. The Li family sat in their newly rented house, gathered around a pot, and the atmosphere was quiet. In the past few days, they had not only sold meat once but realized that the 2 pots of meat were no longer promising. Most of the meat they didn't sell was eaten by themselves. They all had arguments with Li Yumei. When Li Yumei was at home, she wouldn't talk to them or open the door. They felt embarrassed to go inside and eat, so they had to go out to eat. They ate plain bread with boiled water meat. It was really unappetizing. She probably won't call the police. Li Chang broke the silence. Actually, my aunt is usually easy to talk to, as long as her issues with Jiang Yi aren't involved. We left her a pot of money, and she can earn a few thousand yuan each month. She probably won't turn against us, since we're family, and our grandparents are here too. If things get really bad, we can ask the grandparents to step in. And if she really calls the police, Li Chang said through gritted teeth, we'll insist she borrowed the money from us. Now she's accusing us of stealing her business and lying to get back at us. Yes, just say that. Zhao Tiantian looked happily at her second son. She was most proud of him. She then looked at her eldest son and saw Li Gang sitting there, lost in thought. She glared sharply at Li Gang. A mother knows her son best, and she understood why her eldest son was acting this way. He was thinking about Wu Xiaoya. During those days when Li Gang was at Wu's house, he would secretly peek at the main house whenever Wu Xiaoya went out. When she left, he would pretend to be polite and sneak back into the side room, but in reality, he was secretly watching behind the curtains. She had thought about sending her son to the city to forget about Sun Xiao, but she didn't expect her son to be so forgetful. He just turned his head and forgot everything. If he weren't her son, she would have scolded him. When we have enough money, we'll buy a big house. Then you two can have proper wedding plans, and we can pick a beautiful girl from the city. Zhao Tiantian said confidently. Making several thousand yuan a year, what kind of bride couldn't be found? But Sun Xiao and Wu Xiaoya were not suitable. Wu Xiaoya looked down on her and seemed to look down on her family. She didn't like her either. She absolutely wouldn't let such a woman marry into her family and enjoy a good life. Li Gang blushed and blurted out, someone like Wu Xiaoya is fine. No girl can be more beautiful than her. Jiang Yi doesn't count. If this had been before, when cousins and relatives had no issues, he would have thought about it. But now it's no use. The cousins and relatives don't allow marriage anymore, so thinking about it is pointless. Zhao Tiantian rolled her eyes at Li Gang and pretended not to hear. She's no longer worried about her eldest son's marriage. Maybe one day she'll meet a pretty girl again, and he will forget Wu Xiaoya quickly. Jiang Yi comforted her mother and told her to calm down. She went to tidy up the things that had been turned over. They lost more than just a pot. They also lost a lot of food. The The raw meat they had left was gone. Most of the vegetables were gone, and the rice bag was completely gone. They also lost oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, all gone. She understood the thoughts of the Lee family. They are wealthy and not worried about this small loss. They stole the pot, but they wouldn't dare do anything more. What's wrong with taking some food? They also lost clothes. Their big wardrobe was just full, and now it was empty again. Jiang Yi stood inside the house, feeling angry and amused. Is this a return to the old days of hardship? However, Li Yumei kept a few hundred yuan under the bed, and not a single cent was missing. Although the mattress had been turned over, no money was stolen. Jiang Yi understood how the Li family thought. They took things, but they wouldn't dare to take money. If they took a pot, some food, or clothes from her sister's house, it was shameful, but not illegal. But taking money was different. Not a single cent could be taken. If people found out they took money, they would just laugh at their lack of manners. If they took clothes or food, at most people would think they are careless. But if they took money, they would be looked at with suspicion, as if they were thieves. Of course, another possibility was that the money was too little, just a few hundred yuan, and the Li family, with their big ambitions, didn't see it as worth their attention. As for the pot, if Jiang Yi told others it was worth 10,000 yuan, no one would believe her. They would think she was asking for too much and trying to cheat. The key point was when Li Xiuyu came to test the origin of the pot, Jiang Yi clearly told her it was bought privately, without a receipt. That meant there was no proof. This is why they dared to take it. In the end, she thought they might just pay her a few dozen yuan or a few hundred. Paying 10,000 yuan was impossible. Hearing her daughter's laughter, Li Yumei's tears suddenly fell. Why are the lives of mother and daughter so hard? Li Yumei cried very sadly. If a stranger had done this today, she wouldn't be upset. She would immediately call the police and ask them to catch the person. But it was her own older brother who did this. She has her own pain, but must keep it inside. Her parents are still alive. Should she go and tell her parents about her brother? Her parents would be so angry they might get sick. Their family would become the joke of the town. How could her parents face others? So she really can't call the police. And even if she did, it wouldn't help. The pot was bought for 100 yuan, and there's no proof. The police would laugh at her for making a big fuss over a small matter. That day, Li Yumei asked Jiang Yi to take money to give to the teacher. Jiang Yi took 200 yuan, so in Li Yumei's mind, the pot was worth 100 yuan. Of course, its real value is probably more than 100 yuan, or she wouldn't feel so sad. Mom, don't be sad. It's just a small thing. Jiang Yi comforted her by hugging her shoulder. If we lose one pot, we can't pay the rent, she said. She liked the house more and more, feeling like she was getting a good deal. She definitely couldn't miss this chance. It's okay. Don't you remember how we got that pot?
Similet.
I asked the teacher to make another one. No, I'll ask him to make a bunch. We can sell 10 pots a day, 100 pots. As long as you can keep up. Li Yumei's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't you say this earlier? She exclaimed. If we had known, we could have made money earlier. When we bought the house, we could have paid it all at once. Now I can start decorating and move in happily. Actually, when it comes to being greedy for money, Li Yumei isn't modest. Our previous business model, selling 2 pots per meal, was the limit. We couldn't sell more, or it would do more harm than good, Jiang Yi said. The main reason was that for the past 2 months, they were just practicing building courage. Back then, her mother didn't even have the guts to buy 10 jin of meat. Now, hearing about selling 100 pots a day, 5,000 jin, she was excited, not nervous.
Similet.
She had finished the beginner class. The pot was finally in their hands, and every meal was a golden opportunity to make money. The Li family was not lazy. They worked hard to earn their income. That day, they used the leftover meat from a few days ago that hadn't sold yet and cooked it again. This time, the whole family helped. They were generous with salt, oil, and wine. After all, they weren't spending extra money. The way they used the pot was simple. Anyone could do it. In the end, they successfully made a delicious dish of dongpa pork. Of course, The taste and texture weren't as good as Li Yumei's, which was much better. But it was much better than their previous boiled pork chunks. With this new flavor, they believed they could sell it. It might not cause a rush like Li Yumei's, but selling slowly was okay. They had plenty of time. Wow, this really happened, Zhao Tiantian said excitedly after tasting a piece. She had never made such delicious dompa pork before. No wonder it's worth 10,000 yuan. Li Jiangguo also took a bite and said. The three siblings each tried a piece but didn't eat more. They were saving it to sell. They were about to get rich. Thinking about that, they pushed their tricycle to the entrance of the local market to sell. They couldn't go to the park. They wanted to avoid Li Yumei. Later, they planned to sell at the factory gate, but they also wanted to avoid the factory Li Yumei had visited. Surprisingly, by evening, all the meat was sold. The Li family was so excited they danced around. That night, they couldn't sleep well. Living in the small house they rented at a high price, they dreamed of the future, full of confidence and pride. The next morning, like Li Yumei, they got up before dawn to buy meat at the market. Because they went early, they bought 50 jin of pork belly. Without Li Yumei around, it was harder to sell pork belly in this area. When they finished their stall at noon and packed up, someone grabbed their spot from yesterday. It's them. Yesterday, they sold meat to my dad, and our whole family got diarrhea. Now my dad and my child are still in the hospital. The doctor says it's very serious. A man shouted loudly, pulling a police officer. Nearby, several people of different ages and genders quickly surrounded the Li family. Everyone was furious, grabbing at Li Jiangguo, Li Gang, and Li Chang's clothes. Some even started to fight. These were people who had gotten sick from eating the meat yesterday, or their relatives. The meat was really not fresh anymore. This is Hangzhou, not the Northeast. Here, leaving meat outside or in the fridge doesn't make much difference in spoilage. Moreover, the Li family was worried that mice might eat the meat at night, so they carried it inside. The temperature changes caused the meat to spoil. But just as the smell was about to alert people, it was cooked away by a high-tech pressure cooker, removing the odor. However, the bacteria and viruses inside remained. This cooker changes the texture of food but doesn't change its nature. Once it's spoiled, it's still spoiled. Even if you cook rotten meat, you can't eat it. The Li family was dazed and taken to the police station. Li Xiuyu, however, was spared. She had stood aside yesterday, not approaching the business, feeling shy. Today, seeing things looked bad, she ran away early. She ran to the park entrance, pushed through the crowd, and started crying, pulling Li Yumei along. Aunt, please go save my parents. They used your pot to make meat, and people died from eating it. The crowd parted. People wondered, did someone really die from eating that meat cooked in that pot? Li Yumei was so shocked her hands trembled, and she dropped a bag of meat on the ground. Jiang Yi quickly reacted, slapped Li Xiuyu to make her shut up and wake up. Yesterday morning, someone stole my special pressure cooker. They probably used it to recook the rotten meat that hadn't sold in 5 days and sold it again, Jiang Yi guessed confidently. Li Xiaoyu silently sobbed. Jiang Yi looked around at the people avoiding her and recognized a few familiar faces. These were locals who came to the park every day. Does everyone remember a few days ago, someone claiming to be my aunt-in-law was here selling a pot of plain boiled meat? Jiang Yi asked loudly. Yes, I remember, several people responded immediately. And without Jiang Yi explaining further, they could imagine what happened next. I knew that pot wouldn't sell. She's been selling it for 5 or 6 days. Finally, someone got sick from it? That's for sure. You all missed the point. Didn't you hear that this girl said her aunt-in-law stole her family's pot? I don't get it. How come she only sold 1 pot these days? I didn't even get a chance to buy yesterday. Someone looked at Li Xiuyu, who was crying with her head down, and said strangely, you stole someone's pot, cooked it badly, made people sick, and then asked others to help? What's the reason for that? Li Xiaoyu sniffled and whispered, it wasn't stolen. My aunt borrowed it from our family. Borrowed?
Liang used to need it.
With your mother insulting us so publicly that day, do you think we would lend you a pot and lose money? Yeah, who do you think we are? Someone else immediately agreed. That day, Zhao Tiantian's harsh words were loud enough for everyone to hear. They were so scared that no one dared to help, worried that a few words might be directed at them, especially on New Year's Day, bringing bad luck. They even thought to themselves, Li Yumei was insulted so badly, but didn't fight back. She was truly a pus-filled person, as the saying goes. With such a relationship, no one believed Jiang Yi would lend a pot voluntarily. They thought it was stolen or robbed, and they believed that. Li Xiaoyu's face was red with shame. She dared not look at anyone and only cried to Li Yumei, "Big aunt, my parents and brother have been taken away.
Please save them."
Before Li Yumei, overwhelmed and unsure of what to say, could think clearly, two police officers approached from afar. They looked at Li Yumei and Jiang Yi, then at their pots and stall, and said, "Someone reported that you sold substandard food, causing someone to get sick and be hospitalized. Come with us." Jiang Yi narrowed her eyes. "Officer, I swear our products are fresh and clean. We haven't had any disputes before. Can I know who reported us?" This wasn't a big secret. The police said Li Jiangguo and Zhao Tiantian said so. "Do you recognize them? Come with us and explain everything." Li Yumei's anxious heart for her brother suddenly froze. Jiang Yi explained her family's relationship with Li Jiangguo, including how they entered the city, borrowed money, sold meat, and stole a pot, all in a clear and calm manner. Her explanation was logical and easy to understand. "Officer, I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can find many witnesses at the park entrance, including the Wu family who rented us the house. They can also testify for us," Jiang Yi said. The police officer nodded, but didn't move. He said Li Jiangguo said that the pot was borrowed from you and that you let them go out to do business alone.
No, Li Yumei immediately denia.
The police took notes without saying much. Jiang Yi understood that whether the pot was borrowed or stolen didn't matter much. They couldn't prove how much the pot was worth, nor could they prove whether it was borrowed or stolen. Whether the pot was borrowed or stolen, the meat was cooked by Li Jiangguo's family themselves. My mother didn't touch it, and she even advised them not to sell it. Now that there's a problem, they can't find us, Jiang Yi said. The police looked at Jiang Yi, impressed by her sharp words. Li Jiangguo also said they were partners in business. You paid, they did the work, and later you split the money. Basically, they were working for you. When something went wrong, they naturally came to you, the police explained. Li Yumei was so angry her whole body trembled. Even though she had seen Li family's shamelessness many times, Jiang Yi was also angry. The police, watching the reactions of the mother and daughter, understood what was really going on. It was likely that these women were truly tricked by their relatives. But this wasn't easy to handle. "Do you have any proof that you weren't in a partnership or employment relationship?" the police asked. Jiang Yi shook her head. "But they also have no proof that we were in a partnership or employment. They said it was a verbal agreement," the police said. "You should know that a verbal agreement counts. Right now, it's just a matter of who says what. Arguing about it won't help." Jiang Yi understood this. She appreciated that the police officer's attitude was good. He didn't immediately treat them as criminals or scare them. Instead, he seemed to give some advice. Jiang Yi asked, "So, what should we do about this now?" "The people who got sick should be compensated. For future business. Don't do this here," the police kindly advised. "Otherwise, you'll keep having people get sick. This area is on the edge of the city. Most homes are shanty towns. Many young people are unemployed and wander the streets every day. If Jiang Yi and the others pay money now, many others will see this as a way to make money. If you can't pay," the police looked at the two of them, "and you can't prove you're not working together, you'll both be detained." Pay. Li Yumei was anxious when she heard this.
Detention?
Detaining her brother's family is fair. Detaining her? She doesn't mind. But not her daughter. Her daughter, Qingqing, is innocent and about to take her college entrance exam. She didn't want her daughter to come to this police station in the first place. Now that she heard about detention, she was immediately terrified. Jiang Yi knew the situation might not be as serious as the police said. But in 1988, laws and systems weren't very developed. Maybe detention just meant a few days, or maybe longer. Better to lose some money to avoid trouble. As long as she can cut off her mother's emotional ties to Li Jiangluo's family, spending money is worth it. In the end, the police decided that each person who got sick and was mildly affected paid 10 yuan. Those who had to go to the hospital paid their medical bills plus 100 yuan in compensation. Not many people needed hospitalization, only the elderly and children who first reported the incident. Hearing this, the people in the house brightened and rushed toward the hospital. Humph, the police snorted coldly, pointing at these people. Now it's too late to run. The ones inside are considered responsible. If you pay 10 yuan, you can go to the hospital if you want. But if you go, no one will reimburse you. Ordinary people were still afraid of the police. They obediently took the money and left. The police were willing to be reasonable and not insist on punishing everyone because these people blocked the door and caused trouble. Come here and pay the fine, and take the person away, the police said. What fine? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as she asked. Of course, it's the fine for selling poor quality food, 500 yuan.
We didn't sell it.
We paid because we wanted to help people. We didn't want them to suffer, Jiang Yi replied. The police were surprised. Why did this young girl suddenly become so difficult to talk to? But when they saw her bright eyes, the police suddenly understood. They slowly said, if you don't pay the fine, you'll have to stay in jail for a few days. How many days? Zhang Yan asked, trying to stay calm. The police immediately smiled. In this case, after eating spoiled food and not paying the fine, at least 10 days of detention. Okay, thank you, officer.
Goodbye.
Jiang Yi quickly grabbed her mother and left. After walking a few steps, she turned back quickly. Officer, they took our pressure cooker. It really was stolen from our house. Can I get it back? Usually, these things would be confiscated, but since Jiang Yi had just taken out 1,000 yuan without hesitation to solve a big problem, she nodded. It was just a pot. Jiang Yi happily took back the pot and left with her mother. Li Yumei remained silent all the way. Jiang Yi didn't try to comfort her. Instead, she rode her tricycle back to the park entrance and continued selling. They still had about 15 pounds of leftover meat. They couldn't finish it all, and their bad reputation needed to be fixed quickly. At this time, it wasn't dinner time, but people still came and went at the park entrance. Some familiar faces saw Jiang Yi smiling and starting to sell again, and they gathered around. At the park entrance, besides Jiang Yi's family, there were others selling candied fruit, cotton candy, snacks, and small toys. Is everything okay now? Of course. They stole our pot and ate spoiled food, but do we have to take responsibility? Jiang Yi said loudly, patting the pot beside her. Look, we went to the police station, and Officer Chow returned the pot to us. People had come out, brought back the pot, and were smiling. It seemed everything was fine now. After all, Yumei had also tasted the dongpa pork, which was delicious, and she never felt sick. Li Yumei was a clean person. Li Yumei gathered her strength, took the spoon from her daughter, and greeted customers with a smile. Soon, half of the meat was sold, and mother and daughter went home together. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Li Xiaoyu sitting in the yard, lost in thought. Jiang Yi was surprised. She had forgotten about her. When they left with the police, she saw Li Xiaoyu run away quickly. At that time, she didn't have time to pay attention to her. She didn't expect her to come here. Jiang Yi squinted, showing she was quite bold. Li Xiaoyu saw Jiang Yi and Li Yumei return first with happiness, then she was surprised when she noticed only the two of them, without their parents. Where are my parents? Li Xiaoyu asked in shock. She is young and inexperienced, and being taken away by the police was a big shock for her now. They are at the police station, Jiang Yi said. Then, how did you come out? Li Xiaoyu asked accusingly. Jiang Yi finally lost her temper and rolled up her sleeves, starting to punch and kick. Li Xiaoyu immediately screamed loudly. She tried to dodge a few times but couldn't escape. She started to fight back, but she was no match for Jiang Yi. She was quickly overwhelmed and only managed to scream. Li Yumei opened her mouth and quietly said, be gentle, don't hurt her. As the elder, she knew she shouldn't take her anger out on the child. But now Jiang Yi was angry. Both of them were children about the same age, and their fighting was just small play, as long as they didn't hurt each other badly. Also, Li Yume saw that Jiang Yi's hits were very controlled. She didn't pull hair, scratch faces, or hit heads or stomachs. She just lightly punched and patted her, very carefully. She didn't know how much Jiang Yi's punches hurt. Li Xiaoyu soon couldn't make a sound from the pain. Jiang Yi immediately stopped. She couldn't kill her. Her good life shouldn't be ruined by someone like this. Wu Xiaoya then came over and asked Jiang Yi, "What happened? Did you handle it?" Earlier, Li Xiaoyu had been on the door, saying Jiang Yi was in trouble and asking her brother to come help. They were very scared at first, but after asking a few questions, they realized things weren't exactly as Li Xiaoyu had said. But Jiang Yi and the others had been taken away by the police, and Wu Jun told his sister to stay inside and not come out while he looked for someone. Because they questioned Li Xiaoyu for a long time, Jiang Yi and the others had already disappeared. Wu Jun could only go around that part of the city, asking little by little, but he hadn't come back yet. Jiang Yi explained the situation to Wu Xiaoya. When she learned they were safe, Wu Xiaoya sighed in relief, but Li Xiaoyu's story had scared her to death. When she came to find them, she didn't even mention that her family had caused trouble. She just said they got sick from eating something, and Jiang Yi and Li Yume were taken away by the police. This person is so mean. Wu Xiaoya angrily looked at Li Xiaoyu, who was lying on the ground with her back bent. Did she do it on purpose?
Bianchi noted.
Actually, she's very smart. If you weren't clever enough at the time and thought it was my fault, you would have tried harder than if you knew they caused the trouble. Since they had already made their feelings clear, she no longer needed to hide her relationship with the Wu family. So, be careful of this person in the future. She's very bad. Don't believe everything she says easily, Jiang Yi warned. Yes, yes. Wu Xiaoya nodded repeatedly. Li Xiaoyu, lying on the ground, was so angry her teeth almost ground together. Li Yume came over, sighed, and said, "It's winter, don't lie on the ground. Get up quickly." Li Xiaoyu pushed her hair away from her face, showing a look of grievance. "Big aunt, go back to your rented house. Do you have enough food? It's only been a day, and you can't eat much. The leftovers should last you 10 days, Li Yume said. In 10 days, your parents and brother should be out. Li Xiaoyu couldn't believe what Li Yume was saying, so cold. It should be Jiang Yi who said that. Jiang Yi smiled silently nearby. Li Yume continued, when your parents come out, tell them not to appear in front of me. Otherwise. Li Yume paused, unable to continue. She was truly heartbroken today. Her brother stealing the pot and cutting off her financial resources, she could endure. But the matter of causing someone's death was too serious. Her brother completely denied it, leaving her and her daughter to take the blame and go to jail. When they first arrived at the police station, the officers clearly said someone had been poisoned and hospitalized, with uncertain life or death. If someone really died, it would be a serious matter, not something money could fix. After a while, the investigators who came to check said the report was exaggerated and the patient was fine and had gone home. Only then could they pay 200 yuan to settle the matter. But the Li Jiangguo family, who insisted she was the boss, didn't know the person was fine. They just wanted her and her daughter to take the blame. This was so cruel. If something had happened to the other person, she and her daughter would have gone to jail. Thinking of this, Li Yume looked at Li Xiaoyu with no warmth in her eyes. But after saying otherwise, she couldn't think of any other threats. Wu Jun pushed open the door and walked in. Otherwise, I'll make sure they can't stay in Hang City. Behind him stood more than 10 brothers, all of whom had come quickly after hearing he needed help. These men looked either clever or rough, standing behind Wu Jun and showing they would obey his orders. Wu Jun's words immediately showed his power. Li Xiaoyu shrank back, but forced herself to look up at Wu Jun, her face full of sadness. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. Wu Jun didn't bother to look at her. He had seen this kind of attitude before when he was young and had long since seen through it. Tell your parents and brother that if they dare come to this door or bother Aunt Li or Jiang Yi, I'll leave them a message and then they can go back home. The fierce look in his eyes scared Li Xiaoyu. No one had ever been so harsh to her before. She struggled to get up and ran away. In the police station, behind a door, the chaos outside had calmed down, and the 4 members of the Li family inside the room could hear everything. They even heard Jiang Yi speaking. Li Jiangguo sighed in relief. It's okay now. If anything was wrong, it was because Li Yumei had caused trouble, but it seemed she paid money to settle it. But after waiting a long time, no one came to release them. Just when Li Chong was about to call for help, the door opened. The police came in to take them to detention.
What?
Detain us? Li Chong was immediately worried. Being detained would leave a bad mark on him. That couldn't be allowed. The Li family was anxious. Li Jiangguo and Zhao Tiantian weren't afraid of the mark, but they were worried about losing face. If you don't want attention, you can pay a fine, the police said. How much? Li Jiangguo asked right away. 500. Everyone was panicked. They didn't have that much money. When they came, they only brought 100 yuan. Yesterday, they earned over 200 yuan from selling meat, but this morning they spent more than 100 yuan buying meat again. Plus, they had a few dozen left from before, but they couldn't gather 500 yuan. Go ask Li Yumei for the money. She hired us. We're her workers. If something happens, she's responsible. Zhao Tiantian said loudly. She had been brainwashed by her son all day and spoke very smoothly. The police officer asked questions and, before the Li family could answer, he continued, You don't have any evidence. The meat was bought from someone else, not from them. If something goes wrong, you are responsible. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, will you just say you are their employee and let others handle it? The police looked at them with disdain. You know what really happened. If you don't want to be detained, pay the fine. If you can't pay, you'll be taken in. No more excuses. He was in a hurry to leave work, even during the new year. Mom and Dad, let me go out. I will ask my aunt to lend me money to help you, Li Chong immediately said. Then he asked the police, We 4 need to pay 500 yuan. If I go out alone, 125 yuan should be enough, right? The police thought for a moment and nodded. Actually, the Li family members blamed Li Yumei for everything. They hadn't yet questioned who made or sold the meat. They thought Zhao Tiantian did it, and Li Jiangguo sold it. So, it wasn't really Li Gang or Li Chong's fault. If they were released, it wouldn't matter. Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. He also wanted to go out, but he was reluctant to spend 125 yuan. That was a lot for them. Then you go out, but you must get the money and pay to free us immediately, Li Jiangguo said. He knew that his second son was the best choice to go out. The eldest son wouldn't say anything. He was silent. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu's whereabouts were unknown. Li Chong left amid the family's hopes. The first thing he did was ask the police for the pressure cooker. But he was disappointed when he heard it had already been taken by Jiang Yi. He quickly walked toward the Wu family's house. The Wu family's yard was lively. Li Yumei had gone out to buy vegetables and prepared a big table of food, inviting Wu Jun and his friends. Wu Jun was really good. He had helped them so much in the past 2 months. She was thinking of adopting him as her son. Wu Jun's friends had also been called over today to help with the chores. Naturally, she wanted to treat them well. The yard gate was pushed open, and Li Chong walked in with a guilty, worried look. Seeing everyone in the yard, full of laughter and the smell of food, he paused for a moment. But then he saw Li Yumei coming out of the kitchen with dishes. He suddenly knelt down with a thud. Before he could speak, Wu Jun pointed at him and said, Take him out and give him a beating. All right. More than 10 people immediately rushed toward him. A figure blocked his view, and he heard Jiang Yi's voice. Pull back a bit. There was also the anxious voice of Li Yumei. Don't break anything. In other words, as long as they didn't break things, it was okay to give him a beating. Li Chong's heart sank. This money was now impossible to get back. Li Chong was beaten up and limped back to their newly rented house, where he saw Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw him. Then she noticed only he was there, looking so battered, and felt both disappointed and scared. Li Chong wiped the blood from his mouth, and was pleased to see her also looking like she had been badly beaten. It seemed she had also tried to help, but couldn't stand up to Li Yuemei and Jiang Yi's harshness. "How much money do you still have?"
Likiana skali xiaoyu.
Li Xiaoyu covered her pocket and whispered, "Still 30. Li Chang knew that meant at least 60. He didn't expose her and said, "Take a bus home and tell your grandparents. Say that your parents have been taken away. Do you understand?" Li Xiaoyu nodded. "We were hired for this. When something went wrong, my eldest aunt didn't care. She wasn't brainwashed by Li Chang. She knew that saying this was the best for her and her family." Li Chang nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident that his sister would shift the blame and claim to be innocent. He grew up with her and had suffered many hardships as a child. "Also, go to your uncle's house and tell them too," Li Chang said. "Okay." Li Xiaoyu, feeling the pain in her body, nodded firmly. The next day, Jiang Yi didn't let her mother continue selling on the street. They couldn't do that anymore. They were now quite famous. They had been operating for 2 months without any trouble because they only sold at the entrance of a big factory, which was a simple location, not mixed with all kinds of people. They sold and left quickly, avoiding trouble. Even some troublemakers who wanted to cause problems had been warned secretly by Wu Jun and his people. But this time, the situation had escalated, and they had become more well-known. People fear fame, and pigs fear fat. Especially in this era, public safety was quite poor, with more serious crimes than decades later. The crackdown was continuous and overwhelming. They could no longer become famous, so they took the opportunity to retire. "Mom, you rest at home for a few days. I'm going out to find new ways to make money," Jiang Yi said. "New ways to make money?"
Li Yuemei asked.
"We won't sell on the street anymore. We plan to cooperate with restaurants." She hadn't finalized the details yet, just shared her main idea. Li Yuemei immediately understood. This was a good plan. They wouldn't need to show themselves in public anymore. Once they delivered the products to the restaurants, it would be easy and simple. Jiang Yi's plan was more complicated than that. She didn't explain in detail. After tidying up, she left the house. When she reached a quiet place, she had a cardboard box in her hand. Inside was a small mini pressure cooker. This was a special project she had 518 remake. It was very small, with only a 5-liter capacity. It looked a bit more refined, not like the cheap ones you could buy on the street. 518. "Are you sure this secret won't be discovered?" Jiang Yi asked one last time. The 518 in the space immediately rolled its eyes. This is a device upgraded 2 levels in civilization. Even if Earth humans peel it layer by layer, they will only see its main unit as a pattern. Jiang Yi sighed in relief and asked, "Is the usage limit modified?" Yes, 518 replied impatiently. She actually admired her young owner. Very clever. A rice cooker upgraded 2 civilization levels should have an almost unlimited lifespan, hardly ever breaking. If it had a usage limit, it might be around 1 trillion times. But that wouldn't work. It wouldn't show her true value. So Jiang Yi had 518 modify it, so it could only be used 1,000 times. After that, it needed to be sent back to her for maintenance, or it wouldn't work anymore. Jiang Yi carried the cooker on her bike to the lakeside. She rode along the lakeside avenue for a long time until she saw a very grand, luxurious 3-story building. The Lakeside Hotel. It was the most luxurious hotel in Hangzhou at that time, and it would stay luxurious for 30 years, until the owner passed away and the hotel was inherited by his son. After that, it gradually declined and was eventually sold to someone else. Even decades later, when many hotels and restaurants had sprung up everywhere, some old residents of Hangzhou still remembered the glory of the Lakeside Hotel. Jiang Yi parked her car, tidied her clothes and hair, and carried her things into the hotel. It was 9:30 now, past breakfast time, and lunch had not yet started. It was the quietest part of the day. As Jiang Yi entered the hotel lobby, a nostalgic feeling washed over her. The most fashionable and avant-garde decor at this time, in her eyes, looked like a vintage style. She smiled slightly and walked to the front desk, asking, "Is Mr. Go here?" The clerk looked up at her and immediately called out the surname of their boss. Was this a familiar person? Ordinary people wouldn't know who the owner of the Shihu Grand Hotel was. Only those in the know would. And this young girl in front of her was not only stunningly beautiful but also carried an aura that made people respect her. The clerk quickly said, "The boss is here. Do you need something?" "I have some business to discuss with him," Jiang Yi replied. "His office should be on the 3rd floor, the room at the far east end, right? Should you take me there? Or can I go by myself?" The clerk was even more certain that she was not an ordinary person. However, letting Jiang Yi go alone made her a little uneasy. She glanced at the girl's faintly charming eyes. Manager Su had said that beautiful young women were not allowed to appear in front of the boss. But Jiang Yi's commanding presence made her hesitant to refuse. She was a big deal, here to discuss business with the boss. The clerk took Jiang Yi upstairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on the general manager's office door. "Boss, this young lady is here to see you," the clerk said. Gu Jingwei looked up and saw Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi gave him a warm smile. They were old friends. In her past life, Gu Jingwei was truly her old friend. They were close despite the age difference. Gu Jingwei was in his early 40s, and her son was only 3 years younger than her. In an instant, Jiang Yi's mind flashed through Gu Jingwei's life. He was generous, loyal, and easygoing, traits that could be summed up in one word. So, when she wanted to find someone to cooperate with, he was the first person she thought of. His smile amazed Gu Jingwei and also warmed his heart. The girl's smile was pure and free of any ill intentions, making people feel comfortable just looking at her. He managed a hotel and had seen many women with flickering, intrusive eyes that he found annoying. "Please come in," Gu Jingwei said with a smile, rising and walking around the office to greet Jiang Yi. This confirmed the waiter's idea that the two knew each other. She quietly stepped back and closed the door behind her. Jiang Yi also stepped forward and shook hands with Gu Jingwei. Her manners were perfect, and her posture was graceful. "My name is Jiang Yi. I came today to talk to Boss Gu about a business deal," Jiang Yi said directly. Boss Gu liked straightforward people. He sat back in his chair, poured Jiang Yi a cup of tea, and asked, "What kind of business?" "Yume Dongpa pork. Have you heard of it, Boss Gu?" Jiang Yi asked. Gu Jingwei looked at Jiang Yi with bright eyes. "Yume Dongpa pork. Li Yume, are you her daughter?" Gu Jingwei asked. He actually knew about Yume Dongpa pork. It was mentioned by a relative who visited during the New Year. At that time, he was hosting guests at home and also made dongpa pork. The guest said it was far better than Yume dongpa pork. That made him curious. He loved good food. His family's chef was top-notch, better than the chefs in restaurants. Just to make delicious food for him, every day. He had never tasted better dongpa pork, so he wanted to find out more. He was planning to go to the park entrance in a few days to try it himself. And now, the pork was delivered right to his door? Jiang Yi smiled slightly and praised, "Boss Gu is clever." She then opened the nearby cardboard box and took out a stylish electric rice cooker. "Honestly, Boss Gu, my mom's cooking skills are a bit better than average, almost like a professional chef. She can make very delicious dongpa pork because of this rice cooker." Gu Jingwei nodded but said nothing, signaling her to continue. He guessed she was here to sell a rice cooker. Jiang Yi smiled again. "Boss Gu can find someone to test this cooker's quality, and then we can talk." "Okay." Gu Jingwei agreed quickly. Trying it out wasn't a big deal. If what she said wasn't true, it would just waste a little of his time. But if it was true, then he would buy the cooker. He immediately took Jiang Yi to the kitchen. The kitchen wasn't busy. Only 2 or 3 cooks and some helpers preparing for lunch. "Old Wu, come here," Gu Jingwei called as he entered. A middle-aged man sitting in the corner drinking tea immediately stood up. "Here I am. Come here. Use this pot to make dongpa pork," Gu Jingwei said directly without hesitation. Old Wu was also not a slow person. He looked at the unfamiliar pot, checked its size, then turned around and picked a good piece of pork belly. He cut a few slices, prepared some seasonings quickly, and then asked, "How do you use this pot?" He had just seen the power cord. Although a rice cooker had appeared, a rice cooker used for stir-frying? He had never seen or used one before. "Simple," Jiang Yi replied. "Just plug it in. Think of it as a stir-fry pan, a clay pot, or any kind of pot. And what about the heat? Old Wu asked. You can ignore that, Jiang Yi said. It will automatically adjust the heat depending on the ingredients.
Hey.
Several voices responded at once. People in the kitchen, who had been idly watching, gathered around. Those who were busy also kept their hands moving and their eyes and ears focused here. Hearing such big talk, they immediately felt challenged. Old Wu didn't believe it either, but since he saw the boss brought her here and she seemed to listen to her, he didn't say much. He decided to just do it. If she was bluffing, it wouldn't be his problem. He wouldn't get embarrassed. Old Wu followed Jiang Yi's instructions carefully. He treated it as a pot that could automatically adjust the heat. He plugged it in, stirred and fried inside, added water to stew, and covered it with the lid. The red light on top turned on. Green means it's done, and it can also keep warm automatically, Jiang Yi explained. It looked just like a regular electric rice cooker, and everyone understood immediately. Call me when it's ready, Gu Jingwei said to Old Wu. After saying that, he was about to take Jiang Yi upstairs. Jiang Yi smiled. No need. Just wait here for 5 minutes. This time was deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would only take 5 seconds to finish, which would be too shocking.
Huh.
Came a series of questioning voices. Seeing Jiang Yi's confident expression, Gu Jingwei was sure either she was telling the truth or she was a little bit abnormal. He believed the former more. Then we'll wait here, he thought with growing anticipation. 5 minutes passed quickly. The red light on the electric pot turned to green right on time. Jiang Yi went over and showed them how to open the lid. It was very simple, just press a button on the lid. The lid opened, and a delicious aroma instantly filled the room. All the doubts and curious looks froze in place. Based on this flavor, this dish has potential. Old Wu and Gu Jingwei both rushed forward at the same time, reaching into the pot with chopsticks to pick out a piece of meat, ignoring the heat, and putting it into their mouths. Both of them chewed silently for a moment. Gu Jingwei's eyes were about to tear up, half from the heat and half from frustration. He felt like he had wasted his life. What kind of food was this? A few other chefs, attracted by the aroma, also grabbed their chopsticks and came over. In no time, the entire dish of dompa pork was gone. The kitchen was eerily quiet, with many people tearful. Jiang Yi also felt a bit regretful that she hadn't tasted it. She wanted to see what amazing reactions might happen when top chefs used this electric cooker. Her mother's dompa pork never made ordinary people cry, but what Old Wu made caused Gu Jingwei, a food critic, to cry from happiness. You can try making other dishes too, like shihu vinegar fish, honey-glazed pork, or longjing shrimp. Give them a try. As Jiang Yi finished speaking, everyone started moving. Old Wu, despite the heat, quickly cleaned the pot and made a new dish. Soon, the other chefs and Gu Jingwei surrounded him again, finishing the dish in just a few bites. All morning, these people did nothing but circle around that pot, tasting every 5 minutes, silently trying dishes. As for lunch business, it was left to the second chefs to handle, giving them a chance to show their skills. Jiang Yi had already stepped back, went to the hall, ordered some lake tea, and quietly enjoyed the view outside the window, thinking about how to negotiate later. Gu Jingwei, unable to eat any more and feeling stiff from bending over, slowly came to find Jiang Yi. He wanted to rush over and take down the pot immediately, but his stomach wouldn't allow it. Let's go upstairs and talk, Gu Jingwei said. Jiang Yi agreed and stood up. The hall wasn't the right place for a serious talk, especially since what she wanted to say might scare him. Upstairs, Gu Jingwei personally poured her a cup of tea, more carefully than before. Earlier, he poured tea out of politeness and a strange fondness for the girl. This time it was different. He handed her the teacup with both hands. Jiang Yi took it with both hands, smiled slightly, and it seemed that half the matter was already settled. Tell me, little girl, how do you plan to sell this dish? Gu Jingwei asked directly. Jiang Yi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I have 2 plans. Boss Ge, listen and see which one suits you. First, consignment sales. I can provide you with 10 identical electric rice cookers, but these cookers can only be used for making dompa pork. I don't care what price you set. For each one sold, I will take 10 yuan. Gu Jingwei frowned slightly, seeming unhappy with this idea. Jiang Yi continued, second, partnership. I can give you 20 rice cookers of different sizes so you can cook any dish you want. I won't limit your menu. Do whatever you like. Is it really that good? Gu Jingwei's face became serious, waiting for her to make a big demand. Sure enough, this young girl opened her mouth wide and said, I want a 20% stake in Shihu Grand Hotel.
Ye Yingwei's eyebrowsjumped.
Jiang Yi added, don't rush to refuse. Let me finish. She picked up her teacup, took a relaxed sip, looked at Gu Jingwei, and continued, we can sign a betting agreement. Starting tomorrow, within 30 days, if you use this rice cooker and the hotel's revenue doesn't reach 1 million yuan, I will give you these 20 rice cookers for free.
Huh.
Gu Jingwei looked interested. Of course, if you reach the target, you will need to give me 20% of the shares. Also, I am currently short of money, so I want monthly dividends within 12 months, Jiang Yi said. Gu Jingwei held his teacup and quickly calculated the pros and cons. Jiang Yi smiled. Nowadays, more and more people are wealthy. Last month, the hotel's revenue was probably around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, right? The annual revenue of Shihu Grand Hotel is also about 2 million yuan, right? At a time when the average annual salary was only 1,500 yuan, this showed Gu Jingwei's strength. He looked steadily at Jiang Yi and said, this young girl knows quite a lot. If she wasn't in the industry, she wouldn't know such details so accurately. Has she been watching him for a long time? He couldn't help but think more about this sudden opportunity. My mother is a chef. Although she works in a factory cafeteria, she knows a lot about the restaurant industry. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Our dream is to open a big restaurant someday. But we also know that with just us two, without roots or background, even running a street stall is full of trouble. Managing a hotel is easy for you, but very difficult for us.
Ye Yingwei nodded.
This young girl spoke honestly and knew her limitations. Running a restaurant is definitely the hardest industry. Of course, if everyone involved is well-connected and knows how to handle things, it's a different story. Recently, he didn't go to the park entrance to buy Yume Dompa pork because he heard rumors about people getting sick from it. He thought they might take a few days to recover before selling again. But it seems they have simply stopped selling and moved behind the scenes. I can add another clause to the betting agreement. If the annual sales don't reach 8 million, I'll give you 20 of these pots, Jiang Yi said confidently. Going from 2 million a year to 8 million a year is something Gu Jingwei never imagined before. But after tasting the delicious food just now, he became very confident. He thinks this young girl is very modest and cautious, only claiming 8 million in sales. If this pot ends up in his hands, and he has 20 of them, this year's sales will definitely surpass 10 million. May I ask, where did you buy this pot? Gu Jingwei asked. Jiang Yi chuckled softly but didn't answer, just looked at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Jingwei laughed and said, Sorry, I know that's a bit rude to ask. But you should know, if the market is full of these pots, I wouldn't make much money. This pot is great, but if everyone has one, it wouldn't be special anymore. I'll add another clause to the agreement, Jiang Yi said. This pot will only appear at Shihu Grand Hotel or in my own home. If you find another pot of the same kind on the market, the agreement becomes invalid, but I will still give you 20 pots. So confident? So bold? Gu Jingwei's heart was pounding. He thought this pot was bought through a special channel, imported or something secretive, but now it's clear that's not the case. This pot. It's made by one person. The craftsmanship is complex, and I don't plan to mass produce it. I am the only agent, Jiang Yi explained.
Deal.
Gu Jingwei immediately said, I choose the second option, cooperation. This agreement is completely in his favor. In the first month, he'll earn 1 million in sales. If it doesn't reach 8 million in a year, he gets the pots for free. If a second pot appears on the market, the agreement is void, and he still gets the 20 pots. He has nothing to lose. Even if he doesn't make big money, he will still get 20 amazing electric pots. If she can bring him 4 or 5 times the profit and help him make a lot of money, what's wrong with sharing 20% with her? He was wrong. This young girl wasn't demanding. She was gentle and modest. Go Jingwei acted quickly and took the paper, personally drafting the agreement. He knew he should be cautious and worried that Jiang Yi might try to cheat him on the deal.
Bianchi similet.
Although Go Jingwei was generous and loyal, he was very careful when it came to business. He was a good partner. Jiang Yi leaned back in her chair, drinking tea, showing complete confidence and trust, not caring how he wrote the agreement. His open and generous style was very appealing to Go Jingwei. He immediately wanted to be friends with Jiang Yi. He wondered if she might think he was too old. Go Jingwei quickly wrote the agreement, a few strokes, and finished. Jiang Yi carefully checked it. She trusted Go Jingwei, but she was cautious about business. She wouldn't sign without reading, even if she trusted him. She decided to sign only at noon, to avoid any problems later. Her way of handling things was similar to Go Jingwei's. The more she looked at the agreement, the more she liked him. She was sure this friend was a keeper. Jiang Yi finished reading the simple agreement. It matched her words exactly, with no additions or tricks. Go Jingwei was still the same honest person. She signed her name on both copies of the agreement. Happy cooperation, Jiang Yi said, standing up and shaking hands with Go Jingwei. Happy cooperation. Go Jingwei liked her more and more. It had been a long time since he met someone so compatible. She was a young girl, and she was interesting. I'll go back now and get the pot for you. I promise it won't delay your dinner, Jiang Yi said. Okay. Go Jingwei saw her off to the door. If it weren't for the fact that the location of her pot was a secret, he would have gone with her. Suddenly, a female voice spoke behind Go Jingwei. A charming woman approached gracefully, standing close to him, less than a fist's distance. Her breathing and movements made her ample chest almost touch his arm. Go Jingwei frowned and took a step back. This was his sister-in-law, Su Ruo. Although his wife passed away more than 10 years ago, he has no plans to marry his sister-in-law. It's not because he dislikes that she is divorced. Su Ruo looks just as her name suggests, charming and graceful. She is quick-witted in speech and action, very skillful, and has contributed greatly to the hotel's success as the deputy manager. But because she is too adaptable, saying what people want to hear and not what she truly thinks, he doesn't like that about her. It's nothing, just a fun young girl, Go Jingwei said. He doesn't want to talk much about Jiang Yi. He knows Su Ruo has feelings for him. She watches him very closely, and saying a good word about Jiang Yi might cause trouble for her. That's also why he dislikes Su Ruo. He has clearly refused her many times, even quite firmly, but she still treats him as something she can easily get. He definitely can't tell her about giving away 20% of the shares, or she would bother him endlessly. Anyway, Shi Lake Grand Hotel is his property. Su Ruo, as deputy manager, was just arranged because he couldn't stand his mother-in-law's crying. She has no decision-making power or even the right to know about the company's affairs. I heard this young girl brought a magical electric cooker. Did you buy it? Su Ruo leaned in again, curious. Yes, Go Jingwei replied briefly and went inside. How much did it cost? Su Ruo seemed unaware of his cold attitude and asked curiously. Despite everyone clearly explaining everything yesterday, even breaking some relationships, she still acts as if nothing happened and talks to him normally. She's really a tough one. Go Jingwei even suspects she might have some mental issues. 1,000 yuan each, he casually said. He sighed inwardly. He didn't want to talk, but if he didn't, Su Ruo would ask him 1,000 times. That's so expensive.
Su Ruo Edgar Lim.
What kind of pot costs 1,000? Maybe you just paid extra because the girl was pretty? Go Jingwei frowned and looked up to see a young man approaching. It was his nephew, Go Hongliang. He immediately signaled to him with his eyes. Understanding immediately, Go Hongliang stopped Su Ruo and said, "Annie Su, I need to ask you something. I already told you, she's only 30 years old. How can she be your aunt? Call her sister Su." Su Ruo insisted. That flicker of anger and frustration made Go Hongliang blush and his heart race. He couldn't understand why such an amazing woman his uncle liked wasn't interested in him. Su Rao was tripped up, and Go Jingwei quickly went upstairs, closing the office door to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking down, he saw the signed agreement again, and his heart warmed up once more. He felt that today, he had met a very important person. Jiang Yi went home and took out the tricycle. When her mother asked about it, she only said she was in negotiations. She planned to get 20% of the shares in a month and then tell her mother about it. Jiang Yi quickly returned to the Creek Lake Hotel, bringing along 20 cardboard boxes, big and small, filled to the brim. Ge Jingwei had been watching from the window, worried that this important person might just be a dream. Seeing Jiang Yi come back so quickly, he hurried down and asked the staff to move all the boxes to the kitchen. The chefs in the kitchen were excited to see so many pots brought in at once, just like Ge Jingwei. Some even asked Jiang Yi how much these pots cost, wanting to buy one for themselves. No matter what dish, even bone stew, could be cooked in about 5 minutes, tasting so good that people would want to eat their tongues off. Even if each pot cost a few hundred yuan, they still wanted to buy one.
HMPH, Ye Jingwei snortet Coldlu.
A few hundred? Millions or even tens of millions would be more like it. If these 20 pots could exchange for 20% of the Creek Lake Hotel's shares, he wouldn't even bother guessing their value. After placing the pots in the kitchen, he divided the staff into 2 groups, some to watch over the pots, others to lock them in the safe when not in use. Only then did Ge Jingwei and Jiang Yi go back upstairs. Jiang Yi had just quietly told him there was something she forgot to mention, which immediately startled him. "What's the matter?" Ge Jingwei asked as they entered the office. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious," Jiang Yi said. "I just forgot to tell you that these pots have a usage limit. Each pot can only be used 1,000 times. Ge Jingwei's eyes widened instantly. Isn't that a big deal? Oh no. He had been tricked. With the restaurant's usage rate, 1,000 uses would last about a month, maybe less. Don't worry, Jiang Yi said. Once you've used the pot 1,000 times, just bring it back to me for maintenance. In a few hours, it can be used another 1,000 times.
Oh.
Ge Jingwei let out a sigh. That scared me. So, how many times can this pot be used before it breaks? He wondered if it would be completely useless after just a few thousand uses. He had forgotten this important point earlier. A pot, even a large household iron pot, has a lifespan. It can't be used forever. Usually, a good chef might ruin a pot in a year or 2. This pot probably can only last a year too. According to the agreement, if they earn 8 million within a year, he has to give up 20% of his shares. But then, in the second year, he might be back to where he started? Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee 30 years of use. From now on, the Creek Lake Hotel will also have my share. Do you think I would let myself lose money? That makes sense."
Ye Jingwei relaxed.
But Jiang Yi sighed inwardly. In his previous life, Ge Jingwei was driven to death because he found out that the twin sons he raised for years were not his biological children. They were actually his wife's and his eldest nephew's children. This was too much for Ge Jingwei, who was very proud and cared about his reputation. Plus, he had high blood pressure and he died suddenly from A. Jiang Yi suddenly asked Bosco, "Are you remarried?"
Huh?
Ge Jingwei was caught off guard. But when he saw the innocent curiosity in the young girl's eyes and realized he might have misunderstood her, he quickly said no.
Oh.
Jiang Yi let out a breath of relief. It seemed there was still time. In his previous life, Jiang Yi became friends with Ge Jingwei 5 years later, after he was already married. Since they were on good terms, Jiang Yi naturally knew about his second wife. Her name was Su Ruo. Once, after drinking, Ge Jingwei rarely opened up and told her about his relationship with Su Ruo, or rather, his experience of being tricked. Ge Jingwei liked socializing, enjoyed lively gatherings, and loved good food. He also liked to drink. He didn't always get drunk, but when something made him happy, he would drink a lot. One time, after getting drunk and waking up, he found Su Ruo lying beside him. He remembered that last night, in a half-dream, half-wake state, something had happened. At the time, he thought he was dreaming. 2 months later, Su Ruo was found to be pregnant with twins. There was no way around it. Ge Jingwei had to take responsibility. Jiang Yi also understood what happened afterward. 30 years later, Ge Jingwei accidentally discovered that those children were not his, but actually his wife's and his eldest nephew's. If it was his wife with another man, he wouldn't take it to heart. Anyway, he never liked Su Ruo from the beginning, so he just considered himself disgusted. Wearing a green hat was just part of it. He mistakenly invested feelings in the wrong person for the children, so he just thought of them as orphans he adopted. The embarrassing part was that the father of these children was his eldest nephew, whom he was training to take over as the heir. His own eldest son was not cut out for business. He had seen this long ago, so he had been training his nephew to become a professional manager to run the Shihu group. But this young man secretly betrayed him. All these years, he had been secretly involved with Su Ruo, and he and Su Ruo together turned the Shihu group into a shell of its former self. Ge Jingwei's blood pressure suddenly shot up, and he never woke up again. Jiang Yi calculated the time, only a few months before Ge Jingwei's second marriage, on August 8, 1988. Jiang Yi remembered this date very clearly because Ge Jingwei had complained about it many times. It was the day of a disaster in Hangzhou City when Typhoon August swept through, causing over 100 deaths. What's wrong? Seeing her lost in thought, Ge Jingwei asked nervously, worried she might forget something. Nothing, Jiang Yi smiled. I was just thinking about what gift to give you. Haha, no need, no need, Ge Jingwei quickly laughed. If what you said really works, I should thank you, my little benefactor.
Jiang Yi similet.
If you want to thank me, it's simple. Next time you eat at the Shihu Grand Hotel, you won't have to pay, right? Ge Jingwei didn't immediately agree. He had many relatives, especially on his mother-in-law's side. He never dared to openly say free meals, and even he himself, if he wanted to eat in the lobby, had to pay. Jiang Yi also remembered this and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, forget it. Let's pretend I never said anything. Jiang Yi stood up to leave, and before leaving, asked for a menu from the hotel. Ge Jingwei felt even more guilty. Come to my place tomorrow. I'll take you home. My house is not far from here. In the future, you can come to my house for meals. My chef is better than this. After saying that, he remembered those days were gone. Now, with a pressure cooker in the hotel kitchen, the food quality at home couldn't compare. He looked at Jiang Yi eagerly. Jiang Yi smiled and said, Okay, I'll come to your house for dinner tomorrow, and I'll also bring you a pot. Hey. Ge Jingwei immediately smiled. Look at this girl, so straightforward. I really like her. It's a pity her son is 3 years younger than her. The next day, Jiang Yi left with her bag and went out again. Li Yumei advised her not to work so hard. The weather was especially cold today, so she should rest at home or tell her what she wanted to do, and she would help. Usually, such matters should be handled by adults, but seeing Jiang Yi insist on doing it herself, she didn't insist further. Still, she didn't want her daughter to tire herself out. It's okay. I don't just run business. When I have free time, I go to the bookstore to read, Jiang Yi said. She didn't have much time to read, but these days, she always made time to recharge at 518. Seeing that she wasn't just working hard, Li Yumei felt relieved. Jiang Yi went to the restaurant again. This time, as she entered the lobby, she saw a fashionable woman. She had fluffy, styled hair, wore a tight, wine-red cheongsam, draped a white mink coat, and wore a big pearl necklace, an old-fashioned wealthy lady look. Jiang Yi immediately recognized her as Su Ruo. Her appearance was ordinary, but she had a curvy figure and was well-dressed. Her eyes and expressions carried a deliberate allure, making her very attractive. Little girl, you're here again. Su Ruo saw Jiang Yi and froze for a moment, her eyes showing deep suspicion. But that didn't stop her from smiling and greeting Jiang Yi warmly, acting like a kind older sister. Hello, Auntie, Jiang Yi said sweetly. Su Ruo's face twitched. Another person calling her aunt. Are they all blind? Does she look that old? She was only about 21 or 22. It's not mealtime yet and all the food is sold out. Come back in 2 hours if you want to eat, Su Ruo said with a less friendly tone. Jiang Yi wasn't surprised. In her past life, she never received a kind look from Su Ruo either. She herself was shameless. Outside, someone was watching Ge Jingwei so closely, acting as if they loved him to death, saying they would die if separated from him, and if he spoke to another woman, they'd be devastated. That's also why Ge Jingwei never doubted her for many years. I'm not here to eat. I came to see Bosco, Jiang Yi said. Su Ruo's politeness immediately disappeared, and she became sharp-tongued. These young girls nowadays, so young and already so unruly, just looking for the boss and even coming to his house. How shameless. Jiang Yi was not angry at all. A few rude words were just a small complaint. Getting angry would only hurt herself. Moreover, she had already thought about how to deal with Su Ruo in the future. If she harms someone so badly and gets scolded a few times, so what? Jiang Yi's calmness made Su Ruo's rudeness stand out even more. Ge Jingwei, who was running down the stairs quickly, felt he could no longer tolerate Su Ruo. This time, even if his mother-in-law cried her eyes out in front of him, he had to get rid of Su Ruo. He couldn't let her offend his important friends. He forgot to include in yesterday's agreement what would happen if Jiang Yi broke the contract and sold the pots to someone else. Would she pay him 20 pots? If that happened, his business would still suffer a big. Rare things are more valuable. If every restaurant did the same as him, how could he make big money? Don't be rude to the guests, Ge Jingwei said sternly as he walked over. Su Ruo was stunned. He had never. No, he sometimes did yell at her like that, but in the restaurant, in public, especially in front of outsiders, he never raised his voice like that. Tears welled up in Su Ruo's eyes. She turned to look at Jiang Yi, her eyes full of fire. Wow, things are really this bad now? Brother-in-law, who is this person? Should I call her sister or sister-in-law in the future? TSK, she looks quite young. Does she look older than Si-chun? Boo-hoo, my poor niece. In the future, she'll have a stepmother younger than her. Su Ruo caused a scene regardless of the occasion, shouting sharply. Although there were no customers in the restaurant, many staff members were watching from afar, eyes shining, eager for a good show. Ge Jingwei instantly felt embarrassed and speechless. Bosco, thank you for buying so many electric pots for me yesterday. I'm here to settle the bill. 1,000 yuan each, 20 for 20,000 yuan, Jiang Yi said with a smile as she looked at Ge Jingwei. Yesterday, Ge Jingwei had told her not to mention that he bought the electric pots for 1,000 yuan each instead of exchanging shares. That suited her perfectly. Oh, the money. I haven't paid you yet. Come with me. Ge Jingwei secretly admired how clever this young girl was, as she skillfully resolved the difficult situation with just a small effort. She wasn't someone close to him, nor was she here to see the boss's young girl. She was here to collect money. An honest reason. Everyone at the hotel already knew about the electric cooker, but only the kitchen staff knew that Jiang Yi was the one who sold it. Now, it's clear what's going on. Manager Su has once again lost his temper. Really? He dares to blame others for everything. Many smart people have noticed that Su Ruo is acting strangely. She handles male guests very well, but when it comes to female guests, she can be very harsh. For the hotel, it's hard to say if this is good or bad. Su Ruo already knew who Jiang Yi was, or she wouldn't have blocked her at the door. Last night, when she went to her brother-in-law's house, she overheard him talking to the chef about preparing his best dishes to entertain a young girl. She didn't care who this person was. She attacked anyone who approached her brother-in-law without asking questions. In her past life, Jiang Yi also thought Su Ruo might have some mental issues or had experienced some trauma as a child involving Ge Jingwei. Her feelings for Ge Jingwei were definitely not normal. Ge Jingwei gave her a warning look. Su Ruo glared at Jiang Yi, then angrily turned and walked away. When she arrived at Ge Jingwei's office, he immediately apologized awkwardly. Jiang Yi showed no concern and said it was fine. Her confident attitude conquered Ge Jingwei. Which young girl could stay so calm after being insulted so rudely? This is for you. Jiang Yi handed him a cardboard box. Ge Jingwei immediately looked delighted. For a gourmet, this was truly a treasure. And this, too, is for you, Jiang Yi took out a thick book about the size of an 8K photo album from her bag and handed it to him. In her past life, Gu Jingwei had helped her a lot. Her career really took off because of him. Through him, she met many people, learned about various rules, and gradually grew stronger. To her, Gu Jingwei was both a teacher and a friend. So, whenever she had the chance, she wanted to thank him. Curious, Gu Jingwei took the book. The cover was black with gold lettering, with 5 grand characters, Shihu Grand Hotel, which looked very upscale. Gu Jingwei praised loudly. Who wrote this character? I need to ask for a copy, and change the sign at the door. Jiang Yi smiled and said, open it and take a look. The writing was hers, but she should know calligraphy now, so she couldn't admit to it. Gu Jingwei didn't ask further, and curiously opened the book. The first page was a close-up photo of dongpa pork. The photo was taken so well that the meat looked clear and shiny, making it very tempting. Next to it was a small note explaining the history, origin, and a little story about dongpa pork. It was written very beautifully. Even people who don't eat meat would want to try it just to experience the story, to taste a bit of history and legend. After seeing the photo and reading the story, they didn't feel the price was too high compared to a small restaurant. Instead, it felt surprisingly cheap.
Great.
Gu Jingwei praised again. He started to understand. This was a special menu. This was a menu specially made by Jiang Yi for him. Unlike the simple menus most big restaurants have, which only list dish names and prices, this one was 100 times more elegant. It also amazed Gu Jingwei 100 times. Just this menu made the quality of the Shihu Grand Hotel rise by another level.
Come on, help me think.
What else should we improve or change in our restaurant? I plan to reopen it,
Gu Jingwei said.
With those 20 electric cookers, the Shihu Grand Hotel was no longer the same as before. But outsiders didn't know that. He wanted to make a grand display to justify raising prices. Where was this printed? Gu Jingwei asked. Change the prices, double them. Print 100 copies. Jiang Yi smiled and said, okay, I'll deliver them tomorrow. Our 30-day contract starts from the reopening day, Gu Jingwei said. He couldn't let important guests suffer losses. All right, Jiang Yi replied casually. Originally, with the current prices, she was confident she could sell 1 million yuan worth of dishes in a month. Now that Gu Jingwei wanted to double the prices, she was even more confident. Gu Jingwei then turned and opened a safe inside a cabinet, took out 30,000 yuan, wrapped it up, and handed it to Jiang Yi. Here, this is for buying new pots and printing menus. The quality of that booklet looked expensive. He needed 100 copies and thought 10,000 yuan was too little. He turned around and took out another 10,000 yuan, feeling more at ease. That's not enough to speak, Gu Jingwei said. Jiang Yi looked at him and smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Jingwei didn't hold back. He grabbed her backpack and opened it, stuffing something inside. Sorry about today. That person is my sister-in-law. She's a bit. She might offend you again in the future. I want to apologize first. But don't worry, I will handle this as soon as possible, he said through clenched teeth. Jiang Yi chuckled, thinking that just by being scolded, she could make Su Ruo leave. That scolding was really worth it. Jiang Yi left with the money. She couldn't go to Gu Jingwei's house for dinner as planned, because that would confirm Su Ruo's words and she would go crazy. Halfway through her work, Jiang Yi rode out of the city to recharge at 518. Li Xiuyu had already returned to Shanggu village, crying and complaining to her grandparents, uncle, and aunt about how Jiang Yi and Yu Mei had betrayed their family. At first, they didn't help, causing them to waste 100 jin of meat that couldn't be sold. Then, they deliberately lent them a pot, making the spoiled meat look fresh so it could be sold. But the meat was bad, and when people ate it, they got sick and were caught by the police. Finally, they refused to pay the fine, leaving her parents, brother, and sister-in-law inside. Li Yumei did this on purpose. She didn't want them to get rich. She wanted to ruin them. She thought of this perfect story on the train, planning it carefully. And surprisingly, the logic was quite convincing. The Li family was stunned. They couldn't believe such things could happen.
Li Yumei wasn't like that.
You haven't seen it.
My aunt really changed.
She even tried to cut my mother with a kitchen knife before, Li Xiaoyu said confidently. The Li family knew her well. Although she spoke a bit strangely, when she looked like that, her words must be true.
Wow.
Li Yumei really tried to cut Zhao Tiantian? That was shocking. Also, my aunt has divorced her husband because she has someone outside. Li Xiaoyu lowered her head, eyes flickering. This was one bomb after another, leaving the Li family stunned. But gradually, they started to believe what Li Xiaoyu said. Li Yumei actually has someone outside going through a divorce? That's really surprising. I'll go find her now. Let her help rescue my son and grandson. Grandma Li was so upset after hearing this that she stood up and was about to leave, looking like she was ready to fight with Li Yumei. Li Shuwen quickly signaled to his mother to calm Grandma down and asked Li Xiaoyu curiously, "How much does your eldest aunt's family earn in a day?" "About 700 or 800 yuan a day." The Li family knew their finances well, so Li Xiaoyu immediately calculated for them the costs, the selling price, how many pots they sell each day, and their total profit. She didn't want to say too much, but she knew that if she didn't share this, they might not take action. Is that pressure cooker really so amazing? Li Shuwen looked at her with a curious, innocent expression. Li Xiaoyu nodded immediately. It's incredible. With a regular pot, we can't cook well. It doesn't fry properly, and the flavors don't come out. But with that pot, just stir a few times, cover it, and wait an hour. Jiang Yi said she bought each one for 10,000 yuan.
Wow.
The Li family members all exclaimed in amazement. 10,000 yuan for one pot? Is it made of gold? Li Shuwen slightly curled his lips, then quickly smoothed his expression and said to Li Xiaoyu, "We understand. This is such a big matter. You should go tell your uncles and ask when they're going to Hangzhou. We can go together." Although Li Xiaoyu felt that Li Shuwen's expression seemed a bit off, she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. She really needed to talk to her uncles, so after hesitating for a moment, she got up and left. Grandma Li also turned back to pack her luggage. While packing, she told Zhao Fangfang, "You don't need to go. The pigs and chickens at home need feeding.
You stay and watch the house.
Your dad, your brother Jianjun, and I will go together." Li Shuwen went over and pulled Grandma Li back to sit down, affectionately linking her arm. "Grandma, we're not going. No one is going."
Huh?
Grandma Li looked at him with confusion. "Grandma, Li Xiaoyu is definitely lying." Li Shuwen said, "My aunt is not that kind of bad person. Look at the gifts she brought us for the new year, adding up to 1,000 yuan. She bought watches for my uncles and aunt which only cost about 200 yuan. Would she really be willing to pay a 500 yuan fine? She deliberately got them involved." Grandma Li said blankly, "My eldest aunt could never be that bad." Li Shuwen firmly said, "It must be my aunt who offended someone. You all know the grudge between them, and you also know my aunt's temper, as well as Li Xiaoyu's. So, we can't just believe her side of the story." Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Li calmed down. They agreed that Li Yumei, their eldest daughter, had good character. Even if she changed, she wouldn't become so bad. As for Zhao Tiantian, she really deserves a scolding. "Grandpa, Grandma, my eldest aunt has money now, 700 or 800 a day. In 2 months, that adds up to a lot. She also wants to buy an apartment in the city and has divorced again. It's her decision. Soon, she'll probably take you to the city to enjoy life." Li Shuwen said slowly. Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Li's eyes lit up. Li Jiangguo and his wife also looked excited. Zhao Fangfang looked at Li Shuwen with pride. "His son is really smart. My eldest aunt is very filial. She just earned money and came back to visit you too. Look at the clothes she bought for you. Things we can't find here, the best and most expensive." Li Shuwen continued, "But if you listen to Li Xiaoyu's gossip and go fight with my aunt, it will hurt her feelings. Then, how can she enjoy life in the city?"
But.
Mrs. Li was convinced. She was eager to move to the city and no longer do exhausting farm work. But her eldest son also needed to be taken care of. "With Zhao's 7 brothers around, we don't need to worry," Li Shuwen said. Mrs. Li's eyes brightened. She clapped her thigh. "Yes. And they have those 7 brothers. The Zhao brothers are so capable that they can surely persuade their eldest daughter and help her get money to rescue her. They don't need to involve themselves in offending others. Mrs. Li understood immediately. When the time comes, they will go and mediate, comfort their eldest daughter, and then move into the big house. When the Zhao brothers heard the news, they immediately exploded with anger and said they would go to settle accounts with Li Yumei. But who would go? That hadn't been decided yet. It's easy to say someone should go. Maybe all 7 men and the grown-up nephews and sons could go too. But cooking is still a woman's job. The 7 Zhao sisters-in-law argued for the first time over who made the best food. They also thought selling dompa pork is so profitable. We definitely need to go too. There was that pot, and Li Yumei tricked their older sister. That pot should be used as compensation and given to them. Jiang Yi didn't know about the disagreements and chaos far away, but she didn't care even if she did. She happily took 40,000 yuan home to give to her mother. Where did you get so much money? Li Yumei was surprised. It's halfway through a business deal. This is a deposit, Jiang Yi said. Li Yumei was stunned and kept asking more questions. Jiang Yi only said she would tell her when everything was settled in a month. Li Yumei, who always thought her daughter was more capable than her, suddenly stopped asking. Come on, Mom, let's go buy building materials and renovate the house, Jiang Yi said, pulling her mother. Li Yumei was happy but hesitant. Maybe we should just send this money to the landlord? Since they had no income this month, the 40,000 yuan would be just right. No need. We'll have money next month, Jiang Yi said, not mentioning that they might pay off the remaining balance all at once, to avoid worrying her mother. Let's go, Jiang Yi insisted, pulling her out the door. When they reached the yard, she also called Wu's siblings. The 5th day of the lunar month had passed. Normally, Wu Jun should be out doing business, but he was worried lately, afraid that Li Chong and Li Xiuyu might cause trouble again, so he stayed at home. Jiang Yi smiled at him and remembered his kindness. When she said she was going to buy building materials and renovate the new house, Wu Jun felt a bit upset inside, but he didn't say anything. He rode his bike ahead to lead the way. He knew the city well, where to buy what. Right now, Hangzhou City didn't have many building material or renovation markets. Did the house need renovation? Just level the floor with cement, paint it white, install doors and windows, hang curtains, and put in furniture. That's enough. At most, they could paint a meter-high wall with green or blue waterproof paint to keep it clean. But since it was 1988, if you wanted crystal chandeliers, tiles, wallpaper, or flooring, they were available, though limited, they did exist. Jiang Yi was quick. She spent 2 days choosing most of the materials needed for the renovation, except for the flooring on the 2nd floor. She wanted to use red sandalwood for the floor, strong, beautiful, and with a faint fragrance, but she didn't have enough money. She would have to wait until next month. Meanwhile, Wu Jun had hired professional workers from a construction company to start the renovation. Jiang Yi didn't go anymore. She left everything to Wu Jun to handle. She didn't want to reveal her connection to that house, feeling still too weak. In the following days, Jiang Yi went to the Shihu Grand Hotel at 9:30 every morning to give Gu Jingwei ideas on changing the decor style, clarifying the duties of the staff, ordering, serving, delivering so that responsibilities were clear and work was busy but organized. Basically, she brought in advanced management methods from high-end hotels, which amazed Gu Jingwei, who kept calling her a genius and saying she was born to do business. Jiang Yi smiled and asked, "Where is Deputy Manager Su?" "She's at home crying," Gu Jingwei said openly. "I fired her as deputy manager, and now she's at home arguing with her mother." Then he looked worried again. Where could he hide tonight? Her mother was coming over to his place to argue with him. After a few days together, Jiang Yi's impact was so strong that Gu Jingwei decided, even without those 20 pots, he would still give her the shares. He thought she was a genius. He had already decided to train Jiang Yi as his successor. He was training his nephew, Gu Hongliang, only as a professional manager, paying him a salary and giving him bonuses to help manage the company. But now things had changed. Jiang Yi had real company shares and was so talented. It made no sense to bypass her and use his less capable nephew. Originally, Go Hongliang's skills were decent in his eyes, or he wouldn't have chosen him. But this person, when compared, was just not on the same level. So, what about manager Xiao Ge? Jiang Yi pretended to look around. Ge Jingwei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Are you looking for him for something?" He looked at the young girl in front of him. Her skin was porcelain white and smooth, her appearance charming and lovely. She was incredibly beautiful, but paired with his big nephew? That was a bit of a waste. "I have a son, just 3 years younger than you, good-looking and very cute. Do you two want to meet sometime?" Ge Jingwei blurted out. He originally thought Jiang Yi wouldn't be interested in a younger boy, but now he couldn't hold back. Such a good girl. She shouldn't be missing out on his son. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then giggled happily, showing no shyness at all about hearing this. This made Ge Jingwei laugh too.
See?
That's the kind of extraordinary daughter-in-law he had. Jiang Yi simply couldn't hold back her laughter. She remembered her past life, when Ge Jingwei had tried to match her with his son, Ge Siken. But Ge Siken, just thinking about him, made her want to laugh. She finally suppressed her smile and used her past life's reason for refusing Ge Jingwei. "Uncle, aren't you worried that this Shihu restaurant will belong to the Jiang family someday, instead of the Ge family?" Ge Jingwei was momentarily stunned, then looked disappointed. With such a capable daughter-in-law, it was easy for her to handle his silly son. Jiang Yi smiled and asked, "You haven't said where Manager Ge is yet." Ge Jingwei became a bit more alert. He thought, with such a talented girl like Jiang Yi, she probably wouldn't be interested in his plain, older nephew. "He didn't come to the company today. He said he went to comfort Su Ruo," Ge Jingwei said, his tone turning sour when mentioning Su Ruo. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Jiang Yi knew he was fed up with Su Ruo and didn't want to think about her at all. "I have something I'm not sure if I should tell you." Jiang Yi bit her lip, showing a shy expression. Ge Jingwei's heart skipped a beat.
What?
She really liked his foolish nephew? At this moment, Ge Hongliang was no longer just ordinary in his mind, but a complete fool. Jiang Yi looked up and whispered, "But I think it's better to tell you, after all, Su Ruo." "Go ahead," Ge Jingwei immediately said. He thought Su Ruo was secretly bullying Jiang Yi behind his back, something embarrassing for a girl to endure. "That day, when I was wandering around the hotel, I accidentally saw the two of them being affectionate." Jiang Yi's face turned red. Trying not to laugh, this was pure nonsense. In her past life, she didn't know if they had ever been close at that time. But judging by the timing, even if they weren't close now, it would happen soon. In her past life, they got married on August 8th, and Su Ruo was already nearly 3 months pregnant. Now it was almost March. Ge Jingwei was stunned. Then his face turned bright red, and he was furious. These two people, separated by generations. And they were actually affectionate in a hotel and got caught. This was a restaurant, not an inn. Also, Ge Hongliang liked Su Ruo. Why hadn't he told him? He showed no signs of it at all. Additionally, Su Ruo surprisingly liked Ge Hongliang, and she dared to cling to him so openly. Was she forced at that time? Ge Jingwei blurted out. Ge Hongliang also felt that asking this way was wrong and might cause misunderstandings. "I'm worried people might think she was forced. I just feel that she wouldn't do that normally." This time, Ge Jingwei's face turned genuinely red with embarrassment. He felt uncomfortable talking about such things with a young girl. But since he brought it up, he had to clarify. "I'm saying, she wouldn't be so two-faced or untrustworthy, right?" Ge Jingwei asked loudly, almost as if speaking to himself. "I don't know about that," Jiang Yi said. "But she definitely wasn't forced back then."
She.
Jiang Yi's face turned red again. She was quite proactive. Ge Jingwei's face darkened.
"Do as you like.
"I'm going to deal with him." Ge Jingwei stood up and headed out. He didn't want to see Su Ruo anymore. They had no legal relationship. But his nephew, he could handle him. Jiang Yi quickly followed him out, helped lock the office door, and then went home. Although she wanted to see what was happening, she was afraid of getting involved in trouble. Ge Jingwei angrily went to his father-in-law's house. He wanted to see if Go Hongliang was there, and if so, how he was supposedly calming Su Ruo. It was all so coincidental. Su Ruo had been sent back home for 3 days, crying every day, acting so desperately that her parents couldn't stand her anymore. They even hid at Gu Jingwei's house to teach him to marry Su Ruo quickly. Gu Jingwei was truly a rare good son-in-law, obedient and wealthy. Such a good son-in-law shouldn't be missed. And his daughter liked him too. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Moreover, Su Ruo and her sister looked very similar, even younger and prettier than her sister. They couldn't understand why Gu Jingwei refused. The elderly couple wasn't home, and Go Hongliang happened to come over. Su Ruo caught Go Hongliang and burst into tears. A beautiful woman, even crying, looked very lovely, especially when she wasn't really crying. Su Ruo was wearing a tight cheongsam, holding a small handkerchief, sitting gracefully on the bed, wiping her tears as her chest heaved with emotion, acting very aggrieved. Gu Hongliang, in his 20s and full of energy, had been thinking about this for a long time. Now, with perfect timing and the right place, he couldn't hold back. He suddenly pushed Su Ruo down. Su Ruo really couldn't resist a strong man, especially when she didn't want to fight anymore. Just as Gu Jingwei rushed in, Gu Hongliang had just lit a cigarette. Good, very good. Gu Jingwei pointed at the two of them, trembling with anger. He didn't know why he was so mad, maybe because he felt betrayed and humiliated. After all, Su Ruo looked desperate in front of him, but then she went asleep with someone else. He felt deceived. He was such a fool. Brother-in-law. Listen to my explanation. Su Ruo was stunned for a few seconds before reacting and screamed as she rushed forward. She didn't care that she was completely. Gu Hongliang's eyes flashed with anger. He rushed to hold Su Ruo. She was his, yet she was thinking about someone else and letting others see her. His anger was not only directed at Su Ruo, but also at Gu Jingwei. Gu Jingwei didn't miss his look and felt his face burning with embarrassment. He was not only a fool but also blind. Okay. When will you get married? Pick a date, and I'll go to the wedding. After saying that, Gu Jingwei turned around and left, glancing back nervously, afraid he might. Brother-in-law Su Ruo was still screaming in the room. The next moment, she was slapped in the face. She looked at Gu Hongliang in shock. He just got her, and now he dared to hit her? Men are no good. Su Ruo immediately rushed forward, grabbing his face and causing it to swell. His face was bruised. How could he go out and see people? Gu Hongliang was also angry and they started fighting. Jiang Yi didn't know that a love fight caused by her lie was happening. She had important work to do. After another day of charging, 518 finally told her that the energy absorbed was enough to search within a 500-mile radius. Then let's start, Jiang Yi said. She was going to find those 2 escaped black-clad men with broken hands. Jiang Yi was suddenly disappointed because she only found one. That one was either dead or had gone somewhere farther away and was hard to find. It's not easy for her to recharge once, and leaving to search elsewhere is also difficult. Fortunately, finding one is still a gain. She decided to deal with this one first before looking for others. Where is it? Jiang Yi asked. Right in Hang City. A virtual map appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Although she was outside, only she could see this map. A blinking green showed her position, and a red marked the target. Jiang Yi looked at the distance. It was quite far. She couldn't make a round trip before dark, and she still needed to do some operations in between. So she had to hold back her impatience and wait until tomorrow morning to go there. Can the energy track and locate him? Jiang Yi asked. If he's not out of Hang City, I can track him for 3 days, 518 replied unhappily. She was only getting small bits of food every day, which was not satisfying. Wait for me. Once I have enough money, I'll buy a small factory and make sure you eat well every day, Jiang Yi said. The Zhao family's 7 brothers had their first big fight, and it was a fierce battle. There's nothing money can't fix, they say. Seeing that they couldn't keep fighting, the 7 brothers were about to split up. In the end, they decided that all 7 would go, and their 7 wives would draw lots, 3 would go, and 4 would stay home to take care of the chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, pigs, and many children. Anyway, Li Xiaoyu said that as long as they had that electric cooker, anyone could make delicious food. They planned to go to Hang City to see if it was really so profitable. If it was, they would settle down and bring the rest of the family over. A group of 10 people, plus Li Xiaoyu who was guiding them, excitedly boarded the train heading straight to Hang City. Li Xiaoyu still couldn't believe her grandparents and uncles didn't come along. But it was probably better they didn't, since there were already 7 uncles sharing the money. Fortunately, they were all brothers and had already spent a few days figuring out how to split the 2 pots. If her uncle's family joined, they'd have to argue for days again, and then her parents would come out too. Why should they go? Oh, they still had a use. They could go, and the 2 pots from the eldest aunt's family. Thinking about it, Li Xiaoyu found them quite likable. Let them come and take what they want. Without them, her family wouldn't get any benefits anyway. What Li Xiaoyu didn't know was that just a few train cars away, her grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and cousin Li Shuwen were sitting together. They planned to act as a distraction to comfort Li Yumei, whose heart was about to be hurt. When they arrived in Hang City, it was already dark. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyu had a good memory and remembered the way, so she knew the route. Are we going to my rented house or directly to my eldest aunt's place? Li Xiaoyu asked. Before anyone could answer, she added, my aunt's house is nearby, about half an hour on foot. My rented house is farther away, over 2 hours. Then what are we waiting for? Of course, we go to your aunt's house, said Li Xiaoyu's eldest uncle immediately. Yes, and bring that pot along. Tomorrow, we can start making money, said her aunt excitedly. In the dark, Li Xiaoyu's third auntie curled her lips and said, big sister-in-law, don't talk later. It might cause trouble. Li Xiaoyu's fifth auntie said, exactly. We're here to support our big sister, not to steal things. Li Xiaoyu started to speak. Shut up. Zhao Laoda suddenly shouted at his wife. He thought his 2 sisters-in-law were right. His wife was really bad at talking. They had their own plans, and they could say things at home, but outside, they had to hide their true thoughts. She just didn't understand this. Later, you shut up and let the 2 sisters-in-law talk to Li Yumei, Zhao Laoda said. If she's unreasonable, we'll act. After that, the group headed toward the Wu family. Li Xiaoyu, walking at the front, felt a bit nervous. She still remembered Wu Jun's threats. But that was probably just to scare her, right? Besides, it was late at night and those people probably didn't live at Wu's house. Her 7 uncles were all quite capable fighters, so she thought it would be fine. Zhao Tiantian was only about 40 years old. Her 7 brothers were all under 40, the youngest just 30. The group was young, quick on their feet, and soon disappeared into the darkness. The old man Li and the old lady Li behind were very anxious. They were too old to walk fast, even with Li Jianjun and Li Shuwen each pulling one arm. The 4 of them couldn't catch up with the group ahead and got lost in the dark night of Hangzhou. Before the Wu family's door was knocked, Wu Jun had already arrived in the yard. It was late at night, and the noisy footsteps outside sounded especially harsh. As Wu Jun stepped out, the door next door opened. Jiang Yi came out neatly dressed. Just now, 518 told her that Li Xiaoyu had brought people, 7 men and 3 women. Jiang Yi immediately knew who Li Xiaoyu could have brought. It was the bunch of gourd babies from the Zhao family. In her past life, these people often bullied her. When they forced her to take the college entrance exam for Li Xiaoyu, they all blocked the Li family's yard, acting as if she wouldn't answer and that she couldn't leave the yard on exam day. Even if she managed to leave, these reckless people could pull her out of the exam room. Later, they even used Li Xiaoyu's money to cause trouble at her company. She had to work hard to deal with each of them one by one. Jiang Yi frowned as she looked at the door outside. Now that they had arrived, it was hard to handle. The 7 brothers from the Zhao family were quite strong, and with their reckless personalities, she was worried about hurting her mother if they fought. Open the door. Open the door. The chaotic footsteps stopped outside, and someone knocked loudly. Wu Jun finally confirmed they were coming for them. He turned to Jiang Yi and said, "Go inside. Don't come out. I'll see who it is." No need to look. I recognize that voice. It's Li Xiaoyu's big uncle, Zhao Laoda, Jiang Yi said. She couldn't quite remember Zhao Laoda's name now, but in her past life, she called him Zhao Laoda. The 7 gourd babies of the Zhao family were called the oldest, second, and so on, up to the 7th. Before they finished talking, someone had already climbed over the wall. Then, they quickly opened the big door, and the people outside rushed in.
Viang yi siket inyardli.
Sometimes, the reckless ones could be so hard to deal with. Wu Jun suddenly felt he had been careless. From now on, the wall should be higher, and the iron gate should be locked inside. Li Yumei and Wu Xiaoya heard the noise and came out dressed. Go back, Wu Jun and Jiang Yi said at the same time. But neither of them listened. The Zhao family members who rushed forward also recognized Li Yumei under the light. Good job, Li Yumei. You caused my older sister so much trouble. Zhao Laosan's wife immediately slapped her thigh and shouted with tears in her voice. This is the typical start of a quarrel with a shrew. Jiang Yi immediately frowned. She had experienced these 3 daughters-in-law's shouting skills. Half an hour of non-stop, loud, and intense insults. She quickly rushed into the house, took out a basin of face-washing water, and splashed it out. With a loud splash, the scene fell silent. Before Zhao's family could get angry, Jiang Yi said, "The neighbor on the east side is the director of the inspection court, the one on the west is the director of the police station, and across the street is a high-ranking official. Keep shouting, call them all over. It's a good chance for me to see who's right." The scene remained quiet. Zhao's family seemed frozen, unable to move. Wu Jun tried hard not to let his lips curl into a smile. Of course, everything Jiang Yi said was false. The high-ranking officials usually live in the big compound of their workplace and rarely come out to live elsewhere. They were just trying to bully the rural folks who didn't know better. But the neighbors really did live in big, private houses. Making trouble here and calling the police was also a good idea. The police station is only 500 meters from here. If you make more noise, you might as well spend the night there, Jiang Yi said. Zhao's family members' eyes flickered as they all looked at Li Xiuyu. Li Xiuyu lowered her head. She didn't know much. She had only been living here for a few days. She rarely went out in front and never went out the back, so she didn't really know who the neighbors were. But she knew that the people here all lived in large, private courtyards. In the city, ordinary people couldn't afford such houses. Li Xiaoyu shrank her shoulders, feeling less confident. Zhao's family's attitude also weakened. "I know what you're here for," Jiang Yi continued. "You say you're supporting Zhao Tian, but your real goal is to get my 2 electric pots, right?" No one spoke and no one denied it. "Stop dreaming. I already sold those 2 pots." "What?" Everyone was shocked. A treasure chest that brought in hundreds of yuan a day was sold? They couldn't believe it.
Viang yi sneered.
"Why keep them if not for sale? To be stolen by you now? I knew you'd come, so I sold them in advance." "And what about the money from the sale?" Zhao Laoda's wife immediately asked. The yard fell silent, then Jiang Yi chuckled softly. "How much I sold my pots for? What does it have to do with you?" The sarcasm in the voice made Zhao's family feel very embarrassed. Although they knew what they were doing, they didn't want others to say it aloud. But since someone had pointed it out openly and secretly, Zhao's eldest was no longer ashamed.
"Search!"
he shouted loudly. Zhao's family immediately rushed into Jiang Yi's room behind her, searching the house with a rough and aggressive attitude. They were used to doing this in the village. It was their habit. Every time they argued at someone else's house, they would storm in and cause trouble just to feel satisfied. The room was lit, clear to see, but empty. They even checked inside the cabinets and under the bed, but didn't find the large electric cooker that Li Xiuyu mentioned. Since those 2 pots were no longer useful, Jiang Yi had taken them away a few days ago because they took up space. She replaced them with a smaller one for her own use and also gave one to the Wu family. Zhao's family, like locusts, retreated and rushed toward the side room and Wu family's house. Wu Jun squinted, holding his sister, planning to avoid trouble and let them search once. But when someone passed by Wu Xiaoya, she suddenly couldn't hold back and screamed. Wu Jun immediately got angry and kicked the people who had just passed by. Jiang Yi was even more furious. All these troubles today started because of her family. Because of them, Wu Jun had already faced many problems, and now Wu Xiaoya had been insulted, which made her feel especially upset. Jiang Yi grabbed a stick from under the eaves and charged at the women from Zhao's family. You have to pick the softest target first, deal with these women, then handle the men. Li Yumei was both angry and ashamed. She grabbed anything nearby and rushed out, hitting whoever was in her way. Suddenly, there were shouts of alarm from the yard. Although Jiang Yi wasn't as strong as the Zhao family members who worked hard all year, she was skilled and aimed carefully, especially targeting sensitive areas. Soon, she had knocked down 3 women and 2 men. The rest were taken down by Wu Jun. He was both strong and skilled, and he fought fiercely. Zhao's family was left on the ground, some crying out in pain, others cursing. Jiang Yi walked over to Li Xiaoyu, who was crouched in the corner, and pulled her out. "Take these people away," she said. The leader of Zhao's family, lying on the ground, immediately shouted, "I'm not leaving.
I'm hurt.
This whole thing today. I won't leave this yard without 10,000 yuan. Don't even think about making me leave." Wu Jun walked over and stepped on his crotch. 10,000 yuan? I can pay that, he said, gradually applying more pressure with his foot. Old Zhao let out a loud cry and jumped up, ignoring the pain in his leg, and quickly ran out of the yard. A few other Hulua, a reference to characters from a popular Chinese cartoon, saw the situation and also covered their groins, running away. Their most important parts were more valuable than 10,000 yuan. With the men gone, the women didn't dare stay and also ran away, including Li Xiuyu, who turned her head and fled. The yard became quiet again. Jiang Yi sighed deeply and said to Wu Jun, "Sorry, we will move out tomorrow." Wu Jun's expression darkened. Wu Xiaoya rushed over and said, No. They're just relatives, I have many too." "Oh, there are 7 of them, just like ours." Wu Xiaoya shook Jiang Yi's arm and begged, "Don't go. If you leave, I'll be home alone during the day, and I'm scared." Jiang Yi smiled, "I'll move out, and you can come stay at my house. Then we can see each other every day." "Really?" Wu Xiaoya's eyes lit up immediately, and she stopped insisting. Wu Jun was anxious behind them. His silly sister was just leaving him behind? She could move over, but he couldn't. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, she looked at her mother, who seemed to have been hurt earlier. Li Yumei had indeed been kicked twice and scratched a few times, but she didn't care much. She kept apologizing to Wu Xiaoya. Even if Jiang Yi didn't mention moving, she wouldn't feel comfortable staying here anymore. Wu Xiaoya, feeling embarrassed by her, ran back into the house. Li Yumei then pulled Jiang Yi aside and started packing her luggage. They planned to move to a new house. The house was a bit old and dirty, but after cleaning, it would be livable. Jiang Yi communicated with 518 for a while and then said to Wu Jun, "We'll move tomorrow. Just tell the workers that we're also doing some work there. I want to learn some renovation skills. I'm quite interested." Yes, Li Yumei, worried about keeping their ownership of the house a secret, brightened up. "I'll do the cleaning. The weeds in the yard are my responsibility." "All right." Wu Jun saw they insisted and stopped arguing. He helped them organize their things. Actually, Jiang Yi and Li Yumei didn't have much left to pack. Their clothes were down to 2 or 3 pieces, and after clearing out the food and vegetables, Jiang Yi was worried they might come back shamelessly to take more. So she bought only enough for 2 days. In the end, they only packed 1 bag of clothes, 2 sets of bedding, a bunch of pots and pans, and a tricycle that couldn't even be fully loaded. This made Li Yumei very angry. The Zhao family members were hurt, arms, legs, and stomachs aching, and after a tiring day, they moved to the rented house of Li Xiuyu. It was just barely dawn. After dawn, Jiang Yi went with her mother to their new home and started cleaning the big yard. Meanwhile, the elderly couple, Old Li and Old Lady Li, who had been lost in the dark night, finally found the place by following the vague address Li Xiaoyu had given. They went door to door asking about it. At this time, a new neighbor arrived. Most of the neighbors already knew the situation, and they quickly helped them find the Wu family. Unfortunately, the Wu family's door was locked from the outside, clearly indicating no one was home. All four of them were exhausted, especially Old Li and Old Lady Li, who leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Li Jianjun and Li Shuwen weren't much better. They found a flat spot and just lay down to sleep. Jiang Yi was riding her bike past when she saw them and paused, surprised, so there was still a lookout. She suddenly turned her bike around and went home to tell her mother to stay inside for the next few days because the Zhao family was blocking the Wu family's door. Li Yumei immediately nodded. Then Jiang Yi called Wu Jun aside and told him that the people blocking the door weren't the Zhao family, but her maternal grandfather. This identity was much more complicated than her aunt's brothers-in-law. They couldn't fight or scold him easily. Jiang Yi was instantly glad she had moved early. Otherwise, she might have been stuck at the Wu family's house, unable to get out. Okay, I understand, Wu Jun said. You guys kicked me out last night. I don't know where you went. If they cause trouble, I'll call the police and tell them where Li Jiangguo is. He didn't know where Li Jiangguo's rented house was, so they would have to ask him directly. Smart, Jiang Yi said, giving him a thumbs up, then quickly left, claiming she had a business meeting. Right now, nothing was more important than catching the person in black. She rode her bike to the location marked on the map. She found out that this person hadn't moved all day, probably because they were injured and resting. It's unfortunate that we ran into each other unexpectedly. Just as she was nearing her destination, she realized she had passed by the police station she had visited before. Li Jiangguo was being held there. That made sense, since this part of the city was the most chaotic, full of all kinds of people, making it easier to hide. Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of a better reason for being here. She was here to settle scores with Li Xiaoyu and the Zhao family. This reason sounded much more convincing than her sudden idea to visit the market and accidentally discover the black-clad person. After all, now it seemed unlikely that the black-clad person would come to the market. They would probably stay at home. Thinking this, she confidently wandered through the streets, asking about Li Jiangguo's family. Gradually, she got close to the house where the black-clad person was. Number 518 told her that inside, besides the injured black-clad person, there were two other people who looked strong. She knew she couldn't fight them with her small frame. Jiang Yi didn't want to fight. She just wanted to see the black-clad person's face clearly. She looked around. It was a slightly tidy shantytown, with brick houses that were taller and sturdier than the others. The gates on both sides were closed, except for the house diagonally opposite, where an old man was sitting in the sun. Jiang Yi's eyes brightened. She went over to ask the old man about the situation. The old man was very friendly and asked her in detail what her family looked like when they moved here and her relationship with them. This was exactly what Jiang Yi wanted. She sat at the door and told the old man everything she knew about Li Jiangguo's family. She kept talking and talking until the black-clad person came out of the house to use the bathroom. Suddenly, Jiang Yi realized it was time to leave. She told the old man, "I've talked for so long. I should go now and ask around other places." Go ahead, the old man said, a bit disappointed that she was leaving after chatting. But he couldn't stop her. Jiang Yi didn't go far. She casually knocked on the door of the house opposite. This area was a shantytown with narrow roads and thin walls. The people inside could hear Jiang Yi and the old man talking outside. Now that they heard Jiang Yi knocking, they showed no suspicion. The injured person slowly moved toward the bathroom in the yard. He had lost his hand and had been stabbed in the leg. Someone sitting by the door didn't get up or open the door. They just shouted outside, "I don't know where that family lives."
Bianchi
had forgotten about this situation, but she quickly remembered and asked, "Big brother, where is the public toilet around here? I've been walking around for a while and haven't seen one. I really need to go. I saw you have a toilet at your place.
Can I use it?"
At this time, the yard was small and the city's sewer system was not well developed. There was no space for a dry toilet in the yard, or else the smell would fill the entire yard every day. Only some larger households would build a toilet outside, and you could tell if they had one just by looking or even by smell. Jiang Yi's voice was very sweet and charming. Just a few words close up made the man curious about her appearance. Especially her shy tone just now. It was very alluring. The man stood up and peeked through the door, his eyes widening instantly. She was so beautiful, and she was offering herself willingly. Was this a blessing from heaven, making up for their recent bad luck of not being able to go anywhere? Suddenly, he pulled open the door with a swipe. You want to use the toilet? Come in, come in. Feel free to use it. He reached out to pull Jiang Yi inside. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, strong, with a broad build and a fierce-looking face, which looked even more intimidating when he smiled. Jiang Yi seemed frightened by him. She looked at him, then turned and ran away. When the injured person in the yard looked back, he only saw Jiang Yi's back. Another person walked over and punched the man who had opened the door. Look at you. You scared away the girl. I should have opened the door myself earlier. Such a pretty girl, finally, someone I could meet. The man also felt regret and pity. Such a beautiful girl, still so young. He wondered how good she would taste. What a shame. It's okay. Her uncle's family lives nearby, right? Once we get out, we'll find out. You can't run from the law forever. Hee. The two men who saw Jiang Yi's face sneered. Jiang Yi rode her bicycle quickly to the post office. There was a public phone here and the space was open. Usually, no one paid much attention as long as she spoke quietly. Private-operated public phones were different. The owner would listen on your calls and gossip. Jiang Yi dialed the number Hangzhou had given her last time. She held her breath, hoping for a call back. Otherwise, she really would know how to contact Hangzhou. Who should the police arrest? I'm worried they don't know who these people are, so they might not act and could accidentally alert the suspects. The phone rang quickly and Jiang Yi answered it immediately. Hello? This time, the other person spoke first, and their voice sounded familiar. Jiang Yi remembered clearly. She recognized this was the passerby she had met once and only exchanged a few words with. It's me. Can you tell it's me? Jiang Yi asked right away. The passerby was surprised and realized it was indeed her. Usually, their phone number would be invalid after one use, but before he left, Brother Nine specifically told him to keep this number. If this girl called, it meant she was in trouble. No matter what, he had to help her and also inform him. I know it's you. What's the matter? The passerby asked. Jiang Yi exhaled in relief and quickly said, I found a man in black with a broken arm who ran away that night. What? The passerby gasped in surprise, and a series of plots and schemes flashed through his mind. How could it be such a coincidence? I was planning to settle scores with my cousin today. Well, I was just looking for someone, but I didn't know her address. Asked around in that area, and when I knocked on a door, I saw that person. He had a broken arm, a mole on his left cheek, and looked very much like someone from that night. But I'm not sure if I recognized him correctly. Whether she was right or not, the passerby decided to check it out and investigate the girl. But first, he needed to tell Brother Nine. If Brother Nine found out, he might skin him alive. I also saw two tall, strong men in the yard, with fierce looks. Then I ran, Jiang Yi added. Did they recognize you? The passerby's heart immediately tightened. I don't know, Jiang Yi replied. She truly had no idea. Are you at the post office now? Wait for me. Don't move. I'll be there soon, the passerby said. He almost remembered all the important phone numbers in Hang City. After hanging up, Jiang Yi let out a breath of relief. This matter was half settled. Meanwhile, the passerby immediately called Hangzhou. Hangzhou had just finished moving around in the yard and went inside. He felt his gunshot wound was healing very quickly, almost like a surface injury. It had only been half a month, and he already felt almost fully recovered. Is he getting younger and younger? Hangzhou smiled briefly, picked up the phone, and his smile instantly froze. She's with the Black Eagle people? Where is she now? Is she in danger? Hangzhou's voice was tense. Passerby hesitated and said, Shouldn't you be worried about the Black Eagle people? After all, they are enemy's henchmen and threats to him. Stop interrupting. Answer my questions. Even through the phone, Passerby could feel his anger. He immediately realized he had made a mistake and thought, oh no, I've messed up, bad move. She's fine. She ran fast. She's at the post office. I'll go there now. Passerby quickly summarized and then repeated Jiang Yi's words exactly. Yan Zhou's sharp eyebrows remained tight. Go ahead first and make sure she's safe. As for the Black Eagle people, I'll handle that when I arrive. Don't alert them prematurely, Yan Zhou said. Those people, upon seeing the young girl's face, must all be dealt with. He wanted his subordinates to handle it. He was afraid they wouldn't be decisive enough. Hey, big brother, are you done healing and coming over? Are you just here to watch the show? Passerby shouted on the phone. Shut up. Yan Zhou was about to hang up. Passerby quickly added, I'm going to check on this girl. What a coincidence. She just happened to meet the Black Eagle people again. His voice was calm and serious, no longer joking. Yan Zhou paused and said, You can investigate, but only you personally. Don't leak any information, and don't leave any records. All right, Passerby agreed. If the girl was safe, he wouldn't keep any records at all. But Brother Zhou's words showed he was very confident about the girl's safety. Yan Zhou hung up and made another call, giving some instructions. Soon, a Mercedes W123 stopped at the door. The driver got out silently, handed Yan Zhou a briefcase, then turned and left. Inside was his new sidearm. Although he was retired because of his special duties in the past, he might always live in danger, so he could always carry a weapon for self-defense. There was also a non-military, inconspicuous bulletproof car, a Mercedes W123. Yan Zhou was about to get in the car when Xiao Lin ran out of the house, looked at the briefcase in his hand, and nervously asked, Where are you going? Yan Zhou casually said, Go to Hang City, find Zhou Qi. I heard the old house has been torn down. I'll go take a look. Xiao Lin glanced at his briefcase again. He could guess what was inside. He knew a little about this nephew's past profession. Just talk if there's a problem. Don't fight, and especially don't use any tools. Be careful not to scare anyone, Xiao Lin warned softly. Business is about words, not violence. Yan Zhou smiled and got into the car to leave. Jiang Yi also waited for the first passerby. He sat next to Jiang Yi, made a phone call, then looked at Jiang Yi and got up to leave. After a while, Jiang Yi also stepped outside and saw the casually wandering passerby on the roadside. She followed him, turning left and right, slowly walking into a quiet residential area and into a yard. Inside the yard, about 10 people were standing. When they saw Jiang Yi, everyone just looked at her silently, without saying a word. Only the passerby asked, Where is the person? Do you have paper? Jiang Yi asked. Someone immediately went inside and brought out paper and a pen. Jiang Yi had learned to draw before and was pretty good at it, but now she dared not reveal her skill. She only drew a rough map of the roads, using kindergarten-level skills. She recalled and explained as she drew. Enter from this intersection, walk a few dozen meters, and you'll see a grocery store. Turn at the intersection beside the store, go to the end, then turn right. The area was confusing, with twisted houses and roads, small alleys winding everywhere. If she didn't have the map from 518 in front of her, she might forget where those people were. Worried they might get lost, she explained very carefully. The passerby looked at her and said, Not bad memory. Jiang Yi nodded modestly. You've experienced it. The passerby. He looked down at the winding route Jiang Yi drew, listening to her vague explanations about the small tree at the house entrance, the alley with 3 bricks, and the half-collapsed gate on the left turn. He just remembered that once he reached the place, he would probably be confused. He knew it wasn't Jiang Yi's fault for not explaining clearly. The area was unplanned, with houses built randomly. There was no clear street, alley, or house number, so it was impossible to describe precisely. The passerby looked worried, and the dozen or so people around him also fell silent. They claimed they could remember the way after just one visit, but since they hadn't been there before, they were afraid of getting lost based only on the explanation. Getting lost would be a big problem. Maybe I can lead you there? Jiang Yi said. If she went, and those 3 tried to run away, she could still show the way. A bystander looked at her steadily for a few seconds and nodded. Capturing the Black Eagle was the most important thing. As for involving this young girl and risking danger, he wondered if Brother Nine would catch and punish him. He decided to think about it later. Jiang Yi led her group back to that area. About a dozen people, dressed differently with different props, suddenly looked like ordinary passers-by. Some carried burlap sacks, probably newcomers from the countryside looking for a house. Some rode tricycles, calling out for roof repairs or whitewashing. Others carried small gifts, seeming to visit relatives. Jiang Yi was amazed but kept focusing on her real task, finding out where the Li family lived. She accidentally overheard something important. What should she do now? Go or not? While she hesitated, a strong arm pulled her into a nearby alley. She was startled and immediately kicked out, aiming at the person's sensitive spot. But he skillfully blocked her kick with his leg, and she ended up crashing into his chest.
Diang yi strublet desperately.
Suddenly, she heard a muffled laugh above her. Her struggles stopped abruptly. That sound was deep, smooth, and pleasant, making her ears and heart itch, and it felt strangely familiar. Just a little wildcat. A low laugh came from above. The vibration from his chest reached her heart, making her whole chest tremble. Jiang Yi's body went limp, and she sank into his arms. Yan Zhou's body stiffened suddenly. Holding her, a word flashed through his mind, soft as no bones. He smiled with a nice curve at the corner of his lips, showing that he was in a good mood. Her mood also lifted instantly. Yan Zhou's smile grew wider, and his eyes sparkled with light. Jiang Yi still remembered the question just now. Did I kick you? Does it hurt? After asking, her face suddenly turned bright red. Probably not. His quick leg entwining move earlier meant she didn't kick him, maybe just brushed against his pants a little. Yan Zhou's smile froze for a moment, and his ears slowly turned red. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, asking, "How did you come here?" "Oh, I came to guide you," Jiang Yi replied, also going along with the change. She stood up straight and stood properly, like a little cat that had made a mistake. Yan Zhou wanted to laugh, but couldn't quite manage it. He shifted his gaze and focused on the passerby who was peeking out and looking at him. The passerby quickly looked away and leaned against the wall, catching his breath. That look in Yan Zhou's eyes. He's doomed. How do I get to the rest of the way? Tell me, then you can go home, Yan Zhou said, turning to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked around. She couldn't ask the same person again. She would reveal her plan, so after returning, she changed direction and asked another person. I really don't know how to get there from here. I need to go somewhere I've been before to find out, Jiang Yi said. Of course, she had a map in hand and knew exactly how to get there. But now, she couldn't go. Yan Zhou was here, and he was injured. She couldn't feel at ease walking away. Are you feeling better? Why did you come here? Jiang Yi asked quickly, turning to leave to avoid his refusal, walking and asking at the same time. Yan Zhou followed behind her, sighing. He could see her stubborn temper a little. You're almost there. Once you get there, leave quickly and never come back, Yan Zhou said. Okay. Jiang Yi immediately smiled happily. Yan Zhou sighed again. They passed by a house, but didn't notice that the door was open. Someone came out from inside, looking at their backs with a confused and flickering gaze. Li Xiu looked at them twice. The tall man suddenly turned his head and looked sharply at her. Li Xiu's heart trembled, and she quickly hid back inside, closing the door. Even after closing the door, she could still hear her pounding heart. The man was so handsome that just one look made her blush and her heart race. He was walking with Jiang Yi. Who was he to her? Jiang Yi, with Yan Zhou, slowly approached the alley where the man in black was. She gestured toward the house. Yan Zhou glanced at it, then quickly pulled her away from the alley entrance. He kept leading her out of that area. It was definitely not a place for a girl to be alone, complex terrain and chaotic people. Along the way, they saw many men whose eyes flickered when they looked at Jiang Yi. Don't come here again. Yan Zhou looked down at Jiang Yi, waiting for her promise. A strange happiness flashed in Jiang Yi's heart, and she obediently nodded. Yan Zhou smiled and signaled for her to leave. Jiang Yi had to look back several times as she walked away, but at the corner, she hit herself. How could she feel safe walking alone? 518. Mark him on the map. A small blue dot appeared on the map in front of Jiang Yi, slowly moving toward the red. Meanwhile, a dozen yellow dots circled around 3 red dots, moving slowly. Jiang Yi looked around. Not far away, there was a bookstore that rented books. She quickly went inside, found a corner, grabbed a book, and sat down. She sat there until nightfall. When the bookstore was about to close, she saw the yellow dots gather together, surrounding the 3 red dots. The red dots pushed and pulled a few times and then stopped moving. Then the blue dot entered, and the scene seemed to freeze for about 10 minutes. Jiang Yi guessed they were interrogating someone. After 10 minutes, the 3 red dots disappeared almost at the same time. Are they dead? Jiang Yi asked. Dead. 518's voice was cold and emotionless. Then Jiang Yi saw the dozen yellow dots quickly leave, and the blue moved swiftly toward her. Happily, Jiang Yi left the bookstore and headed to the street, probably where Hangzhou might pass by. But as she stepped out, she paused. Oh no, it was already dark. She hadn't noticed before. She had worried her mother again. Jiang Yi looked at the blue dot on the map, sighed, closed the map, and hurried toward home. Little master, did you forget something? 518 asked. I know. My bike is gone. Jiang Yi sighed. She had parked her bike aside to ask for directions, but she got distracted and lost focus. Then Hangzhou suddenly hugged her. She completely forgot about her bike. There's no need to go back and look. She knew her bike, which wasn't locked, was probably gone. Besides, she had promised Hangzhou not to go to that place anymore, so she had to keep her word. Before that area was redeveloped, she really didn't plan to go there again. It was indeed very dangerous. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a bicycle bell behind her. Ding 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 with a playful tune. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. She turned around quickly and saw Hangzhou riding her bike, smiling at her gently.
Dianki Blinket.
A charming smile that was nothing special. That smile flashed away quickly, and the handsome face that was almost too beautiful to look at was raised again. Why haven't you gone home yet? He had a feeling earlier that she wouldn't go home obediently. Sure enough. Jiang Yi looked at her bike and quickly found an excuse. I'm waiting for it. Hangzhou raised an eyebrow, a smile in his eyes. Was he really waiting for it? That question made his own heart skip a beat, and his smile froze slightly. Jiang Yi thought he might have hurt himself again. After all, it was a gunshot wound, and it had only been a little over 10 days. Just now, he was still unsure about how to exercise. And he was riding a bike. Get off. Where are you going? I'll take you. Jiang Yi walked over and held the handlebar. Hangzhou couldn't help but smile again. This little cat, first guarding the door for him, now wanting to take him home. So adorable. Get on. I'll take you home, Hangzhou said. Jiang Yi immediately shook her head. Your injury isn't healed yet. I'll take you. Get on, Hangzhou said with a smile. He placed one leg on the ground, sitting on the bike, and quietly looked at her. The starlight seemed to gather around him, making Jiang Yi unable to look away. The smile in his eyes reached deep into her heart. How could she resist? Jiang Yi staggered forward and sat on the back seat. The bike sped away like the wind, and the cold January wind couldn't cool the warmth on Jiang Yi's face. She reached out and tightly clutched Hangzhou's coat, her lips curling into a firm smile. A sudden warmth touched her hand, and a large glove accurately covered her exposed hand. Then, in a few quick moves, the glove completely covered her sleeve, blocking out the biting cold wind. The strong, warm, and clearly defined hand then moved away and rested on the bicycle handlebar. Jiang Yi's heart suddenly felt like it was being burned, and it fluttered. Jiang Yi was sitting on the back of the bicycle, feeling like she was floating until a sharp scream woke her up.
Dianki.
Li Xiaoyu's voice was sharp, mixed with excitement and malice.
That's Jiang Yi.
Quickly stop her. Li Xiaoyu shouted again. Hangzhou's bicycle stopped. Jiang Yi looked up and saw about 10 people rushing from the roadside, surrounding them. She also saw the police station beyond the shadows. It turned out they hadn't gone far, just to the police station entrance. The Zhao family probably came to see Zhao Tiantian. They still had some feelings for this older sister. Jiang Yi guessed only half right. Zhao Tiantian and the others had seen her during the day, and they came again at night because the police asked them to take Lao Li and Lao Tai to the station. Wu Jun really brought them to the police station. There was no choice. Over a dozen young people with sticks surrounded them. Lao Li and Lao Tai were so scared they almost fainted. They dared not stay any longer. They couldn't keep sleeping on the street, so they had to find their eldest son, who supposedly rented a house outside. Just as the group was leaving the police station, Li Xiuyu looked up and saw a figure riding past on the opposite side. Both of them were so striking that even the dim streetlights could not hide their glow. Jiang Yi smiled so brightly, so happily, but Li Xiuyu's heart suddenly fluttered. Why was the good-looking parent not hers? Why was the person from the city not her? Why was the rich one not her? Why was the person sitting on the bicycle's back not her? Yan Zhou stopped the bike, supported himself with one leg, and slightly tilted his head to ask Jiang Yi, "Do you know them?" Jiang Yi nervously leaned back against him, clutching his clothes tightly. Her older brother had an injury on his back. What if Zhao's family caused trouble and hurt him? But this action made Yan Zhou misunderstand. The fearless girl, who was unafraid of anything and never blinked at killing, was actually so scared when she saw these people? How did they bully her before? Yan Zhou stepped down from the car and stood in front of Jiang Yi.
Who are you?
Do you need something? Yan Zhou's presence and appearance surprised everyone. Li Xiuyu covered her chest and looked at him with admiration. I haven't even asked who you are yet. Why are you taking my cousin somewhere late at night? Yan Zhou looked at her with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He didn't miss the malicious tone in her scream earlier, nor the word stop. That annoying voice made Jiang Yi numb and quickly understood Li Xiaoyu's intentions. Really? She got off her bike, leaned behind Yan Zhou, and grabbed his clothes, saying, "He wants to take me home." She also needed to prevent her older brother from suddenly losing control and hurting her. She noticed that this person didn't seem to realize she was injured. Li Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and she immediately pushed the two elders behind the crowd directly in front of Jiang Yi. "Xiao Yi, Grandpa and Grandma are here to see Big Sister. Hurry and take us to find her." Since yesterday, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li had been holding a lot of anger because they couldn't find Yume Li. They had spent the night outside in the cold. Because they couldn't find Yume Li, they were threatened by a group of bad people. Because they couldn't find Yume Li, their son and grandson were still locked inside. Because they couldn't find Yume Li, they had to squeeze under one roof with about 10 members of the Zhao family, with not enough bedding. Just now, the Zhao family said they would make them sleep on the ground. All of this was because of Yume Li. Now, seeing Jiang Yi, their anger finally found an outlet. Not going home tonight, sneaking out to fool around with men. Did you learn this from your mother? Grandma Li scolded. She didn't have much affection for her granddaughter. She saw her when she was young, but since Jiang Yi was just an outsider and 10 years had passed, she saw her as a stranger and scolded her without holding back. Now, she was furious and even scolded Yume Li. Usually, Jiang Yi didn't care what she said. Grandma Li saw her as an outsider, and Jiang Yi saw Grandma Li as an enemy. But now, in front of Yan Zhou, she felt a bit embarrassed. Yan Zhou could feel her grip on his clothes tightening. He felt a little heartache. The hurt from close family members is always doubled. Li Shuwen rushed over and blocked Grandma Li from continuing to scold. They came to comfort Li Yume to gain favor, so why was she still being yelled at now? Fortunately, Old Man Li remembered this and said calmly to Jiang Yi, "Where's your mother? Take us there." Yes, where is your mother? Hurry and take us there." Old Zhao's wife said. The house Li Jiangguo rented was a small, standalone place with only 2 rooms and 2 beds. How could 10 plus 2 plus 4 people live there? They were worried about where to stay tonight when Jiang Yi suddenly appeared. "And our medical expenses. You have to pay too," Old Zhao shouted. Old Man Li had already said that Li Yume and Jiang Yi were chased out by the Wu family. Without a strong kid, What could Li Yumei and Jiang Yi do? The medical bills wouldn't be less than 10,000. With 7 brothers in their family, 1,000 yuan was hard to split. So, maybe 2,001? 3,005? How much did Li Yumei earn in 2 months? Old Zhao started counting on his fingers, muttering as he did. His greedy, foolish look made Jiang Yi laugh out loud. She couldn't help but say, "Stop counting, you can't count above 10. Old Zhao was famous in the village for being bad at math and always making mistakes. Hearing this, Old Zhao's eyes lit up. "Are you mocking me?" He said this as he rushed forward, looking fierce. "Did you hit me yesterday? Watch me today. I'll beat you to death, little brat." He suddenly had an idea. He wanted to grab Jiang Yi so he could demand money from Li Yumei. Whatever amount she owed, she had to pay. Otherwise, he moved, and the 7 Zhao brothers also moved along with 3 sisters-in-law. They had all been beaten by Jiang Yi yesterday and were planning revenge. 10 people surrounded them. Zhou also moved, stretching out his long legs to go forward. This scared Jiang Yi. She quickly rushed forward, blocking him and hugging him tightly. "You're injured," she whispered softly in Zhou's ear, standing on tiptoe. "Leave these people to me. Don't move." Zhou looked down and saw her anxious, like a small cat with fur standing on end, eyes wide with alertness. "Okay, I won't move," Zhou said. Then he saw the little cat's fluffy fur all retreating, and a calm look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the people surrounding them. Zhou suddenly realized that she wasn't afraid of these people, but rather afraid that he might hurt someone. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Zhou quickly hugged her tightly, then kicked sideways, knocking the leading Zhao person flying. The little cat's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. "I thought we agreed not to fight?" Zhou chuckled softly and whispered in her ear, "It's okay now, I don't need to do anything else." He straightened up, released her, and said loudly so everyone could hear, "You attacked me." The Zhao family members, who had been startled by the kick, froze again. Well, they hadn't planned to fight him initially, but now they had no choice. Zhao the eldest hadn't yet gotten up from the ground. He struggled and pointed at Zhou. "Beat him to death." This guy was even more ruthless than that Wu kid. He felt like his intestines were about to break. Hearing the command, the Zhao family rushed forward, including Old Man Li, Old Lady Li, Li Xiaoyu, and Li Shuwen, all pushed and shoved toward Jiang Yi. Li Xiaoyu prepared her nails, determined to make Jiang Yi regret it. Seeing the scar on her face, she thought, how could she still attract people? But in the next moment, everything spun around, and everything went black. She lost consciousness. Jiang Yi watched as the passerby, with a dozen people, suddenly appeared from the shadows, each taking down the opponents with a single move. "They attacked me," Zhou repeated to the passerby. The passerby was so frightened he jumped. What? The highest level of punishment? Anyone who attacked Zhou was considered part of the dark forces and could be dealt with on the spot. Zhou smiled. "No need for that. Just find a way to make sure they don't appear in Hang City again." "That's easy," the passerby sighed in relief. With a wave, one person carried another, and they disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Jiang Yi was stunned. Zhou curled his lips, pushed her onto the back seat of the bicycle, got on, and then placed her small hand, wearing his glove, into his coat pocket. He left like the wind. Just as the bicycle reached near Jiang Yi's home, 2 people hurriedly approached. A young man comforted a woman beside him, mentioning Jiang Yi's name. Zhou stopped the bike. Jiang Yi heard her mother's crying and immediately jumped out of the car. "Mom." She ran toward her mother, shouting as she ran, "We'll call in tomorrow." She couldn't stay calm. She had to prevent her mother from getting too worried. Li Yumei and Wu Jun looked up happily and saw Jiang Yi running over. Li Yumei kept her eyes on Jiang Yi, waiting for her to come closer so she could check if she had also encountered any trouble or was hurt. "No, I just met some people from the Zhao family, and they delayed me," Jiang Yi quickly explained, sensing her worry. Li Yumei sighed in relief. Meeting the Zhao family was better than running into troublemakers. Being hit a few times was better than being harassed. Jiang Yi inwardly sneered, thinking that might not be true. The way Zhao Laodao looked at her earlier was suspicious, and he might have had other plans. Wu Jun was the first to notice Yanzhou. His eyes immediately narrowed. Jiang Yi didn't forget about Yanzhou either. She looked back at him and asked with her eyes, what should she do now? Her mother and Wu Jun had seen him. Wasn't he not supposed to appear in front of others? Yanzhou looked at her and smiled. He wasn't forbidden from appearing in public as long as they didn't know who he really was. Li Yumei finally saw Yanzhou clearly when she followed their gaze. Jiang Tianyi, she exclaimed immediately. Although she thought she had forgotten Yanzhou's face, seeing him now made her remember instantly. After all, someone so impressive only appeared twice in her life. Once was Jiang Fan, and the other was this young soldier who saved her daughter. She had to admit, the latter was much more outstanding than Jiang Fan. Unforgettable. Jiang Yi's expression stiffened, then she almost laughed. Yanzhou also had a gentle smile in his eyes. He got off his bicycle and approached Li Yumei to greet her. Auntie, hello. The little girl called him Big Brother, and he called her Annie. Was that okay? Although Li Yumei looked at him, she thought he was only a few years younger. Li Yumei didn't notice anything, and was instead very happy. Good, good, good. You too. Looking at him so close, she realized she had been mistaken before. This young man must have been only in his teens back then because he looked only in his 20s now, very young. Maybe if she worked hard, she could still become his godmother. In her heart, Li Yumei had been feeling anxious. She only had Jiang Yi, and she was too lonely. In the future, if Jiang Yi had any problems, she wouldn't have any siblings to support her. Since the divorce, the Li family has been acting the same way. This anxiety suddenly feels overwhelming. Now, Li Yumei wants to bring everyone she meets to be her honorary children. The first to be targeted are Wu's siblings, then Jiang Tianyi. Are your injuries better? Rui said you went to Beijing. When did you come back? Li Yumei asked with concern. Jiang Yi quickly changed the subject. How could she ask that question? Mom, let's go home quickly. It's too cold outside. Oh, yes, let's go home. Today is really too cold. Li Yumei warmly invited Yanzhou. Jiang Yi also looked at Yanzhou with a hopeful look she didn't even realize she had. Yanzhou paused for a moment and smiled, okay? Then, he saw the bright, sparkling eyes light up with joy like fireworks. A bigger smile appeared in Yanzhou's eyes. A few people hurried to Jiang Yi's house, a villa. Wu Jun was standing at the door, not going inside. I'll go home first and tell Xiao Yu. Then I'll tell the brothers. We've found him. Jiang Yi disappeared again. Li Yumei was very anxious. Wu Jun immediately sent his brothers out to look for her. He also didn't want Wu Xiaoyu to be alone in such a big, empty yard, so he took her back to his house and then went out to find her. Wu Xiaoyu stayed at home, just in case Jiang Yi came back. She stayed to keep her from going out to look for her again. Thanks again, Brother Wu, Li Yumei said, pulling Jiang Yi along to thank him. Jiang Yi naturally kept thanking him with a kind attitude.
Yanzhou looked at Wu Junior.
This was the brother of his good friend who had taken her in. Wu Jun also looked at Yanzhou before saying goodbye and leaving. Li Yumei led her people into the yard. In the dark, the large courtyard looked even more lonely and scary. Yanzhou sighed inwardly. He remembered coming here as a child, and it looked like a fairy tale castle. Li Yumei also felt something was wrong. Now, the inside of the house was messy, which made entertaining guests a bit difficult. But since people had come, she had to be warm and welcoming. Li Yumei took them to the second-floor master bedroom, which she and Jiang Yi had tidied up in the morning to rest. It still looked somewhat decent. Rui, did you have dinner tonight? She asked casually as they sat down. Jiang Yi suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten all day. However, the day had been tense and exciting, so she hadn't felt hungry before. Now, sitting in a safe place, she felt extremely hungry, as if her stomach was pressing against her back. Also, her older brother had been with her since the afternoon, so he probably hadn't eaten either. Mom, we haven't eaten anything. Is there any food at home? I'm so hungry. Yes, yes. Lee Yume immediately stood up and headed outside. I went shopping during the day, so we have everything at home now. You stay here and take care of Tianyi. I'll cook, and it'll be ready soon. Jiang Yi wanted to laugh.
Tianyi.
Lee Yume went to the kitchen to cook. The kitchen was on the first floor. Jiang Yi quickly sat next to Yanzhou and whispered, "Is it okay that my mom said those things just now? I didn't tell her not to mention what you did to save me back then. I was worried it might seem strange. Originally, it was no secret that a little soldier saved a girl. If she had specifically told her mother not to mention it or tell anyone, it would have seemed odd. You did the right thing," Yanzhou said with a smile. "I was just an ordinary soldier who saved you back then. A few days ago, I happened to meet you again and rescued you from bandits. That's all you need to know." Jiang Yi nodded eagerly and asked, "What about Jiang Tianyi? Is he okay too?" Her face turned a little red, unsure if he minded her mentioning his name. Yanzhou smiled and took out a wallet from his pocket, pulling out a card and handing it to Jiang Yi. "That little soldier's name is Jiang Tianyi." Jiang Yi took a look and was surprised to see it was an ID card. It was different from the one she had seen before, except for the photo. Everything else was different. This ID belonged to a person from Hangzhou named Jiang Tianyi. She giggled, knowing that with his identity, the ID must be real.
Their names really seemed to be destined to be connected.
But then she remembered the wallet she saw earlier and thought of something. She turned around and took out a stack of money from inside the house, handing it to him. "This is the remaining hospital fee from last time." Yanzhou took the money and turned to tuck it into her pocket. "Buy some good food and take care of yourself," he said, knowing she had lost so much blood. A strange sense of happiness filled Jiang Yi's heart. Just as she was about to speak, Li Yume pushed the door open and carried a pot of hot water. "Drink some water first. Dinner will be ready soon," she said, placing the teapot down and hurriedly going downstairs. The daughter just brought home a small electric cooker, and it's very useful. She can cook ribs in 5 minutes, prepare vegetables, boil water, or heat bread in just a few minutes. She needs to go downstairs quickly to serve the food. Jiang Yi doesn't want to argue about money with him, as it looks bad. She owes him more than just 2,000 yuan. She happily runs downstairs to help her mother. Within half an hour, they set up a big table of food. Yanzhou finally tasted a delicious meal that he had been thinking about for over 10 days. During the meal, he also chatted with Li Yume, slowly sharing his story. Yanzhou is a local from Hangzhou. He served as a volunteer soldier for 3 years, then was discharged. He was assigned to work in Beijing, but when his company closed down, he returned to Hangzhou to find something to do. "Where are your parents? Are they also in Hangzhou? Are they retired?"
Li Yume asked.
"There's no need to hide privacy now. Asking about someone's family shows you care." Yanzhou paused and said, "My parents divorced when I was young. Now they both live in Beijing." "Oh," Li Yume exclaimed in surprise. Divorces are rare these days, and for Yanzhou's parents to have divorced when he was young, probably over 10 or 20 years ago, is very unusual. Li Yume looked at Yanzhou with more kindness and sympathy. His parents are in Beijing, but he chose to come back to Hangzhou to find work, which shows their relationship might not be very good. Such a good kid, yet he's not liked by his parents. How sad. Jiang Yi isn't sure if what he said is true, but from his eyes, she feels it's genuine. It's really sad, because she sensed some resistance when he mentioned his parents. "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Although she felt sorry for Yanzhou, Li Yume skipped this topic. Yanzhou smiled and said, "They remarried later. So, I have quite a few brothers and sisters, though he doesn't know any of them well." That's another awkward topic. Li Yume quickly changed the subject and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend? Since you're back, what about her?" "He's in his early 20s, a good young man with good conditions, so he should have a girlfriend by now." Jiang Yi really couldn't stand her mother asking such private questions. Again, just ask if she has a partner, and don't worry about what she might do. But she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yanzhou, her eyes filled with apology and curiosity. She really wanted to know if he had a partner. Yan Zhou shook his head.
No.
Someone like him. How could he dare to have a partner? He instinctively looked at Jiang Yi and saw that her eyes were surprisingly bright. That's good, so there won't be conflicts now that you're apart, Li Yumei sighed. She knew well the pain of being separated by distance. In the future, I'll introduce you to a nice girl, Li Yumei added. The clothing factory was full of female workers. She knew many young unmarried girls, but after thinking it over, none seemed suitable for the young man in front of her. Even though this young man didn't have a formal job right now. But Li Yumei realized that having a formal job wasn't everything. Earning a small salary wouldn't buy a house in a lifetime. Waiting for a company to give a house? If luck isn't on your side, you'd wait until your kids are 17 or 18. Unfortunately, she didn't have much experience and couldn't give good advice. It was also getting late, and she was both surprised and scared for most of the day, so she couldn't sit still. Your home isn't here, right? Where do you live now? With relatives? Li Yumei asked. Yan Zhou paused for a moment and said, I stay at a small hotel. Is it far? Li Yumei asked again. Quite far, Yan Zhou replied, then added after a pause, about an hour by bike. Li Yumei looked at her watch. It was almost midnight, and outside was very cold. Then don't go back tonight. It's too late and not safe. Li Yumei stood up. I've tidied up the bedroom on the west side during the day. There's a bed there. Will you make do for one night? This time, Yan Zhou didn't speak. Jiang Yi immediately jumped up. I'll make the bed. She turned around, grabbed her bedding, and ran out. Li Yumei said as she walked away, I'll boil some water. Wash up and go to sleep quickly. Your injury isn't fully healed yet. Yan Zhou opened his mouth, but there was no one left in front of him. In the end, he lay in the bed filled with a faint, pleasant scent, staring at the moon outside the window, feeling a bit lost. He knew he shouldn't stay, but this feeling of home, this warmth, was addictive. When he was 8 years old, his parents divorced. He then lived with his grandfather for a year and his grandmother for another year. Both of these elders held important jobs. Although he stayed in their homes, he always felt like he was alone. Later, he joined the army early. At first, life was lively around him, but because of his chosen military role, the excitement quickly faded, leaving him feeling lonely and in danger. Deep inside, he always dreamed of having a caring, good-cooking mother who loved to talk, and a lively, adorable, clingy sister. Just now, it seemed like his dream was coming true. He decided to indulge himself for one night and leave at dawn. The next morning, Jiang Yi woke up early. She tiptoed downstairs and personally prepared a hearty breakfast. Actually, she was quite good at cooking. But when she sat down and it was bright outside, Yan Zhou still hadn't woken up. Suddenly, she remembered something and went to check. The door to the west room was open. Inside, the bed was neatly made, and there was a note on the pillow. Jiang Yi felt disappointed. She knew this would happen. She slowly walked over, picked up the note, and saw it was a pager number. Her eyes lit up instantly. She had thought it was something like goodbye for now, take care, but it was actually a contact number. It was a relief that he hadn't disappeared from her world. Li Yumei, who saw Yan Zhou leave, also sighed. Such a good boy. Never trouble anyone. She wondered what kind of parents wouldn't like a child like him. Knowing he left a contact made Li Yumei feel at ease. She then took Jiang Yi to the telephone bureau to set up a phone line. They had to report the number today no matter what. She was so anxious she feared she might have a heart attack. After running around for a while, they finally registered the number and paid the initial installation fee of 2,000 yuan. But they didn't know when it would be ready. Many places lacked the infrastructure for telephones, no exchange machines, no lines. Sometimes, even after paying for years, they still couldn't get a phone. Fortunately, the area where Jiang Yi and her family lived was special. The original owner's area was also special, so the basic infrastructure was in place. But there were only a few workers, and they were very busy. They had to wait in line. After fixing the landline, Li Yumei took Jiang Yi to buy a pager. Jiang Yi didn't refuse. In the end, she spent 3,000 yuan to buy a Motorola digital pager. At that time, There were no Chinese character pagers, only numeric ones. She felt a little sad about spending money. Once Hangzhou had mobile signals, she planned to buy a Big Brother pager. But her mother looked like she couldn't refuse, so she decided to buy it as a vintage item. Later, she could tell her children about this old gadget. Children. Thinking of something, Zhang Yi's face suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Li Yumei nervously touched her forehead. Did you catch a cold last night? No, Zhang Yi giggled and dodged. Her little secret couldn't be shared with her mother yet. After buying the BP machine, the two went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of ingredients to go home. When they entered the yard, they saw that the workers installing the phone had already finished the preliminary work. They only needed to ask which room to install it in. Already so fast? Li Yumei found it strange. When paying earlier, the clerk repeatedly told them not to rush, as rushing wouldn't help. Now it was the other way around. They were late and made the workers wait. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. She knew only 2 people in her family could have a phone installed, and Wu Jun didn't have that ability yet. It could only be her big brother. She couldn't help but smile again. A passerby suddenly came in from outside and immediately saw Yanzhou sitting in his seat. His eyes twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Jiu, everything is done as you said. The little girl's family phone should be working now. Here's the phone number." He handed over a note. Yanzhou glanced at it, memorized the numbers, then lit a lighter. "Did you find out everything?" Yanzhou asked coldly as the note turned to ash. The passerby swallowed hard. "Yes, it's just an ordinary girl. Last night, they had interrogated everyone from the Zhao family and the Li family, so Zhang Yi's background was naturally clear. He also investigated overnight. She was indeed an ordinary, innocent girl. Her daily life from childhood to now was fully traceable. The 2 encounters with the Black Eagle team were accidental. Then, why did you let an ordinary girl take part in the most dangerous mission? Which rule did she break? How should she be punished? Do you remember? Yanzhou asked calmly. The bystander knew he would be punished and immediately cried out, "Boss, please spare me. Involving ordinary people is a serious matter. He could be expelled and returned to the regular team. This is more painful than losing his life. He prefers the feeling of walking between ordinary people and superheroes now."
Ah.
Well, Superman is Brother 9, and he's just a shadow, but he likes being a shadow. Yanzhou also doesn't want to give up the shadow. The bystander is very good at logistics, and now that he knows the real situation of the little cat, many things have become much easier. Logistic staff skills also need to be solid, Yanzhou said. The bystander's eyes twitched. So, I signed you up for special training, which lasts a month. Report to S City in 3 days. The bystander's bad feeling was confirmed. The only thing he knew about the special training in S City was that it was a devil training camp.
Boss.
I'm just a shadow. Isn't this your place to go? The bystander wailed. Suddenly, Yanzhou's BP device on his waist beeped. He looked down and saw a string of phone numbers, the one belonging to Zhang Yi's family's new safe house. A smile appeared on his face. He was definitely the first person to be called on that phone. Yanzhou stood up, patted the shoulder of the bystander as he passed by, and said, "I look forward to the day you become a superhero." The bystander rolled his eyes inside. Can he really become a superhero? Is that just a motivational phrase? His talent was fixed long ago. To become a superhero, he'd need a bowl of mengpa soup. Zhang Yi sat by the phone. As soon as it rang, she answered immediately. "Hello? Is this Brother Zhang?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Yanzhou also smiled on the other end. "It's me." Even with an 88-year-old phone, the pleasant sound of his voice couldn't be dulled. Zhang Yi's smile grew wider, but unfortunately, she was surrounded by a room full of people, her mother, the Wu siblings, and workers installing the phone, so she couldn't say anything else. "Tell him to come over for dinner tonight," Li Yumei said nearby. Zhang Yi repeated it right away. Yanzhou hesitated for a moment and declined. "I've been busy lately. I'll visit another time. Spending a day immersed is enough. How can one be immersed every day?" Jiang Yi felt a bit disappointed, but she had expected this. Can I call you if I need something? When is a good time for you to answer the phone? Jiang Yi asked carefully. Yanzhou could imagine her blinking her big eyes and cautiously testing. He smiled knowingly. I'll be staying in Hangzhou often, so I have time.
Huh?
Jiang Yi's eyes lit up with surprise. Has he really retired? Yes, Yanzhou has truly retired and plans to leave Beijing to find a new place to develop. He came to Hangzhou on a whim, just to see the place where he spent his childhood. And then he met a cute little cat. Jiang Yi happily put down her phone and went out to work. She didn't forget that she is now an architecture apprentice and needs to earn money to support her family. Liu Mei also remembered she is a cleaner and went out to pull weeds. As for Wu Jun, acting as the supervisor, he wandered around and eventually came to Jiang Yi. Did you know him before?
Wu Yun asked.
Yes, Jiang Yi replied, telling him about the time she fell into the water when she was a child. Her older brother said yesterday that since he is Jiang Tianyi, she could talk about these things. Wu Jun nodded, realizing there was more to the story. No wonder Jiang Yi is so close to him. He also declined to come for dinner tonight. Wu Jun skipped that topic and asked about something else. Why do I feel like these tiles are different from when I bought them? He picked up a tile, looked at it, and tapped it. No matter the color, brightness, or sound, it was definitely different. They are two different levels. One ordinary, one top quality. But the size, pattern, and even packaging haven't changed. He felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly, Wu Jun's hand slipped, and the tile fell to the ground, smashing but remaining intact. His eyes widened even more. He knew these tiles, beautiful, high-end, but fragile. They could break easily if pushed over, especially from such a height. Of course, now tiles are generally like this, so it's not a big problem. Curious, Wu Jun picked up the tile again, loosened his grip, and it still didn't break. Should I try another one? He asked Jiang Yi with a strange light in his eyes. Jiang Yi smiled. Feel free to try. That smile made Wu Jun pause, feeling both surprised and a little doubtful. He immediately turned around and threw a few more tiles, but none of them broke. Finally, he stubbornly picked up a brick to smash, but the brick chipped without leaving any scratches on the tiles. This was impressive. How did you do that? Wu Jun stood up, looking at Jiang Yi with surprise. He was sure there was something special about these tiles, and it must be related to Jiang Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't be smiling like that. Jiang Yi smiled again. This was her second big plan to make money. Was she aiming to become the richest person in a restaurant? Don't be silly. But this was also her gift to Wu Jun. They had lived together for 2 months, and she now knew how Wu Jun made his money. Selling rat poison. He bought large bottles of pesticide from a farm supply store, labeled enemy killer, then diluted and repackaged it into small bottles for killing insects and lice, which every household needed. He also mixed breadcrumbs, pressed them into pellets, and turned them into solid bags to poison rats. In the beginning, he sold them retail, earning over 100 yuan a day. Later, he moved to wholesale, and he could make several hundred yuan a day. At that time, it was really easy to make money, as long as you had some brains. But this wasn't a long-term plan. More and more people discovered the secret, and the business would become harder and harder. Plus, it was just a small business. Wu Jun had helped her a lot in her past and present life, so she planned to give him a big gift. I took these tiles away and had someone process them, Jiang Yi said. Wu Jun looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. Someone invented a machine that can improve ceramic products, making them brighter and more durable. That's the result you see now.
Wu Yun nodded.
The result was truly amazing. This person wants to sell this machine exclusively, Jiang Yi said. Wu Jun's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Jiang Yi with bright eyes. What's the price? He wants to find someone to set up a ceramic processing factory. He will invest with the machine and hold 51% of the shares, while another person will handle investment and management, holding 49%, Jiang Yi explained. Even with this big gift, she could only give away 49%. The decision-making power had to stay with her. That was her rule. I want to see the machine and know the success rate of the processing, Wu Jun asked. If only 10% of the tiles turned out good, it wouldn't be very interesting. Don't worry. Jiang Yi understood his concern. The success rate is over 99.99%. Wu Jun's eyes lit up completely. But I don't have much money now. Only over 20,000, he said nervously. He has been selling mouse poison for a few years. In the early days, he was still exploring and earned little. He used that money to buy a house. In the past 2 months, stimulated by Jiang Yi, he worked hard and made a few deals, earning only 20,000. He wasn't sure if it was enough. It should be enough, Jiang Yi said. The machine doesn't cost money. You just need to rent a factory, hire some workers, buy tiles, and then sell the products. Wu Jun's heart was pounding. As for the machine, it will take a few days to get ready. She didn't say why. Because she wasn't ready to build the factory for making the machine. She originally wanted to take out the machine roughly, like a pressure cooker, and tell others it was obtained through special channels, just acting as a middleman. But because of Yenzhou and a passerby, she didn't dare to do that anymore. She guessed they would investigate her. 2 pots might not attract much attention, but a ceramic processing machine would be a revolutionary product. If she couldn't explain its origin, she would be seen as a mysterious person. Misunderstandings would be bad. So she planned to learn from her introverted physics teacher, who was a genius. This machine was something she invented herself, inspired by her teacher. No matter what, she would try. Fortunately, there are always amateur scientists in the community who have invented many good things. Now, she just needed to set up a workshop and get her physics teacher involved a few times. It wouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Yi and Wu Jun are both doers. They decided to act immediately. The next day, both went out to find a factory. Jiang Yi had already set her sights on a place. It was a large abandoned yard near the scrap metal recycling station where she bought old iron pots for the first time. It used to be a small village factory, but it closed down within 2 years. There were 8 big brick houses and a yard of about 7 or 8 acres. The walls were high, but because of its poor location, it couldn't be rented or sold easily. Until Jiang Yi came along. She told her mother about it, then used the last 5,000 yuan left in her family to buy the yard. On the outskirts of Hangzhou, surrounded by fields, the distance from the villagers' homes is quite far. The only neighbor is a scrap yard, and she sold it for 5,000 yuan. She really got a bad deal. The village chief almost forced Jiang Yi to sign, worried she might change her mind. After she signed, the village chief went to handle the paperwork. That afternoon, he delivered the property deed to Jiang Yi and then quickly left. Jiang Yi smiled, checked that no one was around, and stored the pile of old machines she bought into her space. She asked 518 to assemble them into a ceramic processing machine. Soon, a large, old, rectangular iron box appeared in the room. This was also an electric machine. Just put the tiles inside, and after a few hours, they would be upgraded. The principle of this processing machine is simple. With current technology, it could be made easily, but no one had thought of it before. That's why Jiang Yi dared to bring it out. Right now, selling electronic products like BP machines, big phones, switches, and computers is very profitable. It could make her instantly the richest person, even the richest in the world. But she doesn't dare to do it. She can be a quick-witted genius, but she doesn't want to be a protected, world-changing scientist. She'd rather let 518 gather dust in her hands than see him cause trouble for human technology, which could lead to disaster. After renting a house, Jiang Yi went to the school's staff area the next day to find her introverted physics teacher, Yu Min. Jiang Yi, you're here again? A female teacher greeted her with a smile. What delicious thing are you bringing for Teacher Yu this time? Jiang Yi smiled and said, braised lion's head. Actually, since she told her mother that the dish was made by Yu Min, Jiang Yi had been preparing for today. Her grades were good before, but physics was her weak point. With a college entrance exam approaching, Jiang Yi seemed to finally get anxious, constantly asking her physics teacher questions. Yu Min was somewhat introverted, but he was willing to answer physics questions. Jiang Yi kept asking and bothering him during every break, almost using all her free time. Eventually, She felt a bit embarrassed and would sometimes bring homemade treats to share with him. Yu Shumin lives alone, with no family. She doesn't seem to like cooking, and it is said she eats only plain bread, porridge, and pickles every day. At first, Jiang knocked on her door, but she didn't open. She then tricked her into opening it by asking a physics question. Later, she started bringing her food, and it became a habit. The neighbors around them got used to it. Jiang entered the house, just at mealtime. Yu Shumin was eating, with a bread roll and some pickles on her plate. Jiang looked at the thin, shy, and somewhat cold-looking old man and sighed. She couldn't visit 3 times a day. That would be too much. Good intentions could turn into gossip. "Teacher Yu, I brought some braised meatballs," Jiang said with a smile. She placed the food container in front of him and then went inside to read a book. Yu Shumin glanced at her, neither refusing nor being polite. She finished eating on her own and tidied up the table. This lonely old man was a bit obsessive about cleanliness, even a bit compulsive. His house wasn't messy, but very clean and orderly, like a laboratory. After finishing her meal, Yu Shumin sat in front of Jiang Yi. Usually, this was Jiang Yi's time for her endless questions. Today was the same. Jiang Yi took out a large piece of paper from her bag, unfolded it, and whispered excitedly, "Teacher, a while ago, my family bought a big house. It's being renovated now. The tiles we bought are all broken when I touch them. So, I can't draw my water cup on the floor, or I'll have to replace the tiles. I was thinking about whether I could change them. You said that changing temperature can change the structure of objects." Jiang Yi knew that Yu Shumin was just shy and not stupid at all. She wanted to be friendly, so she couldn't lie to him. She could only be honest and sincere. 99 out of 100 things she said were true, but she always took credit for the success of her projects. For today, the questions she asked earlier had already gone beyond middle school physics, even into university or graduate-level research, which many experts couldn't answer. Many questions Yu Shumin couldn't answer either. The two of them seemed more like they were exploring ideas together. Actually, Jiang Yi doesn't know those questions. They are all from the on-site teaching at 518, and she is just repeating. Jiang Yi holds the blueprint, explaining more and more deeply. Yu Shumin's eyes become brighter, and she asks more questions. In the end, she hears that Jiang Yi really made the thing herself. He finally says something outside of physics. "Take me to see it." This semi-autistic patient's only obsession is physics. Now that he has discovered such a wonderful thing, and it was made by his own student, his curiosity is greatly increased.
Jiang Yi smiles.
Hard work pays off, and finally, it's successful. The two arrive at Jiang Yi's workshop, laboratory, or some kind of studio. Yu Shumin circles around the ceramic processing machine, then immediately starts experimenting with the nearby tiles. Machines made by 518 are simple to operate. Anyone can learn quickly. Yu Shumin is very careful. She brings paper and pen, makes a few test forms, then begins working. After placing the ceramics into the machine, all that's left is to wait a few hours for the results. Jiang Yi takes out an electric cooker from the corner. "Teacher, I also studied an electric pressure cooker before. It works pretty well. Can you give me some advice?" This cooker also needs to be carried on his back, perfect timing. Now, he can be involved. Before school starts, Yu Shumin is so obsessed that she moves her luggage into the studio and disassembles the machine for research. She finds several small flaws deliberately left by 518 and asks Jiang Yi to improve them.
Jiang Yi nods eagerly.
It's a success. This machine was developed together by her and her teacher. Now they can start mass production. They can't just rely on assembling scrap parts. Jiang Yi told him about her plan to partner with others to start a porcelain business. Yu Shumin didn't comment. He never gives opinions on such matters. But he supports Jiang Yi's plan to order important parts separately and assemble them himself. He's not stupid. He knows key technology must be kept secret. Jiang Yi immediately goes to borrow money from Gujingwei. She has no money left. The last bit was used to buy the factory building. She plans to make 10 processing machines first. Just the outside iron boxes and frames will cost about 10,000 yuan. "You finally came." When Gujingwei saw Jiang Yi, He immediately became very excited. He thought someone had run away. It scared him a lot. Jiang Yi smiled and said, sorry. I've been busy with important things lately and couldn't come over. Where do you live? Are you free today? I want to visit you, Gu Jingwei asked, staring at Jiang Yi. That pot has a limit on how many times it can be used. It's like a sword hanging over his head, so he must keep a close eye on Jiang Yi. Sure, I'll go in a little while, Jiang Yi replied. But I need to ask you for something today. Don't call me Mr. Gu Jingwei quickly said. Call me Uncle Gu, or just Gu. Calling me boss feels too formal. We're friends, just tell me what you need. Well, I want to buy some things, but I still need 10,000 yuan, Jiang Yi said directly, knowing what kind of person Gu Jingwei is. Got it, Gu Jingwei said, without hesitation. He opened his safe and took out 10,000 yuan, handing it to Jiang Yi. Is this enough? If not, just say so. He is careful when signing contracts, but when it comes to lending money to friends he trusts, he never refuses. He doesn't ask for IOUs either. It's a traditional way of thinking. Trust is important. Fortunately, everyone he trusts has never failed to return borrowed money. In his past life, some people didn't pay back, but that was because their business failed and they couldn't pay, not because they refused to. Gu Jingwei never asked for his money back, saying he was just helping a friend. This kind of personality helps him have many friends. After lending money, Jiang Yi still wanted to borrow more. Uncle, do you know anyone at a mechanical casting factory? I want to make some things. In his past life, Gu Jingwei was the bridge that helped Jiang Yi succeed. In this life, Jiang Yi wants to develop, and he can't skip this bridge. When doing business, no one is useless. Either they get dragged down or cheated. But some people are different. They can handle everything clearly and honestly. What do you want to make? There are several casting factories in Hangzhou City. I can help you find out, Gu Jingwei said. Jiang Yi described his idea briefly. Mainly a metal box, a metal frame, insulation, and some motors. After hearing this, Gu Jingwei started making calls. By noon, the factory managers and supervisors gathered around a table. In the afternoon, Jiang Yi visited each one, signed contracts, and paid a deposit. He just needed to wait a few days for the materials to arrive. That's the role Gu Jingwei played. After finishing his work, Jiang Yi sat in Gu Jingwei's office, drinking tea. Wow, the business is already back to normal. How's it doing? Jiang Yi asked. Gu Jingwei immediately shot her a sharp look and said honestly, you should be ashamed to ask. You forgot such an important thing? I thought you ran away. Jiang Yi chuckled. How could I? I'm busy with big things. What are you doing with those things? Gu Jingwei asked curiously. He had never seen a girl so interested in machinery before. Jiang Yi told him those were things her teacher asked her to design, but she was honest and said she and her teacher were working on them together. It's not finished yet, so I won't brag. When I make a lot of money someday, I'll share it with Uncle, Jiang Yi said.
All right.
Gu Jingwei stopped asking and looked excited. Speaking of making money, you're about to do that. I've been open for 5 days now. Do you know how much we've earned? No, I don't, Jiang Yi replied. But today at noon, she already saw that the 3-story hotel was packed. The first floor was a lobby for walk-in guests, the second floor had banquet rooms, and the third floor had VIP small rooms, all full. The staff was many times more than when she visited a few days ago. From what she knew, in her previous life, the Shihu Hotel was so busy that not a single room was ever empty. Gu Jingwei's eyes turned red. Over 100,000 yuan a day. If there weren't so few tables, it would be even more. Then he started imagining. If the hotel had 6 floors, it could make over 200,000 a day. In a month, that's 6 million. In a year. He considered himself experienced and wealthy, but even he didn't dare to think or say such numbers. Stop dreaming, Jiang Yi said with a smile to discourage him. It's new now, and everyone just wants to try it out. How many people are really coming to dine here every day? After a month, business will settle down. Don't get too excited. Gu Jingwei stared at Jiang Yi for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. He knew the truth deep down. His exaggerated behavior just now was to tease Jiang Yi, to make her happy and surprised. then give her a little shock. But in the end, he was the one who got a surprise. How do you know everything? You're so clever. Go Jingwei looked at her with red eyes. Isn't she just like his daughter? If he is her father, what does he have to worry about? He can start his retirement mode right now. My son, Si Chun, is very fair-skinned, tall, and has a good personality. Before Go Jingwei finished speaking, Zhang Yi giggled and interrupted him. Don't worry about your son.
How about you?
I think you're not feeling very happy. Sometimes, when she drifted off, she would notice the coldness in Go Jingwei's eyes. Go Jingwei's eyes turned redder. Look, his daughter is so thoughtful. No one around him, including his silly son, noticed his unusual state, but this young girl, after just one meal, saw right through it. If only he had a daughter like her. Guess what I saw at my father-in-law's house the other day? Go Jingwei started but quickly stopped, his face dark and red. Why was he talking about this with a young girl? It might embarrass her.
Wow.
Zhang Yi didn't act like a typical girl. She had forgotten her age and felt like she was back in her past life, talking freely with friends. Did you get caught in bed with someone? Uft. Go Jingwei spat out his tea in surprise, pointing at Zhang Yi and coughing repeatedly. Zhang Yi still didn't realize her mistake and said excitedly, So, what are you going to do? Break them up or play matchmaker? What matchmaker? That's none of my business. If they want to get married, I'll give a gift. If not, it has nothing to do with me, Go Jingwei replied. He knew his mother-in-law had been causing trouble these days, but this time, the old couple didn't dare cause a scene in front of him. His daughter had already slept with someone else. How could they still be proud to push her onto him? But the old couple cared about face. Su Ruo didn't want her, yet she kept pestering him, even asking him to forgive her, which made him feel even more disgusted. And over at the Ge family, he fired Ge Hongliang. His older brother and his family started causing trouble, crying and begging him. When begging didn't work, they started cursing. He didn't realize that the brotherly love he thought they shared was so fragile. His support for his older brother's family was seen by them as charity or showing off. This was a big to him. Let's not talk about these things. Go Jingwei finally decided not to share his worries with a young girl. Aren't you inviting me to your house for dinner? It's almost mealtime. Let's go. Zhang Yi quickly stood up and took her to her house, which was under renovation. When they arrived, it was already mealtime, and the construction workers had finished for the day. The yard was messy, overgrown with weeds. In a few days, Li Yumei had cleared a small area, but it was soon filled with various building materials, making it look even more cluttered. But Go Jingwei didn't mind. He looked at the house in amazement. So, Boss Xiao's house is now yours. You're really impressive. I've wanted this house for a long time, but I couldn't get in touch with Boss Xiao, so I never succeeded. He didn't even know the house had changed hands because Xiao Lin rarely contacted the Hangzhou circle. Are you jealous? Jealous that you can come and sit here often, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Seeing her laugh happily, Go Jingwei thought she was really fun. Li Yumei heard the noise and came out of the house, smiling warmly at Zhang Yi. Where did you go? If you don't come back soon, I'll start to worry. After saying that, she looked at Go Jingwei and also gave him a polite smile. Anyone invited by her daughter to visit often must be a good person. The sunset's last light shone on Li Yumei, making her look warm and bright. Her smile especially made people feel cozy and comfortable. After tense days, her nerves suddenly relaxed, and Go Jingwei felt completely at ease. Since Zhang Yi had brought someone over, the restaurant's plans were basically settled, and the teacher was off the hook. She then told her mother about her cooperation with Go Jingwei. This way, her mother wouldn't worry secretly about their future livelihood. She had already hinted several times that she wanted to keep selling dongpa pork. All the factories had started working, and they still owed a lot of money outside. Now, hearing that Zhang Yi was about to acquire a 20% share in the Creek Lake Hotel, her mind was in chaos. That was the Creek Lake Hotel, the top hotel in Hangzhou. She had heard of it countless times. Many colleagues spoke about it with longing. If someone had dinner there once, they would be envied by others. Now her daughter had become the second boss. and she was told she would get over 10,000 yuan a month. Li Yumei's hands trembled as she cooked. Finally, Jiang Yi pushed her out of the kitchen to entertain the guests, while she took charge of cooking. She wasn't worried at all about her mother and Gu Jingwei having nothing to talk about. Gu Jingwei was the kind of person who, if he wanted, could become good friends with anyone. Sure enough, after she finished preparing a meal, her mother happily and naturally started talking with Gu Jingwei about her childhood embarrassing stories. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, Li Jiangguo, Zhao Tiantian, and Li Gang, who had been detained for 10 days, finally came out. No one was there to pick them up at the door. This made Li Jiangguo and his wife very angry. They stomped back to their rented house, only to find it completely empty, no pots, bowls, bedding, or anything else. There was no sign of Li Chong or Li Xiaoyu either. They were so angry it hurt their hearts. Li Chong didn't bother looking for Li Yumei to help them get out. After all, Li Yumei wasn't the same person she used to be. If he couldn't get the money, there was nothing he could do. But running away was too much. Li Jiangguo and his wife angrily went to Wu's house, planning to confront Li Yumei. Although taking her pot was wrong, and blaming her wasn't entirely fair, they had also been punished, so they thought everything was settled. They left feeling justified. However, halfway there, a few men in black stopped them and quickly put them into the back of a truck. On the truck, they saw their missing son and daughter, their parents, and the 7 brothers from the Zhao family. Everyone looked exhausted and numb. The truck kept going all the way to Shanggu village. They spent the most difficult hours of their lives on that truck. This was all arranged before the outsider, Li Yumei, went for special training to make sure they were taken away and wouldn't appear in Hangzhou again. Although Li Jiangguo and his wife weren't at the scene, after he checked Jiang Yi's identity, he immediately included the 3 of them in the plan. That's the talent of his shadow. At this moment, Jiang Yi's family was lively. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, they gave the construction workers a day off, making it easier to host the Wu siblings as the hosts. Wu Xiaoya was pestering Li Yumei to teach her how to cook. She was growing more fond of Li Yumei, even secretly thinking of her as a mother. Li Yumei also liked her very much, treating her like a goddaughter, and they got along happily. Wu Jun smiled as he looked at the 2 in the kitchen, then went upstairs to find Jiang Yi, who was busy with renovations. Jiang Yi said she really wants to learn renovation skills, not just casually talking. She truly intends to learn. She shared many ideas about renovation that people who haven't done it before wouldn't understand, and she doesn't even want to tell others because she plans to keep them for future use. So, she wants to learn how to work with cement, level surfaces, plaster walls, hang ceilings, and run water and electricity. She has good hands-on skills, and with 518 showing her advanced renovation methods through holographic images, everything became very clear. Within a few days, she became quite skilled and turned into a small renovation expert, surprising all the experienced workers. Wu Jun looked at the west bedroom on the 2nd floor, which was the first to be renovated, and was quite amazed. The floor was a clean, beautiful milk-white color, the walls a gray-blue, giving a high-end, elegant look. The ceiling was simply outlined with plaster to soften the sharp edges, and a crystal chandelier made the room look clean and classy. Overall, it was the most beautiful room he had ever seen. Compared to an ordinary person's room, only 3 things were different: the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. The walls and ceiling were easy for others to imitate after a quick look, but the tiles on the floor. Wu Jun's heart was now burning with excitement. He knew what was coming. He walked in and said to Jiang Yi, who was carefully finishing the windowsill, "I've already found a factory for the house. It's on the outskirts of the city. According to your requirements, the house isn't many, but the place is big enough, about 50 acres. Jiang Yi put down her work and smiled at him. "When I have enough money, I'll buy it right away." Wu Jun didn't understand why she kept thinking about buying a house. She had mentioned before that during the Jiang family's relocation, she chose to move back to the original site. She was working hard to earn money, so she could buy 2 more houses there later. She also suggested he save money and buy a house at the original site too. After buying a new house, he wasn't as obsessed with houses anymore. Their brother and sister still had plenty of space to live in. But since Jiang Yi wanted to buy there, he would try his best to continue being her neighbor. And maybe within a year, he could really earn 300,000 yuan. I've also hired workers, 5 of my friends, Wu Jun said. Jiang Yi paused and said, using friends as workers can be tricky. It might hurt your money or your feelings. Wu Jun suddenly smiled and nodded. I know, these 5 people are just honest, ordinary folks. They're not in the small business world. They used to work in factories, but when the factories closed, they had no capital or courage to start their own business. They also couldn't find stable jobs, so they're doing odd jobs everywhere.
Bianchi similet.
Even if he wasn't involved in shady activities, he knew all kinds of people and had good judgment. It's true, he's capable of recognizing talent. And she is someone who can be a leader, so she can't compare herself to him. Jiang Yi no longer worries about how he manages the workers. He then said, and I told them I'm also just a worker. He winked at Jiang Yi. He's working for her. Teacher Yu has already taken responsibility for the project. Once the ordered parts arrive tomorrow, they can start assembling. Jiang Yi told Wu Jun that this machine was actually a joint research project between her and Teacher Yu. And the 51% of the shares are in her name. Where are the tiles? Jiang Yi asked. Wu Jun immediately replied, I took samples to a few salespeople. They're very interested and agreed to send us some raw materials for processing. We'll charge double the processing fee.
Bianchi noted.
That's their initial plan for development. They have no money and no connections, so they have to find quick ways to earn some cash and build contacts at the same time. They process ready-made tiles and charge a processing fee. Tiles are cheap now. Small ones cost a few cents, larger ones a few dollars each. There are even some very high-quality tiles that are rare. Charging double the tile price as a processing fee is quite profitable since their costs are minimal. In the future, when they have more money, they plan to order custom tiles from a factory, process them, create their own brand, and build their own sales network. But that's still in the future. After a lively lunch, Jiang Yi rode his bike to deliver food to Teacher Yu. He still lives in the workshop because Jiang Yi gave him a new set of drawings and shared an innovative idea. He became so absorbed in his work that he seemed to forget everything else, as if he didn't care about the time or his role as a teacher. Being a teacher is mainly for survival. If he can survive while also freely exploring physics and doing research, that's much better than just teaching students and having to speak so much. Yu Shuman looked at the table full of delicious dinner, then looked up at Jiang Yi. For the second time, she took the initiative to speak. Please help me arrange my retirement. I will live here from now on. If you have any new ideas, just tell me, okay? Yu Shuman is in her 50s. Strictly speaking, she isn't a normal person, so retiring early is possible. Jiang Yi was instantly touched. The things that happened back then hurt him deeply. They pushed a young, talented, high-educated, and intelligent person into becoming shy and withdrawn. He felt fear and distrust toward the world and everyone around him. But now, he was willing to give up a stable life and follow her. That was a huge sign of trust. Teacher, from now on, you will be my teacher. Once a teacher, always a parent. Jiang Yi sat in front of him and solemnly promised, I will take care of you in old age. Yu Shuman looked at her, and her eyes slowly turned red. She looked away. Jiang Yi continued, if you want to research something or do experiments, just tell me. Maybe some materials are too expensive, and I can't get them right away, but I will remember and do my best to meet your needs as soon as I can. She didn't know if a promise of feelings could give Yu Shuman more security, but her experiments definitely could. Sure enough, Yu Shuman's eyes brightened.
Bianchi similet.
She couldn't promise everything, but she could keep Yu Shuman busy with physics experiments and new ideas, so busy that he would forget all his pain. After saying goodbye to Yu Shuman, Jiang Yi went home. Li Yumei and Wu Xiaoya were downstairs knitting sweaters. Wu Jun was not there. He was probably busy cleaning at the factory since she told him the machines would arrive tomorrow. Jiang Yi tiptoed upstairs, entered the master bedroom, gently closed the door, and sat by the phone to call Yanzhou. Even though he said he was always available and it was okay to call him anytime, She didn't dare to call him unless it was necessary. It would seem too eager, too deliberate, too unrestrained, and too annoying, in case he was just being polite. Although her intuition told her this was unlikely, she dialed Yanzhou's pager number and waited for him to call back. In less than a minute, the phone rang. Jiang Yi's eyes immediately lit up like stars. When the phone only rang once with a ding, she answered it. Hello, Jiang Yi didn't realize how sweet her voice sounded. Yanzhou on the other side immediately smiled.
Happy holiday, he said.
Jiang Yi also smiled. Happy holiday. Big brother, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner. My mom is inviting you so many times. She's been urging me about it. She wants to cook a big table of delicious food for you. Yanzhou's lips stayed curved, but he really couldn't leave today. Tonight, I have plans to dine at the Shihu Grand Hotel for a business meeting, Yanzhou said casually with a joke. Can't always be without work or else. It's hard to find a wife. Or else what? Jiang Yi asked. Or else no money for food, Yanzhou replied casually. Jiang Yi suddenly felt her heart ache. That's right. Big brother doesn't get along with his parents, so he probably doesn't get financial support from them. Someone like him, even if he could get help, wouldn't want it. As for his previous job, no matter how noble, the salary was low.
Oh.
What should I do? How can I help him get rich? What kind of business is it? Jiang Yi immediately asked without hesitation. Her mom even dared to ask about long-distance relationships, so what's wrong with asking about his business? There's nothing secret about it. She originally joined the Hangzhou project for her. No, she was inspired by her. Yanzhou cleared his throat and said, real estate. It's a project near Shihu that was demolished, and I'm working with someone.
Ah.
Jiang Yi sighed softly. She had no money for food, so she got into real estate. She was too naive. She believed whatever people said. But then she quickly realized what project he was talking about. He's the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Shihu manor from her previous life? She was about to meet him. She had been keeping an eye on Gu Jingwei. Just then, the sound of a car outside reached her ears. She looked down and saw Gu Jingwei's Santana parked at the door. Gu Jingwei carried a lot of bags and came inside. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, and she asked Yanzhou, Big brother, what time are you having dinner? At 6:30, Yanzhou replied. Oh, okay. Goodbye then, Jiang Yi said. So straightforward. Yanzhou paused for a moment before replying, goodbye. Jiang Yi really hung up the phone quickly and decisively. Hearing the busy tone from the other side, Yanzhou gently put down the phone and rubbed his reddened ear. That soft whisper, just now, still seemed to be tickling his ear. Jiang Yi went downstairs, and Gu Jingwei immediately said to her, come on, let's go. Everyone's coming to my place for dinner tonight. Li Yumei hesitated a little, but also felt a bit excited. It's the Shihu Grand Hotel. Plus, Bosco is very warm and sincere, and he even personally invited us. Not going would be rude. Mom, Xiaoye, hurry up and change your clothes. Jiang Yi pushed the two of them upstairs. Wu Xiaoye was already excited. She didn't know the relationship between Gu Jingwei and Jiang Yi, or why they were invited to dinner during the family reunion on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, but it was the Shihu Grand Hotel. She wanted to go and see more. If it costs money, let her brother pay. Her brother seemed quite wealthy now, so a meal at the Shihu Grand Hotel was no problem. When Wu Xiaoye went upstairs, she also huffed at Wu Jun. Before Jiang Yi changed her clothes upstairs, she quietly asked Gu Jingwei, have you found out anything about the person I asked you to look into? Actually, yes.
Ye Yingwei replied.
I was just about to tell you. The land demolition project by the lake has been finalized. The project is called Shihu Manor, and the owner is from Shanghai, named Zhou Qi. He booked a private room for tonight. Zhou Qi.
Jiang Yi nodded.
She knew from her previous life that Zhou Qi was the owner of Shihu Manor, but that was just on the surface. However, no one knew who his backer was. It was very mysterious. Now she might know. Jiang Yi jumped up the stairs to change her clothes, but unfortunately, none of the clothes in her wardrobe satisfied her. In the end, she had no choice but to hold a cashmere coat, a sweater, and a pair of black jeans. When her mother and Xiaoya weren't paying attention, she quickly threw them into her space and then took them out again, asking 518 to modify the style for her. 518 was about to explode with frustration. He was the most advanced, invincible, and intelligent technological life in the universe. Yet he was being treated like a sewing machine. "You underestimate yourself too much," Jiang Yi muttered softly as she dressed. "Not only are you a sewing machine, but you're also an electric iron." She looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a fitted beige turtleneck sweater made of mohair, with soft, long fibers that made her face look warm and cute. She looked fluffy and adorable. She looked more like a little kitten now outside. Her army green cashmere coat was tall and straight, balancing her soft look and making her appear confident and lively. She paired it with black skinny jeans and black leather boots. Her whole look was eye-catching and hard to look away from. "I'm very happy with this, owner," Jiang Yi muttered to herself. The sparks seemed to fly above her head. Jiang Yi quickly tidied her hair and styled a bun that could be suitable for both cute and serious occasions. Then she wondered if she should put on makeup. But she suddenly remembered she only had snow cream and no other skincare products. Fortunately, she was naturally beautiful and still young and full of energy. Jiang Yi looked at herself in the mirror again and was satisfied. She went downstairs. The people waiting downstairs all looked surprised.
Wow. Xiaoyi.
"Where did you buy your sweater? I want to get one too," Wu Xiaoya said, tugging her arm. "My mom knitted it. When she has time, she can make one for you too," Jiang Yi said generously. Wu Xiaoya immediately went to find Li Yumei. Although Li Yumei thought the sweater looked a bit different from when she first finished knitting it, maybe it shed some fibers. She didn't think much and agreed to help Wu Xiaoya knit one. Everyone sat happily and chattily in Gu Jingwei's car on the way to Shihu Grand Hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, it was exactly 6 o'clock. Gu Jingwei led people upstairs to a private room on the 3rd floor, which was not open to the public and only for close friends and family. When he pushed open the door, Gu Jingwei paused. In past years, at this time, the room was full of relatives and friends, his 3 brothers, 2 sisters, the whole family, plus his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Su Ruo's family. The room was lively and crowded, with no space left. Now it was empty except for a young boy. When the boy saw the door open, he immediately stood up and gave everyone a pure, harmless smile. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters, roughly the same height as Jiang Yi in flat shoes. He had a balanced build, neither fat nor thin. As Gu Jingwei said, he was fair-skinned, handsome, with cute dimples when he smiled, making him look adorable. But Jiang Yi knew that all of this was just an illusion. If true love came from the heart, he should be a smart and cold person. Besides being living with clarity, which he inherited from Gu Jingwei, he didn't have any other good or bad qualities. He wasn't good at making friends, managing relationships, or speaking well. But overall, his character wasn't bad. He just lived too transparently. Jiang Yi looked at Gu Siken and couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he had pursued her passionately. In his previous life, Gu Jingwei also tried to match her with Gu Siken at first. She was 23 then, had no boyfriend, and didn't want to stay single forever. If someone suitable appeared, she was willing to consider it. But Gu Siken, being a younger brother type, didn't suit her taste. She quickly found Gu Jingwei and told him that Gu Siken was too shallow and couldn't keep her interested, which might trigger her ambition to take over the Shihu Grand Hotel. Gu Jingwei believed her, because it was true. By then, Jiang Yi had already shown enough skill and wisdom. Her son was no match for her. If the couple had disagreements, her son might be kicked out. But Gu Jingwei hesitated, and Gu Siken became even more eager, clinging to her desperately. At that time, Jiang Yi asked him curiously why. Even if he trusted her more than his father, knowing that even if there was a final day, she wouldn't be so heartless. At least she would ensure he had food and shelter. But in daily life, wasn't he afraid that women might be too strong and make him lose face? In the end, Gu Siken lived quite clearly and directly told her. First, His aunt and stepmother saw him as a thorn in their side. He had no ability, and if he didn't find a strong wife, he would be kicked out by his stepmother and end up homeless. Second, because he lacked ability, his stepmother wouldn't fight over the family assets with him. Even if the assets were given to him, he would squander them all and end up on the streets. So his only way out was to find a wife like Jiang Yi, someone strong, sensible, and benevolent, to support him so he could live off her. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough to eat. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and finally accepted this younger brother, promising to let him eat for a lifetime. Later, after Ge Jingwei died, she did everything she could to find Su Ruo, who had fled with the money, and handed her over to Ge Siken. This is not a naive, sweet girl. He doesn't like doing business because he simply doesn't enjoy it. He is not stupid or clumsy. He has his own ways. He took care of Su Ruo and Ge Hongliang, along with their twin children. After dealing with all that, he became a carefree traveler, exploring the world, eating, drinking, and having fun. He travels without worrying about money, thanks to Jiang Yi. She is sure that she also handled her own affairs. She remembers hearing her own heartbeat stop and his heart-wrenching cry. Jiang Yi blinked, holding back tears, and looked at Ge Siken with a smile. In a way, she had supported this young man. Ge Siken was stunned by her smile. Is this the young lady her father told her about? She looks really beautiful. And she's smiling at him. Does she like him? Ge Sichen's face slowly turned red. Jia Jingwei was very happy. Is there a chance? He always said his biggest strength was that his son looked good and was likable.
Come, sit down.
Jia Jingwei warmly invited everyone to sit, naturally placing Ge Siken next to Jiang Yi. Li Yumei glanced at him, wanting to say something but hesitated. She immediately guessed what Jia Jingwei was planning. She looked at Ge Siken. He was quite a cute kid. Her daughter isn't young anymore. Let her decide for herself. Of course, she needed to see what this kid was really like first. Li Yumei started talking to Ge Siken. He responded gently and kindly, smiling as he answered. Jia Jingwei was even happier to see this. Jiang Yi sat calmly, thinking she should advise them not to waste their effort. She had no hope with Ge Siken in her past life, and even less now. Thinking of something, she looked at her watch. It was 6:10. When will Boss Zhou arrive? Jiang Yi quietly asked Jia Jingwei. I'm about to go check, Jia Jingwei replied. Their room is right next door. I heard they're hosting an important guest. Do you want to meet him today or just have a talk? At that moment, Ge Jingwei was stunned. When Jiang Yi had almost no money in hand, she still dared to commit to 2 properties worth over 600,000 in total. Such courage and confidence they didn't have either. Jiang Yi said, when the person arrives, take me to meet them first. Whether it's a deep or casual talk depends on the situation. In her past life, she had met Zhou Qi, a very shrewd and worldly person. He seemed friendly and approachable, but in reality, he was very difficult to deal with. If she didn't show enough status, he would probably just give her a polite smile and not say much. Now, she didn't want to reveal her relationship with Ge Jingwei to outsiders. The other party wouldn't keep it a secret. Instead, it would become a strange story to spread around. Moreover, in Zhou Qi's eyes, Ge Jingwei and the Shihu Grand Hotel might not be very important, let alone her, who only owns 20% of the shares. Jiang Yi knew that judge a person first, then discuss matters, and Ge Jingwei was already very satisfied with that. Just look, just observe. What a good kid now. She just needed to see if her own child was capable enough to win over her future mother-in-law. Ge Jingwei encouraged his son with a glance, then quietly whispered a few words to Jiang Yi before going downstairs to greet the guests at the door. Whenever important people arrived, whether he knew them or not, he would personally welcome them at the door. This humility was the foundation of his relationships. Soon, a waiter came up quietly and told Jiang Yi that the boss wanted her to come downstairs. Jiang Yi stood up, tidied her clothes, said something to her mother, and then opened the door to go out. In the corridor, she accidentally met a group of people from the opposite side. Yan Zhou, dressed sharply and walking leisurely, was in the middle. To his left was Zhou Qi, and on his right was a very beautiful young girl in her 20s. The girl lagged behind Yanzhou by a step, her gaze almost fixed on him. Her face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled. Although she tried to hide her admiration, it was obvious she couldn't. Jiang Yi's eyes shifted from the girl to Yanzhou, filled with surprise. He had almost become a different person. It seemed that his neat, flowing short hair had turned into naturally curly hair, falling over his forehead and above his eyebrows, softening his handsome features and giving him a slightly lazy look. He even wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his nose, blocking his sharp, commanding gaze. His overall demeanor changed as well, transforming from a sharp, fierce person into a refined, handsome gentleman with elegant manners. A playful, slightly rebellious smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. But the moment he saw Jiang Yi, that smile froze for a second, losing some of its sharpness and gaining a touch of tenderness. Jiang Yi looked into his eyes for a second, and she couldn't help but smile. Then she forced herself to look away and turned her gaze to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi was in his early 30s, tall and of average build, with neat features and a crew cut. He looked like a professional from the business world. His face still showed some of the youthful energy he hadn't yet lost, and he looked at Yanzhou with a mix of nervousness and eagerness, trying to please. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, come here." Gu Jingwei pretended to notice her by chance, happily pointing at Zhou Qi and saying, "This is the person you've been wanting to meet. What a coincidence, he's here today." Then he introduced Zhou Qi to her. "This is Xiao Jiang. He's been asking around about the owner of Shihu Manor because he wants to meet him and buy 2 houses. Sometimes, accidental encounters are less awkward and easier to approach others." Gu Jingwei was very good at talking. His words made Jiang Yi's status seem higher. The 2 houses at Shihu Manor start at 600,000 yuan, which is not something just anyone can afford in this era. And asking around about the owner of the manor suggests he has some status, as only people with certain connections would know such details. Xiao Jiang, on the other hand, knew many influential people. Zhou Qi looked at Jiang Yi, and his admiration turned into respect. Jiang Yi walked over, shook hands with him, and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence. Today is really my lucky day to meet 2 owners." After saying that, she extended her hand toward Yanzhou. His hands, twice, had pulled her out of danger, but she hadn't even touched them yet. Her small hand was held by a pair of large, knobby hands, warm and strong, immediately bringing back memories of being held by those hands, feeling incredibly safe. Jiang Yi's face turned slightly red as she looked up at Yanzhou with a big, bright smile, radiant and dazzling. The men present didn't find this strange. It was normal for a woman to smile and blush when she saw someone like young Master Jiang. Only the girl next to Yanzhou shot Jiang Yi a clear, dismissive look. Jiang Yi immediately caught her gaze and responded with an even more perfect smile. The girl's jealous and disdainful look was suddenly mixed with a hint of insecurity. "Come on, let's go into the private room, eat and chat." Gu Jingwei didn't give them a chance to refuse Jiang Yi. He cheerfully took a few quick steps forward and personally opened the door to the private room. Everyone couldn't resist his enthusiasm and immediately moved to follow. Jiang Yi stood between the 2 sides, pushed into the room by the crowd. Behind her, Yanzhou's smile grew wider. No wonder she hung up the phone so quickly. When they sat down inside, Jiang Yi politely chose the seat near the door at the back. As a stranger, it was inappropriate for her to squeeze next to the main seat and act shamelessly to annoy others. Yanzhou sat at the main seat, with Zhou Qi as the main companion and the girl as the assistant. Seeing Jiang Yi sitting so far away, almost facing Yanzhou, the girl looked at Jiang Yi with satisfaction and pride. Jiang Yi pretended not to notice. She couldn't smile anymore. If she did, it would seem like provocation. In business, she never provoked the client. She looked at the other 6 men at the table and realized she recognized them. Of course, from her past life, these were either influential people in Hang City or major building material merchants. Coincidentally, the man sitting next to her was someone she had just reintroduced herself to a few days ago, the factory director of Hang City Steel Casting. Jiang Yi stood up and shook hands with him proactively. Mr. Ma, I didn't expect to see you here. She didn't call him factory director Ma. Mr. Ma sounded more refined and prestigious. Few people caught this subtle difference. Factory director Ma had rarely been called that way before. Last time, it was by this girl. Hearing it again now, it still sounded pleasant. It's just right to see you here. I was about to call you, Mr. Ma said with a hearty laugh, very friendly, more so than Zhou Qi had ever been treated. Zhou Qi looked at Jiang Yi with even more curiosity. Yan Zhou picked up his tea, took a sip, and hid the growing smile on his face. The batch of goods you ordered is ready. Where should I deliver it tomorrow? Mr. Ma asked. Jiang Yi also smiled inwardly. They had originally agreed to pick up the goods themselves. Now, with high transportation costs and being a state-owned enterprise, unless the other party was a large organization with big orders, they wouldn't deliver. But some benefits shouldn't be taken lightly. They could lose face. Just a few samples. I wouldn't trouble you to deliver them, Jiang Yi said as she poured him a cup of tea. After testing these samples for a few days and confirming some parameters, I will need you to make a few hundred more. She looked up confidently and politely asked, when the time comes, please arrange for someone to deliver them to my factory. Director Ma's eyes lit up. Really? A few days ago, Jiang Yi asked him to make some cast iron boxes. Only 10 of them. It was such a small job that he didn't pay much attention. She just mentioned it casually. But he remembered that those boxes sold for quite a lot, about 500 yuan each. If she orders a few hundred more, that would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, definitely a big order. He also knew that those iron boxes were used to assemble machines. He didn't know what the machines did, but a factory with hundreds of such large machines was considered a big factory. Was hers? Seeing Jiang Yi's serious expression, Director Ma also became more serious. Everyone at the table felt the same. Gu Jingwei, standing at the door, finally relaxed completely. This young girl was impressive. She had just a few words and already made people listen. I'll go past the dishes. You all can chat first. The food will be here soon, he said as he turned to leave. But Jiang Yi was serious. Nowadays, business people loved to boast. Whoever boasted the most and didn't get caught would make big money. But she never boasted. Boasts are just that, boasts. They will be broken sooner or later. Mr. Ma, Jiang Yi said, raising her teacup with a mix of joking and sincerity, it's not easy for me to start a business at such a young age. Those few hundred machines are crucial for my start. Please, you must help me. Put other orders aside for now, and just focus on making those boxes for me, okay? I'll toast you with tea instead of wine, Jiang Yi said cheerfully as she drank her small cup. This request was genuine. At this time, the economy was growing rapidly, and all industries needed steel. Last time, her order was small, only 10 boxes. Because of Gu Jingwei's influence, she managed to get them made. This time, she needed hundreds of boxes, and she would have to wait in line. How long would that take? It would delay her earning money. Jiang Yi was beautiful and had the perfect posture. With so many eyes watching her, if he refused to help with just a few hundred iron boxes, it would seem like he was incapable. Director Ma immediately pounded his chest and agreed. Jiang Yi smiled and sincerely thanked him. Then she proactively mentioned that she wouldn't care about the price, sticking to the original amount without discounts. She just wanted the work done on time. To thank Director Ma for his support, she even offered to pay the full amount instead of just a deposit. Director Ma's last bit of hesitation disappeared. He happily praised Jiang Yi, saying she was talented and would surely achieve great things in the future. After a few words, Gu Jingwei led a group of beautifully dressed waiters with elegant tableware into the room. The table was quickly filled with dishes, all steaming hot and tempting with their aroma and appearance. Zhou Qi didn't know that this restaurant served food so quickly. He thought it was prepared just in time for him. He was somewhat satisfied with Gu Jingwei and accepted that Jiang Yi was sitting here. He understood this kind of chance encounter. He had done similar things before to meet certain people he wanted to connect with. All the dishes were served, and Jiang Yi successfully stayed. She also showed her strength by quietly listening to others talk, waiting for her next chance to speak. Yan Zhou looked at Jiang Yi with deep surprise and admiration. He knew her background. She was from the countryside, poor, just starting to get involved with the upper circles. Yet she handled these people easily. She was truly a natural genius. Jiang Yi also looked at him with admiration. Not only had his appearance changed, but his temperament, manners, and even some small details of his life had transformed. If it weren't for that deadly feeling that hadn't changed, she wouldn't even recognize him. At this moment, Yan Zhou was like a proud, aloof noble son called Jiang Tianyi, sent by a powerful Yan family figure as a spokesperson. Jiang Yi suppressed a smile, thinking to herself, she was acting as her own spokesperson. The men at the dinner table had started bragging. No, chatting about literature, geography, strange stories, and history, occasionally mixing in a few serious topics. If the other person wanted to discuss serious matters, they continued. If not, they changed the subject to talk about female ghosts. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui, sitting beside Yan Zhou, kept watching Jiang Yi. When she saw Jiang Yi secretly smile at Yan Zhou again, her jealousy finally boiled over. "Miss, are you interested in buying a house at Shihu Mountain Villa?" Zhou Shui asked curiously. Finally, the topic came up. Although she suspected the other person might have bad intentions, Jiang Yi still happily nodded. "Yes, I want to buy 2 units. Of course, if I could buy more, that would be even better." "I'm really sorry," Zhou Shui said with a proud smile. "Our Shihu villa has already been sold out. There's not even one left." Zhou Qi glanced at his cousin and then at Jiang Yi, took a sip of tea, and said nothing. "All sold out?" Jiang Yi asked curiously. "Yes," Zhou Shui nodded confidently. The Shihu villa project was small, with only about 20 houses. Even though they were villas, the total size wasn't large. Moreover, the Zhou family didn't use these houses to make money. They used them to build connections in Hang City. They hadn't yet decided which relationships to strengthen with these houses, so not all of them were sold. But whether sold or not, this woman definitely didn't have a share. Zhou Shui felt proud, her eyes more determined when looking at Yan Zhou. Earlier, her cousin had offered to introduce her to someone, but she refused. The people her cousin considered were either older men or her brother. All over 30. She was only 20, beautiful, a college student, with a good family background. She wanted to find a handsome prince. Unexpectedly, her cousin finally did something reliable this time. She was very pleased with Jiang Tianyi. No woman was allowed to compete with her for him. Jiang Yi saw her malicious intent and also understood Zhou Qi's silent approval. She looked at Yan Zhou. Yan Zhou didn't look at her but turned to Zhou Qi. "The houses are all sold?" "I didn't know." Zhou Shui's expression froze. Zhou Qi was also surprised, glanced at Yan Zhou, then quickly looked at Jiang Yi. This young girl is really beautiful. Her appearance, demeanor, and figure are better than his cousin's. Is she interested in him? Xiao Shui just arrived and doesn't know the situation. Zhou Qi leaned in and tried to smooth things over with a smile. "I told her before that these houses shouldn't be sold randomly. She might have misunderstood." He looked at Yan Zhou. This house was meant for what purpose? He had told her before and she agreed. What does this question mean now? Jiang Yi also knew what these houses were used for. She wasn't sure if revealing the relationship between Jiang Yi and Jiang Tianyi would be safe, but to be cautious, she smiled and said before Yan Zhou could speak, "I don't care who you sell them to, but I must have 2 of those houses." The table instantly fell silent. All talk about strange stories and legends faded away, and everyone's eyes focused on her. Her words sounded both bold and overbearing. They didn't match her previous gentle, graceful, and modest image. After a moment of surprise, Zhou Shui was furious. "Why should we give you 2? Who do you think you are?" Zhou Qi immediately glared at her, but he couldn't stop her across from Yan Zhou. What if she had a powerful backing? To be safe, Zhou Qi asked directly, "We don't even know what kind of business Miss Zhang's family is in." Jiang Yi smiled. "We are in the building materials business, mainly tiles now. There are very few tile factories in China now. Only two well-known ones, and neither of them has the surname Jiang. Zhou Qi asked again, what brand? Maybe I've heard of it. Jiang Yi shook her head. We haven't established our own brand yet. We only do OEM processing. Zhou Qi leaned back, thinking a small workshop making some money wasn't impressive. Zhou Shui also understood and proudly said, our houses at Shihu Mountain Villa are only for internal sale. Not just anyone with money can buy them. At this time, rules and systems were not well developed. Real estate was just starting, so they only sold internally. Even if you had money, they wouldn't sell to you. Jiang Yi smiled. Even for internal sales, I must have my share. Why should you get any? Zhou Shui was even angrier. The houses were built by their family. Even if they planned to sell to specific people, they decided who those people were. And among those designated buyers, besides the young master Jiang sitting here, they could exclude everyone else. The table was quiet. Everyone looked at Jiang Yi, waiting to see if she was arrogantly powerful or just rude and spoiled. They were also important people in Hang City, but they really didn't know who Jiang Yi was. Their attitude reassured Zhou Qi. It was just a young lady from a wealthy family who thought that having some money meant she could do whatever she wanted, not realizing how big the world really is. Jiang Yi smiled and said, my household registration is right there. I am a relocated household. I also signed 2 agreements for rebuilding on the original site. According to the agreement, once the house is built, it must be sold to me. 2 units. Everyone felt like they had been caught off guard. They were waiting for Jiang Yi to introduce herself or to assert herself boldly, hoping to scare the Zhou family or to act rudely and be thrown out. But unexpectedly, she provided such a reasonable and legal reason. Director Su, you were responsible for the relocation process, right? Jiang Yi turned to another man in his 40s at the dining table. Is this agreement legal? Is it valid? The man looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. He was sure that since she entered the room, no one had mentioned his identity. Everyone around was familiar with him, calling him Old Su, but no one called him director. Yet Jiang Yi not only knew he was the director, but also knew what he did. Director Su thought about it several times and nodded. That agreement is definitely legal and valid. Jiang Yi then looked at Zhou Qi again. So, Mr. Zhou, do you plan to unilaterally refuse to honor the agreement? Zhou Shui's face turned a dark purple, about to speak, but Zhou Qi shot her a fierce glare, and she held back. Zhou Qi composed himself and smiled at Jiang Yi. Of course not. I do business based on fairness and honesty, and I follow the law. Rest assured, Miss Jiang. Wait, Miss Jiang? Zhou Qi was suddenly startled and asked sharply, may I ask your name, Miss Jiang? And which Jiang are you? Oh, look at me. Forgetting to introduce myself. Jiang Yi stood up again and extended her hand. My name is Jiang Yi, with Jiang for the river and Yi for the meaning of heaven. Jiang for the river. Yi for the meaning of heaven? Jiang Tianyi? Zhou Qi froze completely, and Zhou Shui's eyes widened even more. Could this be a coincidence? There's no way they're not related. No matter what, I wouldn't believe it. Both of them turned their heads at the same time to Yanzhou and saw his lips still holding a faint, natural smile. That smile was warm, kind, gentle, with a hint of tenderness and a little bit of affection. No longer the cold, aloof attitude shown to outsiders. Zhou Qi suddenly felt like crying out. What are these 2 ancestors doing? Acting like they don't know each other. Are they playing with him? I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. Zhou Qi quickly stood up and reached out his hand. But his hand was gently pushed away by a palm. Yanzhou's fingers tapped on that fair little hand and said, sit down. Jiang Yi immediately pulled her hand back, giggled, and sat down. Inside, she felt like countless bubbles were bubbling up. Zhou Qi looked a bit embarrassed and sat down, saying haha. But after laughing, he didn't know what to say. These 2 are really something. Everyone at the table was surprised by this sudden turn of events, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Finally, Director Ma chuckled and said to Jiang Yi, I didn't expect Miss Jiang to be from Beijing. Your Hangzhou dialect is really good. They all knew who Zhou Qi was, but they didn't know much about Yanzhou, who was being praised by Zhou Qi. They only heard that Zhou Qi hinted he was from a wealthy family in Beijing, starting his own business. They knew they shouldn't provoke him because Zhou Qi's status was too high for them. They didn't dare to ask about Zhou Qi's background. The gap was too big. Even if they found out, it wouldn't help them. Jiang Yi looked at Yan Zhou. Just as she was about to speak, Yan Zhou said, "My ancestral home is in Hangzhou." He spoke in authentic Hangzhou dialect. Everyone was surprised because this young master, who had said little since entering the house, suddenly sounded so familiar and friendly. The dinner table became lively again, with everyone chatting and joking as if new characters had appeared. But then Yan Zhou suddenly said to Jiang Yi, "Rui, come sit here." They had no blood relation, and his identity was hard to figure out. Jiang Yi's background was easy to uncover. If they misunderstood her and thought she was deliberately pretending to be someone else to deceive them, they might turn around and bully her. So he needed to act more familiar to hide the truth. Jiang Yi looked up at his eyes behind the glasses, which looked calm and mysterious, and suddenly understood what he meant. Her heart warmed and felt a little hot. She smiled and moved her chair to sit between Yan Zhou and Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui happily moved aside. One was called Rui, the other Tianyi, truly like siblings. She was going to be her future sister-in-law, so she couldn't defend her. She needed to think about how to make up for her earlier rudeness. "Do you have any ideas about the project by the lake?" Yan Zhou asked naturally once she was seated. "Many ideas, tomorrow." Jiang Yi paused and said, "Tomorrow doesn't work. My factory opens tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow? We can talk then?" She looked at Yan Zhou and Zhou Qi and asked. Zhou Qi immediately nodded, okay. He had already made plans with someone for the day after tomorrow, but now, she was more important than anyone else. Shaolin said that Jiang Tianyi is the spokesperson for young Master Yan. He doesn't handle outside matters. Everything is decided by Jiang Tianyi. So, if he supports him, he must support him just like supporting young Master Yan. This Jiang Rui seemed easier to talk to. Remembering Jiang Yi's slightly arrogant and domineering attitude just now, he hesitated. But looking at the girl in front of him, who was smiling charmingly, she seemed less intimidating than her brother. She didn't put much pressure on him, and he dared to speak to her. Unlike when facing her brother, whose eyes behind the glasses seemed to see through everything, making him nervous and tongue-tied. "Miss Zhang's factory is opening tomorrow? Can I come and join the celebration?" Zhou Qi asked casually, trying to flatter her. "No need. Tomorrow is just a trial run," Jiang Yi casually declined. "We'll test the machines and show a few clients the results. Once Mr. Ma finishes the products and we expand, we'll have the official opening. I hope everyone will come and support us then." She invited everyone at the table. "Of course, we'll all go." After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yi prepared to leave. Once her goal was achieved, she would withdraw. This wasn't her main venue, so there was no reason to stay until the end. And if she ran into her mom or Wu Xiaoya when leaving, she was afraid she might recover. "I have something to do on my side. I need to go now," Jiang Yi told Yan Zhou. Yan Zhou nodded. "Don't leave after you're done. Wait for me, and we'll go home together." Jiang Yi looked at him, her heart fluttering. She forced herself not to blush, nodded naturally, and said goodbye to everyone before leaving. Jiang Yi put down her hand and happily nodded. It's settled. She originally had an 80% chance of convincing Zhou Qi to agree to her request. Unexpectedly, her big brother turned out to be the behind-the-scenes boss. Now, there's nothing that can't be achieved. Gu Jingwei also became happy. He knew Jiang Yi wanted to talk to Zhou Qi about the house she wanted to buy, including its location, appearance, and layout. A house is very important to everyone. Of course, people want to buy one they like. The current house, in both look and quality, didn't meet his standards. Uncle has always wanted to buy a house by the lake, but there's no suitable one, Gu Jingwei said. Now that you've made the deal, can you also design one for Uncle? Just next door to your house. He saw Jiang Yi's quick sketch and was amazed. Sure, Jiang Yi replied. She was hesitant before because Zhou Qi had used her before. Now, She had already taken 2 houses, so she wasn't sure if there was any left. But now, she was willing to agree to anything. She even dared to take over the entire Creek Lake manor. She didn't know where her confidence came from. Jiang Yi sat at the table, giggling. Li Yumei still didn't know what was happening. Jiang Yi quickly explained everything to her. Wu Xiaoya was also tempted. I don't know if my brother's money is enough. She understood now. The minimum cost was 300,000 yuan. She knew her brother had some money, but 300,000 was a lot. It's okay. If it's not enough, I'll lend him the money, Jiang Yi said generously. All the neighbors around were her own people, so living together would be more harmonious and reassuring. Gu Jingwei watched her smile happily. This girl was even more generous than him. He didn't know where she got her confidence. This year, his restaurant sales must be good. Even if it increased 7 or 8 times to reach 15 million yuan in revenue, that's just the gross income, not profit. Usually, a restaurant's net profit is between 10% and 30%. Since his restaurant was a high-end place with doubled menu prices, he estimated the net profit could reach 40% to 50%. Even at 50%, that's 7.5 million yuan. If she got 20% of that, it would be 1.5 million yuan. She still had debts outside, needed to buy 2 more houses, run a factory, buy machinery, and lend money out. This girl was good at making money, but she spent even more. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. If she had a gap she couldn't fill, he might have to step in. Jesai Chun sat quietly, watching Jiang Yi confidently discuss various business matters with her father. The large numbers she mentioned seemed like small change to her. She wasn't pretending to be indifferent. She truly didn't care. When talking about the future development of the restaurant, her father was excited but tried to hide his feelings. She remained calm and mentioned many details. What she called a discussion looked more like guidance from her father. Jesai Chun's heart was pounding. His gaze on Jiang Yi was full of warmth. He finally found the woman he wanted. Jiang Yi noticed his look, turned her head, and was surprised. Then she immediately clapped her hands and laughed. This kid hasn't changed in 2 lifetimes. Jesai Chun's cheeks turned red. The young lady liked him so much. After a satisfying meal, it was time to leave. Li Yumei stood up to go, but Jiang Yi stayed seated. I just remembered something I need to clarify with the other person. You all go ahead. I'll be back soon.
Li Yumei agitada.
It was late, and walking alone at night didn't seem safe. Jesai Jingwei stood up. I'll take you back first. After she finishes talking, I'll come back to see you safely. That's a bit awkward, Li Yumei said with a smile, which was more like an agreement than a refusal. She could tell that Bosco really liked Jiang Yi and considered them as family, not just polite acquaintances. She didn't want to refuse. She also wanted to see what kind of person he was, whether he was suitable to be a relative. Jesai Jingwei left, leaving only Jiang Yi and Jesai Chun in the room. Mississippi Jesai Chun spoke to Jiang Yi for the first time. Earlier at the dinner table, he had been busy talking to Li Yumei. Stop, Jiang Yi immediately interrupted him. Call me sister. Oh, Jesai Chun quickly obediently said sister. Jiang Yi looked at him and smiled.
Good boy.
He looked so innocent and sweet, like a gentle child, not at all like someone pretending. Maybe. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him. Perhaps, at 15, without having been hurt repeatedly by a stepmother's hidden tricks, Jesai Chun was just a naive, kind-hearted boy who wanted to live off others, not someone with dark intentions. She sighed inwardly, but smiled outwardly. I know what you're trying to do. Looking for a long-term supporter, right? Jesai Chun's smile froze. I can be your meal ticket, Jiang Yi said. Jesai Chun's eyes lit up. But only as your older sister, Jiang Yi added. Jesai Chun looked at her. You're not my type, so it's impossible for me to marry you, Jiang Yi said. Big sister, I am. You want to marry me, but that's not going to happen, Jiang Yi smiled. Jesai Chun was stunned, realizing she was joking. And the idea of marriage was actually quite fitting. It seemed she really understood his thoughts, but how could that be? He hadn't said a word to her. Truly impressive. Jesai Chun's eyes shone even brighter. Jiang Yi knew he wasn't someone easily discouraged by words. Second, I think your dad is pretty good, Jiang Yi said. Jesai Chun's eyes widened instantly. What does she mean? Is she trying to be his stepmother? Jiang Yi smiled and explained, I see your dad as a good friend, a close uncle, so I can be your sister. I'll make sure you're well taken care of in the future. Jesai Chun felt relieved. He didn't like the idea of a stepmother. Third, I need to tell you something secret. I have a business deal with your dad, 20% of the shares in Shihu Hotel. So from now on, I'm half the owner of that hotel. For my own sake, I will run it well, so it doesn't go bankrupt or get taken away, and I won't take what belongs to you. Jiang Yi leaned closer and said, So, just keep your heart at ease, be my little brother, and just enjoy life without worries. Jesai Chun's eyes suddenly brightened. This sister really understood him, even more than his dad. She pointed out his life goal in one sentence, and her words made sense, so he believed her. The door to the private room was open. Jiang Yi suddenly heard a noise from the next room, and someone came out. She immediately dropped Jesai Chun and went outside. Jesai Chun followed her curiously. Sure enough, the event was about to end. As she stepped out, she saw Yanzhou just leaving. Yanzhou smiled at her. She quickly returned a sweet smile and then quietly stood behind him, acting as a little follower, walking downstairs with the others. Gus Chun followed her like a little tail. Zhou Qi was thoughtful, and a car was ready at the door to take some guests home. Zhou Shui hesitated and walked last. She wanted to ride in Yanzhou's car, but she wasn't sure if that was okay. Zhou Qi glanced at her and asked Jiang Yi, Where does your family live? If it's on the way, can you bring my sister along? She gets carsick easily and can't smell alcohol. If she rides in other cars, she might. He came to Hangzhou with only 2 cars. Now, both cars were full of drunk people, and the smell was hard for most to tolerate. Yanzhou hadn't drunk any alcohol just now, and Jiang Yi was drinking tea instead of wine. Now, she didn't smell of alcohol, only a faint fruity or floral scent. Zhou Qi unconsciously moved closer and sniffed. Yanzhou quickly stepped back and turned naturally, blocking Jiang Yi behind him. Jiang Yi didn't notice these small details. She looked at Yanzhou and asked with her eyes, Where do they live? Yanzhou said to Zhou Qi, Sorry, it's not on the way. Zhou Shui's expression immediately stiffened. How could she be so rude? But Zhou Qi had expected this. If they were interested in his sister, he wouldn't need to speak. They would have invited her already. Still, he didn't want to give up. The Yen family was powerful, and he had approached them himself. He felt uneasy, worried that this connection might come and go without reason. The best way to secure this relationship was through marriage. So, if he couldn't get close to Yanzhou, he would cling to Jiang Yi. Even if Jiang Yi didn't like Zhou Shui, she had several cousins and relatives. As for his own sister, it would be best to leave her for Yanzhou. Zhou Qi decisively turned around, pushed Zhou Shui into his own car with a frown, and left. As a man, he knew how to tell if a man was showing interest or just pretending. He didn't dare let Zhou Shui keep bothering him. Yanzhou looked back at Gus Chun, who was following him. Gus Chun grinned, showing 2 little dimples, and asked Jiang Yi's sister, Is this my brother-in-law? Jiang Yi's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Gus Chun and said, Call him Big Brother.
Oh.
Gus Chun answered obediently and seriously, then looked at Jiang Yi and asked, Big Brother, is this my sister-in-law? Jiang Yi burst out laughing. Yanzhou's eyes also carried a smile. Jiang Yi glared at Gus Siken again and introduced him to Yanzhou. This is Boss Ji's son, Gus Siken. Yanzhou nodded. He could tell that Gus Siken looked very much like Gu Jingwei, clearly father and son. He hadn't expected that the cheerful and generous Gu Jingwei's son would have such a personality.
Goodbye.
He nodded to Gus Siken and said to Jiang Yi, Let's go. I'll take you home. Just now, Gu Jingwei had seen Li Yumei leave with Gus Siken. Now she was alone, so he needed to take her home. Jiang Yi greeted Gus Siken and then followed Yanzhou toward the car not far from the door. When Gu Jingwei returned, he only saw the tail lights of the car and the son standing at the door, looking out. He immediately asked, Why did you come down? Didn't you stay with Jiang Jie? She left, Gu Siken replied.
What?
She left? Gu Jingwei was surprised. How did she leave? Did she go alone? No, Gu Siken said. She left with my sister-in-law.
What?
Gu Jingwei was stunned. He only had one son, Gu Siken, and Gu Siken only had one cousin, Gu Hongliang. Gu Hongliang wasn't married, so where was the sister-in-law coming from? Are you talking about Su Ruo? Gu Jingwei hurriedly asked. Did Su Ruo trick Jiang Yi away? No, Gu Siken said. His face darkened when mentioning Su Ruo. He rolled his eyes at his father. It's because of her that all these bad relationships happen. It's the man at the next table, the one wearing glasses, very handsome and quite intimidating, Gu Siken added. Gu Jingwei immediately knew who he was talking about. That man was really eye-catching. But how did Jiang Yi leave with him? They knew each other before, Gu Siken said, turning around as he walked. Jiang Yi likes him. So, from now on, don't try to match us. It won't work. He finally understood what kind of person Jiang Yi liked.
He couldn't pretend to be that type.
Moreover, he thought being a younger brother isn't bad. If he could have such an impressive brother-in-law in the future, that would be even better. His job was secure. Gu Siken hummed a song as he walked away, leaving Gu Jingwei standing alone in the cold wind, lost in thought. He knew who his son was talking about and trusted his son's judgment. This kid was better at reading people than he was. It's over. His unripe daughter-in-law has flown away. After getting into the car, Yanzhou took off his glasses and brushed his hair with his hand. The familiar sword look that Jiang Yi knew suddenly returned. But now, the sword seemed sealed in its sheath, no longer sharp or dangerous, just simple and gentle. Jiang Yi's heart beat faster. She quickly looked away and scanned the inside of the car, trying to find something to talk about. That's when she noticed something different about this car. A Mercedes W123. She had been so naive before, believing he wouldn't be short of money for food. This car was very expensive abroad back then. When it was imported and assembled in China a few years ago, it became even pricier. Only about 800 units were made over 10 years, and they weren't sold to the public. The prices weren't even announced because they were so high. Some models reportedly cost over 1 million yuan. That was over 1 million in the 1980s. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded beside her. Jiang Yi immediately shook her head. I don't like it. She truly didn't like it, spending over 1 million yuan now on a car that was ugly and old. Of course, she didn't dare say this aloud. To her, this car was a treasure.
So, what kind of car do you like? Santana? Crown?
Xiaoli? Yanzhou asked. Jiang Yi shook her head, even less interested. A Santana now costs about 200,000 yuan, a Crown over 100,000, and Xiaoli is the cheapest at around 70,000 to 80,000. She thought these prices were quite high for their value. But why was he asking? Was he planning to buy her car? Jiang Yi chuckled softly, quickly pushing the scary thought out of her mind. Yanzhou's slender fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel twice. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? I don't have the money right now, Jiang Yi replied. Shihu Manor still needs 2 more houses built. I want them to make the bigger ones, with a budget of 500,000 each. I haven't even paid off the current house. Yanzhou's fingers tapped the steering wheel again. He remembered what his uncle said. Originally, he planned to sell her a car for 50,000 yuan, but she insisted on paying 400,000. What a honest kid. That money isn't urgent. If it's not possible, I won't give it to him, Yanzhou said. Jiang Yi was stunned. That's not right. We agreed on it. But why would her older brother say something like that? Yanzhou smiled, even doubting his own character. His slender fingers gently tapped her fair forehead. Shaolin is my uncle. He told me himself that he doesn't plan to take the money. Jiang Yi's face immediately turned red because she misunderstood him and because of their recent close moment. She didn't want the ambiguous atmosphere to grow, so she quickly said happily, Boss Xiao is actually your uncle? What a coincidence. Yanzhou also smiled. He didn't expect it to be so lucky. They really do have a special connection. Jiang Yi continued, then we should return the money. We can't take advantage just because your uncle is rich. Zhou smiled and didn't continue the topic. He's a bit stubborn and hard to change once he's made up his mind. The trip was short, from the Creek Lake Hotel to Jiang Yi's home, only a few minutes by car. After a few words, they were about to arrive. At the intersection, Zhou suddenly turned the steering wheel and took a different road, casually asking, "Do you want to learn how to drive?" He saw her eyes light up instantly. He smiled slightly. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi arrived home. If she wasn't worried about her mother, she really wanted to keep practicing because opportunities like this might not come often. She had already shown her talent for driving before, so she couldn't afford to look clumsy now. She had learned quite a bit in half an hour, and with a few more lessons, she could probably get her driver's license. Li Yumei was waiting inside. Seeing her come in alone, she immediately asked, "Why didn't you let Bosca come in for a visit?" She thought Gu Jingwei had brought her back. It's too late," Jiang Yi replied.
Wuyun looked ahead.
He heard the car, but it didn't sound like a Santana. Maybe Bosca had other cars? "Where did you go?" "You missed dinner," Jiang Yi asked Wu Jun. Hearing this, Wu Jun straightened his face and said excitedly, "I went to contact those tile suppliers. 5 of them agreed to give us a batch of tiles for processing. I also invited many middlemen and distributors to see the site. Is that okay?" "Yes," Jiang Yi nodded. Wu Jun was indeed smart, knowing to invite people to see the site. Nothing beats seeing it with your own eyes for trustworthiness. Zhou Qi helped Zhou Shui, who was too tired to walk, into the house. Zhou Shui was really carsick and vomited all the way. He insisted on taking her home only after seeing all the guests off. Zhou Shui took a long time to feel alive again. "You're taking the train home tomorrow," Zhou Qi said. Zhou Shui was surprised and screamed. "Why?" "Because he didn't like you," Zhou Qi said bluntly. Zhou Shui's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. "Which of your eyes saw him not liking me?" "Both eyes saw it," Zhou Qi replied. "He never looked at you properly. Maybe he doesn't like someone like you, or he already has a wife, or he's too picky. You can choose whichever reason you like."
Zhou Shui. He might be shy.
"I'll try again," she said, biting her lip. Giving up on her dream prince was too hard. Zhou Qi laughed angrily. "Someone like him? Does he need to be shy? When he rejects you, he's very proud of it."
"Go home."
"I can't risk you staying and offending someone," Zhou Qi said directly. "You already offended his sister today. Do you think she can't see your intentions? Do you think she's easy to deal with? She didn't argue with you on the spot. That's because she's generous, not because she's easygoing," he said. He didn't notice any warmth in Jiang Yi's gaze when she looked at Zhou Shui. Instead, there was a flash of sharpness. That kind of man, how could he have a sister who is easy to bully? "Are you leaving on your own, or do you want me to send someone to take you?" Zhou Qi pressed. Zhou Shui couldn't hold her face anymore and stomped away. Humph. If she wanted to leave, she would. She wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Zhang Tianyi was working with their family, and their relationship was solid. Plus, going home meant she could stop other sisters from coming over. Did she not know how the Zhou family operated? Humph. The next morning, Jiang Yi was about to leave to pick up the pre-ordered parts when she received several calls. They were from the factory she ordered from, telling her the goods were ready and just waiting for her address.
Viens ici.
These people must have all received a call from Director Ma last night. She wondered what he told them to make them so obedient. But it was a good thing. At this moment, it was normal. Connections really do work this way. She repeatedly thanked them on the phone, gave them the address, then rode her bike to the workshop. When she arrived, several trucks had already finished unloading. Seeing her ride up, a few waiting men looked a bit confused. Jiang Yi suddenly thought that she really should buy a car, even if she didn't like it or it was very expensive. She needed one first because it looked better, and second because it was more convenient than a bicycle. With a thick red envelope, she sent away the delivery people, and Jiang Yi and Yu Shumin started working. It took over 2 hours to assemble all 10 machines. Wu Jun, with his truck, was already waiting outside. Yu Shumin wanted to test the machines on site, but Jiang Yi refused, saying there wasn't enough time. She had already asked 518 to check everything. The installation was correct. There were some small issues with the parts, but he had quietly fixed them. Finish the experiment report and give it to me when you're done, Yu Shumin said. He actually said something so unimportant. That was a good change. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, smiling as she took a stack of experiment report papers and left. The car ride took more than half an hour to reach Wu Jun's factory. It was also her factory, called Rui Processing Factory. The paperwork was completed a few days ago. The name was broad, making it easier to expand the business later. She couldn't just do tiles. Pretending to be the richest person?
Don't be silly.
That would mean covering the whole world with her tiles, so she could surpass Bill, Jeff, Warren, and others to become the world's richest. Jiang Yi got out of the car, happily looking at the factory in front of her. The factory buildings were high-ceiling, spacious warehouses, perfect for their heat-producing machines. There were many factories, 5 large rows, enough to hold hundreds of machines. The yard was also very big, about 50 acres, enough to build more factories.
Jiang Yi looked at Wu Jun.
She had only told him to find a big factory, and he found such a large one. Clearly, he had big ambitions for the future. Now, several trucks were parked in the yard, and a group of people stood around. Jiang Yi didn't go over to greet them. She put on her hat, scarf, and wrapped herself tightly, blending into the crowd. She was just a delivery person. She would leave the socializing to Wu Jun. Wu Jun had been in the business world for many years and handled these social relationships easily. Everyone quickly calmed down and watched as the workers brought the machines into the factory. The operation was simple. Put the items into the slot, close the door, and turn on the power. Wu Jun had already learned how to do it. Soon, 10 machines started working at the same time. Jiang Yi also went out and brought back takeout. But at this moment, there was no takeout. She had specially asked Ge Jingwei to prepare and deliver it to her. Inside, these were all future clients, so she needed to treat them well. She had no money herself and was relying on them. They were originally discussing where to eat. Since this suburb was remote, there weren't many restaurants. Riding bikes into the city for a meal would take so long that they'd be too full to eat afterward. Before they finished talking, they smelled a strange, delicious aroma. Mr. Wu has ordered food for everyone from the Creek Lake Hotel. Please enjoy, Jiang Yi said, acting as the server, setting the table as she spoke. When they heard it was from the Creek Lake Hotel and that it was delivered right to them, everyone looked at Wu Jun differently. They had to reconsider how much they valued Wu Jun. 3 hours passed quickly with eating and chatting. The green lights on the 10 machines almost all turned on at the same time. Everyone standing nearby suddenly became excited. Wu Jun stepped forward, opened each of the 10 machines, and wearing thick gloves, took out a tile from each one, placing them carefully on the prepared tables. Each table was numbered to match a machine. Jiang Yi was nearby, ready to fill out the experiment report. Yu Shumin had finally trusted her and was willing to talk. She couldn't let her become withdrawn again, so she promised to do what she agreed to. Her careful attitude also showed others that there was nothing suspicious here. Wu Jun picked up a rubber hammer and asked, "Who wants to try?"
Me.
Immediately shouted a boss, rushing over before Wu Jun could react and grabbing the hammer from his hand. The others immediately regretted being too slow. "Next person, your turn,"
they said.
They didn't trust just watching, they wanted to try themselves. "Just smash your own tile," Wu Jun said. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling more assured doing it themselves. There are 5 tile factory owners here, each bringing their own tiles. Previously, Wu Jun had placed 2 machines at each factory. The owner holding a hammer found his tiles, weighed the hammer a bit, then suddenly struck down hard. The hammer bounced back sharply, almost hitting him.
Hey?
The owner looked excited. He knew his tiles very well. They were as fragile as glass. The rubber hammer he held was solid, not hollow. With such force, he could even dent metal. But when he touched his tiles, there were no marks or cracks. Unbelieving, he kept hitting harder, causing others to step back, afraid of being hurt. Yet, the tiles remained intact. "Next up, the drop test," Jiang Yi suddenly said. With how hard he was hitting, he wouldn't break the tiles even by nightfall, so she didn't need to go home. Wu Jun immediately went over, picked up a tile, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Everyone could see how much effort he used, but the tile was still perfect. The atmosphere became lively. Next, the iron hammer test, Jiang Yi said. Even the 518 tiles, as hard as diamonds, had a production line, but Jiang Yi didn't want to use it. There was no need. In business, things that never break aren't good for sellers. Plus, going too far could be dangerous for her. But these tiles could still be broken. Wu Jun handed the iron hammer to the owner. The owner took it and gently tapped the tile. He was afraid of smashing it too hard and hurting himself. But the tile didn't break. He looked at the hammer, which was definitely made of iron and had a rusty smell. He applied a bit more force, but still no. His eyes lit up. The others watched quietly as he used quite a bit of strength and finally cracked the tile slightly. Things started to get a bit out of control. Several owners grabbed hammers, stones, and random objects, rushing to test their tiles. Wu Jun didn't stop them, nor could he. He stepped beside Jiang Yi, watching her with excitement, but holding back. They had done it. Jiang Yi didn't have time to pay attention to him. She frowned at the chaotic scene. How should she write the experiment report? If she writes it carelessly, will teacher you notice? Will she get upset or stressed? The last 10 machines' tiles were all pulled out and smashed by these bosses, with none left intact. They were all exhausted and sweating heavily. One batch of tiles could hold 1 meter by 1 meter, with 100 tiles in total, which is quite a lot. Smashing each tile is hard work, not to mention 100 tiles. But they didn't trust that all the tiles were broken properly. They worried that some tiles in the batch might still be good, and Wu Jun might have picked out the best ones to fool them. In the end, they were wrong. Every tile inside was as hard as stone. But they still felt uneasy. The second batch of tiles was loaded in, and after 3 hours it was ready. They smashed a few tiles to be sure and then happily handed the rest over to other middlemen and dealers nearby who had been watching eagerly. These people were very curious, but they knew this was a serious matter, so they didn't dare to touch the tiles themselves, fearing others might think they were Wu Jun's agents. Now, they finally had the chance to satisfy their curiosity. As night fell, the third batch was processed. Everyone was tired and started sitting down to discuss business. Wu Jun was surrounded by the crowd. Jiang Yi was nearby, pretending to be a cleaner, helping other workers tidy up the area. Wu Jun glanced at her busy figure, suppressing his excitement, and looked at everyone. He spoke first. Let me share my ideas. First, our factory does not sell machines. We only do processing. The owners of several tile factories immediately became anxious. Wu Jun raised his hand to stop them and continued. Second, we welcome anyone to bring tiles for processing, ceramic factories, sellers, everyone. The processing fee is double the factory price. This was a new agreement between Wu Jun and Jiang Yi. Originally, they planned to charge double the selling price, but now, because of transportation costs, the boss's moods, bargaining skills, and other factors, the selling prices varied. They also worried that raising prices too much might make it hard for ordinary people to sell their tiles. So, in the end, they decided to set the processing fee at double the factory price. The factory price of tiles is usually fixed and affordable, with a profit margin of only 10 to 30% over cost. The real profit comes from dealers, who often add 50 to 100% or more. The factory owners shrank back, while the dealers grew anxious. The charging standard proposed by Wu Jun actually squeezed their profit margins. The room buzzed with discussion. But in the end, no one could argue with Wu Jun, since he held the power. The machines were in his control, and there was no other option. If they wanted to cooperate, they had to obey. If not, they could leave. There was almost no choice. Compared to the old tiles, when prices were similar, who would choose tiles that easily with a single touch, require careful walking, and break if a cup drops? Old tiles will be phased out. A new era has arrived. Fortunately, the charges are reasonable. As long as they raise the selling price by 10 to 20%, they will make a profit. When leaving, Everyone came to shake hands with Wu Jun, eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This new era was brought by this young man. From now on, all tile factories across the country would essentially work for him because all tiles had to go through his factory before they could be sold. Wow, this is almost like collecting taxes. Suddenly, someone had a bright idea and joked, "Factory Director Wu, from now on, you'll be the chief director of all Chinese tile factories." Wu Jun stayed at the factory that day. There were too many orders, and he was too busy to leave. He also didn't want to go. He could be the chief director because of Jiang Yi and the power of technology. He had to protect these machines. He noticed the flickering eyes of many people when they left, looking at the machines. It was like printing money. He also felt grateful for Jiang Yi's foresight in keeping her identity secret. If others knew she made those machines, she would be annoyed and in danger. Jiang Yi understood this, so that night she brought Yu Shumin to the factory and set up a small workshop for him. As for the original factory building, it was overused. She left it there for now. When she had more money, she would build houses inside, and in 10 or 20 years, it would be worth over 20 million in demolition compensation. That place was on the outskirts of the city now, but it wouldn't be in the future. It would become a bustling area. As for Wu Xiaoye, Wu Jun entrusted her to Jiang Yi and Li Yumei. He would stay at the factory with the workers. "You gave my brother a boost of energy?" Wu Xiaoye said in surprise, watching her brother casually toss her and a bunch of luggage into Jiang Yi's room before rushing off. She had never been so casually abandoned by her brother before. She also had never seen her brother so lively. Wu Xiaoye was swinging Jiang Yi's arm, with tears in her eyes. "Not on energy drinks, but on gold coins," Jiang Yi said with a smile. "Your brother now radiates the feeling of money everywhere. Others see him like a walking gold turtle." Just now, she heard at least 8 bosses trying to introduce their daughters to Wu Jun. Those without daughters looked eager, probably thinking about whether it was still possible to have a chance now. Jiang Yi immediately shared her thoughts with Wu Xiaoye. The two girls burst into laughter. Li Yumei smiled nearby while knitting a sweater. The next day, Jiang Yi woke up early. She hurried through breakfast, carefully did her makeup and dress, then left the house. She didn't forget that today she needed to discuss the Shihu Manor project. The agreed meeting place was a bit far, so she had to leave early. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a car parked outside. A Mercedes W123. Jiang Yi happily ran over, but when the car door opened, a stranger woman stepped out. The woman was in her 30s, with short hair and a serious face. "Miss Jiang, hello. My name is Sunning. From now on, I will be your driver."
Huh?
Jiang Yi looked at her in surprise, then at the car in front of her. Sunning glanced at her and said, "Young master has left on some business. Before leaving, he told me to leave the Shihu Manor project to you." "Really?" Jiang Yi was shocked. Did her big brother leave? When will he come back? Not sure. Maybe in a few days, maybe in a few months. Sunning opened the car door, clearly refusing to answer further. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then got into the car. She felt reassured about the driver's background. She didn't believe anyone could steal a car from Yenzhou. The car drove all the way to the edge of the lake, stopping in front of a small 2-story building. The house was old along the road, but it didn't look like a residence. She didn't know what it was used for before. Now, it had become the office for the Shihu Manor project team. It was still early, and there weren't many people inside. But Zhou Qi was already there, waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Yi get out of the Mercedes, he was momentarily stunned, then relaxed. Of course, this was expected. And today, Jiang Yi looked impressive in his eyes. That evening, the lights were not as bright as natural sunlight, and he was too upset from being bothered by those 2 elders to pay attention to her. Now, looking at her standing in the morning light, she was as bright as the sunrise, and her presence was completely different from that night. That night, she was just a young girl who was good at talking and acting charming, but she had to watch their expressions and behave accordingly. Now, her gaze swept over him instantly, making him feel pressured. She looked exactly like her brother. Maybe he was wrong again. she was also someone who could make him speechless. It's hard to get close to the boss's powerful presence. Zhou Qi composed himself and warmly greeted, "You're here? Please come in." Jiang Yi knew her current status. She was the boss's sister. Since that was the case, she had to show the boss's commanding presence, or else people might think she was not serious. Jiang Yi walked in with a calm, distant smile. Zhou Qi became even more respectful. Sun Ning followed into the office, then took a chair and sat by the door, acting like a protector. Zhou Qi didn't dare ask anything and politely poured tea for Jiang Yi, busying himself with chores. Jiang Yi cut straight to the point, speaking clearly. "Do you have the plan for the Shihu Manor?"
Let me see.
Zhou Qi immediately brought over a stack of blueprints. This project had been planned by their family for a long time, so they acted quickly. The demolition was done in just a few days, and all the debris had been cleared. Construction was about to start. The construction plans had already been designed. Jiang Yi looked at the layout of the 22 houses, which was exactly the same as she remembered from her past life. The visual effect was average. Later, the houses in Shihu Manor became very expensive, mainly because of the good location and environment, and because the residents were all influential figures. But the houses themselves weren't particularly impressive. Over 10 years, each owner had torn down and rebuilt their houses. Due to poor planning, high trees blocked sunlight, and doorways faced the wrong way, affecting feng shui. There were many issues, causing quite a few conflicts. "Not good enough," Jiang Yi said flatly and without hesitation. Zhou Qi's heart skipped a beat. She was even more difficult than her brother. Jiang Tianyi also looked at the blueprint before, but he didn't say anything. "Look at this layout. The 22 houses are arranged in 3 rows, with yards of different sizes, crooked and irregular shapes. Are you waiting for the future owners to argue because of the uneven sizes?" Jiang Yi pointed at the blueprint and said, "At this time, the houses were being sold, and the yard sizes were given as a bonus. Their sizes depended entirely on the developer's mood. Zhou Qi didn't care about these small details. Free things often have flaws. As for the crooked and irregular shapes, this was designed by a professional. The uneven, varied layout is intentional to create a charming, lively atmosphere. If everything were neat and square, it wouldn't look good," Zhou Qi explained. Jiang Yi agreed with this point. "But what about the roads? Are they also crooked and uneven? Sharp corners? How will cars pass? Also, many houses didn't plan parking spaces, and the gates are too narrow to drive through. Cars are parked right at the entrance. That means the roads will be blocked and no one can come in or go out." This was a big problem at Shihu Mountain Villa. Because it was near the lake, digging basements was not allowed, let alone building underground parking floors. After several years of discussion, all the owners agreed to a plan. Each would give up part of their yard to widen the roads, allowing cars to pass. Zhou Qi looked at it and nodded. He admitted he hadn't thought this through. More and more families had cars, and it was impossible for people who could afford to buy a house here to have no cars. This was a real issue. He started to take Jiang Yi's concerns seriously. People weren't just being difficult or looking for trouble. Also, this house has a large backyard, but the house in front doesn't have a front yard. If the house in front plants tall trees in its backyard, it could block the sunlight for the house behind. Wouldn't that cause conflicts? Zhou Qi thought about it and realized it was possible. But what did that have to do with him? They might complain about your design, think the house is poorly built, and have a bad impression of you. Later, when you need their help, they might be in a bad mood. Zhou Qi shivered at the thought. It was indeed possible. Jiang Yi's words were true. Later, Zhou Qi became quite famous because of Shihu Mountain Villa. But as more problems appeared, his career in Hangzhou started to suffer. He eventually moved to another city, learned from his mistakes, and with support from influential people, he grew stronger. Also, the landscape trees along the road. Jiang Yi pointed at the blueprint and said bluntly, "Who came up with this idea? Want to plant willows?" Zhou Qi looked at her expression, touched his nose, and didn't dare say that he was the one who thought of it. At that time, the person who designed the plans asked him what kind of landscape trees he wanted. Since the house was near the creek and lake, He naturally wanted willows. Long willow branches hanging down. Such a poetic scene. Have you ever heard of planting mulberry trees in front and willows at the back? This tree is along the road inside the estate, and it's hard to tell front from back. It will surely upset the owner, Jiang Yi said. Later, the owner dug up all those trees, cursing Zhou Qi as an idiot while doing so. Why can't we plant willows? Zhou Qi asked weakly. Because of folk rules. Willows don't produce seeds, so they are considered barren and they might cause money to slip away, Jiang Yi explained. Oh, Zhou Qi said, not arguing or calling it superstitious. 10 years have passed, and now many spirits and ghosts can become real, so more people believe in these things. There are also many feng shui issues, door facing door, corner facing corner. Jiang Yi casually took out an interior design plan and criticized it thoroughly. In the end, she summarized, what kind of designer did you find? Someone who knows nothing about feng shui and has no taste at all. Does he think building a house is like stacking blocks? Zhou Qi broke out in a cold sweat but couldn't find anything to say in reply. He initially didn't think the design was unreasonable, but after Jiang Yi pointed it out, he felt uncomfortable every time he looked at it. This house, which would bring bad luck and disasters, he wouldn't want to live in even if it was given to him. Actually, Jiang Yi also had some doubts. Feng shui is really a tricky thing. Anyway, the owners of the Creek Lake estate had changed several times. After those people left, either they got into trouble or faced difficulties. In the end, the house was torn down and rebuilt, and only then did the owner settle down. I'm going to find someone to redesign it now. This time, I'll hire a master designer, Zhou Qi said. He couldn't be fooled by relatives again, just hiring some recent graduate. The designer of this house was introduced by Zhou Shui. She knew a senior student from the same school. No need, Jiang Yi said, opening her backpack and pulling out a stack of blueprints. I already found someone to design it, she said. She hired 518 design. They had the overall plan of the community, the exterior drawings of each house, interior plans, design sketches, and renderings, all complete. Each house is no longer just a simple two-story small building but a traditional Chinese-style structure with old-fashioned charm. It features blue bricks and dark tiles, white walls, flying eaves, decorative brackets, pavilions, corridors, painted walls, and finely carved small courtyards. Zhou Qi was stunned. These renderings are very realistic, almost like photographs, making people feel as if they are actually there. His eyes were full of amazement. If the houses could be built like this, he would insist on keeping one for himself. Jiang Yi pointed to a row of 5 houses close to the lake. These are all mine.
Zhou Qi.
Actually, she only owns 2 of them. The one next to hers belongs to Yanzhou. That day, when they were learning to drive, Yanzhou casually mentioned why he joined the Creek Lake Manor project. His maternal grandfather used to live there, and he wanted to rebuild a house on the original site so his grandfather could spend his later years comfortably. The big courtyard house of the Jiang family was originally his grandfather's house. At that moment, Jiang Yi was stunned. What a coincidence. She had grown up living in that house. So, she had to leave one house for Yanzhou. As for the remaining 2, they belonged to Gu Jingwei and Wu Jun. Coincidentally, she could take over all the houses along this lakeside row. These 5 houses are connected in a row, with the lake on one side and a small internal garden on the other. The entire neighborhood is built around this long, narrow garden. The road runs in a circle around the outer edge of the neighborhood, wide enough for comfortable traffic. This way, each house has enough space, good scenery, and easy access. However, the number of houses is fewer. The original plan of 22 3-row houses was reduced to 2 rows, with only 16 houses. Zhou Qi's heart ached. He wasn't planning to make money from these houses, but he needed to recover his costs. Once the houses are built and beautifully decorated, they will be sold, and the courtyards will also be charged, Jiang Yi said. The price? 2,500 per square meter for the houses, 1,000 per square meter for the courtyards. Charging for the courtyards means no one can complain about not getting enough value later. But Zhou Qi grinned. He didn't even dare to guarantee selling at 1,500 per square meter. He had planned to raise the price and then offer discounts so people would feel they got a good deal and remember his kindness. Don't worry. Jiang looked at him and said, if it doesn't sell later, it's on me. I've covered everything and will give you cash, no less. Zhou Qi. A boss you can't mess with. Find a professional team to do the construction. Speed it up. I want to move in by summer, Jiang said. Building a 2-story house with enough workers can be done quickly, within a month. Then comes the decoration. As I always say, with money and people, it's fast. Zhou Qi looked down at the blueprint in his hand, feeling excited. He saw the success ahead. Yan Zhou left yesterday. Now he is sitting in a deep courtyard in the capital city. In the yard, 5 men are sitting together, old and young. Each has a strong presence. Everyone is silent, watching a strong-willed woman stand up and shout. The woman is not young anymore. Her hair has streaks of gray, her face shows deep lines, and she's not very beautiful now. But her sharp, commanding eyes make people afraid to look directly at her. What do you mean? You rejected the work I arranged for you and are hanging out with a businessman? What are you really trying to do? The woman crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Yan Zhou with the other. She seemed to realize her pose looked bad, like she was acting like a shrew, but right now, she just wanted to make a scene. She was so angry she could explode. Yan Zhou leaned back in his chair, looked into her eyes, and said calmly, I don't like the work you arranged. Seeing his face, which resembled that man's, and his colder attitude than that man's, Gao Heping felt his heart tremble with anger. Yan Zhou, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you talk to your mother? The woman shouted sharply, her voice harsh. A man beside Yan Zhou couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at the older sister and said, What's wrong with Xiao Zhu's attitude? It's great. If I talked to my son like that, he'd probably throw a fit. Xiao Zhu is fine, you should be satisfied. That's because you don't know how to teach your son. You've let him run wild. You would, the man immediately retorted. Gao Heping's face turned red instantly. He was mocking her. Yes, I won't teach my son. I've made him see that I am nothing in his eyes. Gao Heping's eyes turned red, and he looked like he was about to cry. All the old and young men at the table frowned. Gao Heping is usually very strong, like an Iron Man, but she must never be provoked by Yan Zhixiao or Yan Zhixiao's father, Yan Jingtian. If they do, she might break down at any moment. Her breakdown is more frightening than that of most women. Enough, let's get to the main point. No more interruptions. An elderly man with gray hair, Gao Heping's father, Gao Xian, spoke, interrupting his daughter's near collapse. He turned to look at his outstanding grandson and kindly said, So, what kind of work do you like? Tell Grandpa, and I will arrange it for you. Yan Zhou put away his invisible emotional barrier and gave his grandfather a faint smile, speaking calmly, I don't like politics. I want to go into business. Gao Heping immediately exploded. Being a low-level businessman is useless. You could be crushed with just one word. Next to her, Gao Xingli couldn't help but retort, What's wrong with being a businessman? Still considered low-level? Business people have made huge contributions to the country's economy. What era are you living in that you look down on businessmen? Are you still stuck in the old society? He is a key figure in the economy and can't stand others judging businessmen with old-fashioned views. Besides, who dares to crush Xiao Zhu? I will crush them first. Gao Xingli declared boldly, then looked at his 2 younger brothers on Yan Zhou's other side, Yan Zhou's uncles. Gao Jiancheng nodded silently, his voice steady. I will protect you. Gao Fazhan's smile was strange, almost mocking, as he looked at Gao Heping. I also do business. Anyone who wants to crush Xiao Zhu will have to go through me first. You just protect him. Gao Heping was so angry her vision blurred. He's spoiled by you. He's lawless. Don't talk nonsense. Gao Xian suddenly grew serious, loudly reprimanding his daughter. When has Yan Zhixiao ever been lawless? He was an excellent soldier, defending the country, shedding blood and sweat. He has never done anything illegal or immoral. As a mother, you unjustly slander and defame him.
How can you be a mother like that?
I am not a good mother. Gao Heping finally broke down and was about to cry. Gao Fajan suddenly spoke up. I think your mental state is very unstable right now. You need to see a doctor. Gao Heping was startled, forgetting to cry. Have you reflected on yourself at all? Although you are cold and strict to outsiders, your behavior is still normal and matches your personality. However, whenever you see Xiao Jiu, either shout or scold him. No matter what he says or how he behaves, he always ends up crying uncontrollably. Is this normal behavior for a person? Gao Fajan looked at his older sister with a cold gaze and sharp words. He is Yan Jiuxiao,
not Yan Jingtian. He doesn't owe you anything.
Instead, you owe him. I am his mother. What do I owe him? Gao Heping shouted, eyes flickering with guilt. You owe him a mother. Gao Fajan said sharply. You owe him a normal mother. Have you ever cooked him a meal? Bought him clothes? When he was sick as a child, where were you? How old was he when he started elementary school? When did he join the army? Do you even know these basic things? Gao Heping felt completely guilty. She didn't know. Yan Zhou glanced at his third uncle, signaling him not to continue talking. He had resented him as a child, but now he had long let it go. There's no need to mention maternal love anymore. It's awkward. If Gao Heping suddenly turned into a gentle and caring mother, asking about his well-being, he would feel really awkward. Yes, if Li Yumei treated him that way, he would feel warm and natural. Today, he was supposed to listen to what the little cat thought about the Creek Lake Manor. That night, she kept secrets, saying she would surprise him today. But now, it seems the surprise was all for Zhou Qi. Yan Zhou stood up and said to Gao Xian, Grandpa, next time don't lie to me about feeling unwell. Use a different excuse. Gao Xian looked embarrassed. It won't happen again, it was an accident. He then glared at his daughter. It was his own fault for being naive. He believed his daughter when she confidently assured him that finding Xiao Jiu was an important matter. He had trusted her.
Wait.
I really have something to say. Gao Heping immediately spoke up. Gao Fajan smiled sarcastically.
See that?
She starts causing trouble first, and forgets the main point. Sister, I know many skilled doctors, especially those good at mental health. Just shut up, Gao Xingli scolded his second brother. If you keep provoking her, she'll get even angrier. Next time, when she sees you, she'll just start yelling. Gao Fajan touched his nose, smiled, and said nothing. Gao Jianxia watched his brother and brother-in-law tease their sister, then leaned back quietly, saying nothing. Gao Heping was gasping for breath, but the Gao family had always been like this. They didn't like her and teamed up to bully her. After just being criticized so harshly, she didn't want to cause trouble again. Finally, she changed the subject. Let's talk about work later. First, about your relationship. You're 28 now, and still not married. What are you planning? Are you going to be like your third uncle and stay single forever? Gao Fajan's face looked unhappy. He and his older sister never got along. They argued every time they met. When they were kids, they fought physically. Now that they were grown up, they argued with words. Do you want to keep scolding for a few more minutes? Yan Zhou raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and asked calmly. There's a train to Hang City at 3 p.m., and he could catch it if he left now. Gao Fajan chuckled happily. He liked his nephew very much. Gao Heping choked and said through gritted teeth, I introduced you to someone, the young daughter of the Liang Wenbai family. Before she finished, she saw her son suddenly lift his head, looking at her with a cold, piercing gaze that had no warmth at all. That's none of your business, Yan Zhou said firmly. He radiated a strong anger, and everyone present felt a chill. They looked up and saw Yan Zhou was trying to control his temper. He was working hard to suppress his anger. Even when he tried to hold back, it made those who were used to being in power feel a shiver inside. No wonder outsiders called him Yan Zhou. The three uncles looked at Yan Zhou with pride in their eyes. Only Gao Heping was furious. How dare he talk to her like that? Marriage is a big matter. She started. Marriage is my own decision, Yan Zhou interrupted, staring into her eyes. If you interfere, I will make you retire. As soon as he said that, Gao Fajan's eyes lit up with admiration, and he looked at Yanzhou with pride. He loved how Yanzhou always hit the nail on the head. It was exactly what he liked. He knew this older sister of his only cared about power, nothing else. Gao Heping was stunned and couldn't believe it. Then he started shouting, "I'm only doing this for your good. In the past, I was too busy and didn't have time to care about you. It was my fault. But now I've changed. I'm looking everywhere for a job for you. I'm also trying to find a wife for you. After finally finding a good family background, a nice appearance, and talented qualities for you, you can't ignore my kindness just because you have opinions about me." Stop. Yanzhou raises his hand to stop her. "What you're doing isn't for my sake, but for your own. That little girl from the Liang family, if she isn't from a good background and only looks good and talented, would you be interested in her? If she doesn't have a good family background, how can she match with you? Not even a little difference is acceptable." Gao Heping immediately said, "She doesn't deserve you." Yanzhou no longer wants to argue with her, but some things need to be made clear. "I've seen life and death many times. To me, people are only two types, the living and the dead." Yanzhou looks at her seriously. "I don't think I am different from others. I never plan to get married. Even if I do marry in the future, I will choose who to marry. It's my own decision, so don't worry about it." He looks at his mother, waiting for her reaction. Gao Heping tries hard to suppress her anger. "Don't talk to me about free love. Girls who dare to love freely are shameless. There are no good people. Marriage in China has always been decided by parents. Is that how you make decisions? Your marriage to my father was decided by your parents, so he didn't like you. He once had a lover who loved freely, so you went to scold her and called her shameless, even insulting her to death. When my father divorced you, you blamed everything on me. This is what marriage decided by parents looks like. Is it good?" Yanzhou looks at his mother calmly, but each sentence hits harder, almost piercing her. Gao Heping feels like arrows are piercing her heart, and she can't stand steadily. Gao Xian also feels uncomfortable inside. Everything Yanzhou said is true. It was he who decided his daughter's marriage, and he caused her harm, so he has been more tolerant of her. "Grandpa, you don't need to blame yourself." Yanzhou turns to Gao Xian and says, "Actually, before my mother married, she liked my father. Otherwise, do you really think if you casually mention someone, she would agree?" Everyone looks up at him. Gao Heping's eyes are full of shock and
fear.
Yanzhou glances at her and continues, "She even plotted to create misunderstandings between my father and his ex-girlfriend, and used tricks to have me. So don't talk to me about parental arrangements or free love. It's disgusting." He truly despised his mother's kind of person. How could he have such a mother? As a child, he was ignored by his father and neglected by his mother. He couldn't understand why. When he grew older and became capable, he decided to look into his parents' past. The truth was disgusting to him. Yanzhou turned and walked away. The person next to him was stunned by his reaction. Wasn't it true that Yan Jingtian abandoned his family, was unfaithful, drank excessively, and refused to take responsibility? And the woman's death was just an accident. So, was all of this caused by Gao Heping, who was known for his integrity? Gao Heping! Gao Xian shouted angrily. "Explain yourself. What is really going on here?" On the 18th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Yiqi was a day late for school. Wu Xiaoya went with her. She wasn't planning to take the college entrance exam anyway, so she just spent her days with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi and Wu Xiaoya walked into the classroom holding hands. But she was surprised to see a boy sitting in her usual seat. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered. She knew this would happen.
Wu Xiaoyu also recognize du Peng.
He wasn't bad-looking, even a little handsome, and had a confident, bold aura that was hard to forget. But what was most memorable was his amazing mother. Wu Xiaoya pulled Jiang Yi aside and pointed to the seat next to Dupeng. "What should we do now?" There were over 50 students in their class, and the desks were all full. Now that Dupeng was here, they couldn't sit together anymore. Just then, 2 students carried in a desk and followed by their homeroom teacher. The teacher smiled kindly as she entered. When she saw Jiang Yi and Wu Xiaoya, she paused in surprise. Especially when she saw Jiang Yi, she rolled her eyes at her. In one semester, Jiang Yi's rank had dropped by about 50 places. Girls these days didn't seem to think much. If they didn't want to take the college entrance exam, they should just go home and get married. This was taking up space. The teacher gently pushed some students aside and squeezed into the back of the classroom to find a seat. Du Peng, you can sit there, she said kindly to him. Du Peng sat still and looked at the new spot. It's too narrow there. I can't fit, he said. The teacher looked around and agreed. She scanned the classroom, planning to find a thinner student to swap seats with Du Peng. At first glance, I saw Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi has a slim figure, with her curves in the right places. Her waist is very narrow, and she might even be comfortable sitting in a small corner. The homeroom teacher glared at Jiang Yi and was about to speak. Du Peng frowned as he looked at her. What's wrong with this woman? Didn't his mother explain everything to her yesterday? He wanted to sit next to Jiang Yi. Of course, Du Qiu didn't tell her about this. She already disliked Jiang Yi so much. How could she let her try to attract her son? She didn't want her son in this class at all, but her son was causing trouble at home, so she had no choice. Jiang Yi looked at Du Peng and nudged Wu Xiaoya. Go to the new seat.
Huh?
Wu Xiaoya looked confused. I'll explain later.
Oh.
Wu Xiaoya obediently carried her bag and moved over. Jiang Yi also sat next to Du Peng. The female teacher immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Yi. No wonder she wasn't interested in studying. The whole class was a bit surprised by Jiang Yi's choice and looked at her with curiosity. Only Du Peng glanced at Jiang Yi with a satisfied look. He thought, back then, when this girl smiled at him, she must have liked him. She liked him a lot. Jiang Yi also looked at him sideways, a faint smile on her lips. She needed to sit close so she could stay alert and watch him, and maybe find a chance to strike. He and his group of friends probably wouldn't get another chance to do something wrong in this lifetime. She couldn't act recklessly, but she wouldn't let them go easily. Du Peng felt uneasy under her gaze. That look didn't seem like affection. Jiang Yi had already lowered her head to read her book. With 4 months until the college entrance exam, she really needed to study hard. One class passed, and Du Peng felt uncomfortable all over. He hadn't sat properly through a class in a long time, but seeing the girl next to him studying so seriously, he felt shy about lying down and sleeping. After class, he suddenly stood up and asked Jiang Yi, "Where is the school shop? Take me there. I'll treat you." Jiang Yi stood up. All the students' eyes turned to her. She looked at him coldly and said, "Don't talk to me.
I dislike you."
Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from somewhere, and the whole class buzzed with whispers. Jiang Yi is the most popular girl in their class. Usually, she is a bit cold and distant from everyone except Wu Xiaoya. Today, she surprisingly asked to sit with the new boy. All the boys in the class felt a little uncomfortable about this. Now that Du Peng was scolded, they felt a bit happier. Du Peng's face was very dark. Jiang Yi ignored him and took Wu Xiaoya outside to get some fresh air. Outside the classroom, Wu Xiaoya whispered, "Why did she still sit with him if she hates him?" "Of course, to help you," Jiang Yi joked. "If I don't go to, will you? With the way the teacher dislikes me, she'll definitely make me sit in that corner, and you'll have to sit with him. Are you okay with that?" Wu Xiaoya immediately shook her head. They are high school students now, and it's rare for boys and girls to sit together. People always think there's something going on. Also, for some reason, Du Peng gave her a very annoying and scary feeling. "But I can't let you." Wu Xiaoya hadn't finished speaking when she saw a girl walking over from the other side. She immediately stopped talking. Jiang Yi also saw the girl. Her name was Jiang Feng, her cousin's daughter. She had been around Jiang Feng for 10 years, but they didn't have any sisterly feelings. They were just strangers who knew each other. In fact, they were less than strangers. Jiang Feng had always shown subtle hostility toward Jiang Yi. Maybe she was jealous because Jiang Yi had a good father, an university graduate and a government official. Compared to her own ordinary worker father, her father seemed more impressive. Jiang Feng wanted to take her father away. She often wrote letters to Jiang Fu, and Jiang Fu even replied. Every time she received a letter, she would read it aloud in front of Jiang Yi and Li Yumei, watching Jiang Yi's jealousy, which made her happy.
But now,
Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Yi. She was wearing the same school uniform as everyone else, but on her, even the plainest clothes looked especially nice. Jiang Yi was also smiling brightly, looking even more beautiful than before. Her face used to look dull, like it was covered in frost, but now she looked like a shining light, impossible to look away from. Jiang Feng felt uncomfortable. How could someone abandoned by her uncle be so happy? And now, they even had to flatter her. The two of them were face to face. Jiang Feng was again acting as if she was rushing toward her. Jiang Yi spoke up.
Bianchi.
How can you be so unfilial? You're about to turn 15 and you haven't even gone home to see your grandparents. How can you be such a granddaughter? Jiang Feng shouted loudly in the busy corridor. The corridor suddenly went quiet. Everyone around seemed frozen, all watching them without moving. Jiang Yi knew she was here to pick a fight. And Jiang Feng, this person, was like her mother, somewhat clever and good at talking. But right now, she was still a bit naive. Jiang Yi looked at her and smiled. You can't just say whatever you want. You don't even know how filial I am. I've been asking around the whole city about where my grandparents moved, but I just couldn't find out. You all hurriedly moved out on New Year's Eve, didn't stay in the housing provided by the developer, and didn't even leave a message for the neighbors. I thought you were afraid I would find you, and deliberately didn't tell anyone. Jiang Feng's face showed embarrassment. Jiang Yi was right. They had indeed deliberately kept their address secret. The classmates nearby started whispering among themselves. They all lived in this area. Some of the spectators even used to live in the same alley. They knew all about the Jiang family's affairs, and it was already widely known across the school. But the Jiang family moved away without telling Jiang Yi where they went. Well, that was understandable considering how things had turned out before. So, why was she now blaming Jiang Yi for not visiting her grandparents? How could she visit if she didn't have the address? It wasn't like they needed a special reason. Just find a busy intersection, burn some paper, and that would count as a visit. Jiang Yi smiled, guessing why. The Jiang family probably found out about her and her mother's recent success. They had been deliberately ignoring Li Yumei and Jiang Yi for the past 2 months, probably afraid that the desperate mother and daughter might come looking for trouble again. And the previous incidents had made the Jiang family lose face. Old Jiang and Grandma Jiang avoided people every day, walking out with their heads down, pretending not to see anyone, afraid others would talk to them. Others saw this and chose not to approach them. Jiang Jian and Xia Hua at the factory behaved the same way. If anyone talked to them and mentioned Li Yumei, they would turn away immediately. People who liked spreading rumors couldn't even get any news about Li Yumei from them. What about Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling didn't go to work at all. After getting married, she stayed at home to recover from her injuries. Her face was badly beaten by Li Yumei at that time, and it remained swollen and bruised for half a month. As a result, her old injuries didn't heal, and she also suffered new ones. Sun Chong was quick to hit women, and since he no longer liked her, he was even more ruthless. Jiang Ling felt ashamed and didn't dare to go outside. The Sun family also felt ashamed. A son hitting his wife isn't a good thing, so they just tolerated her staying at home instead of working. Sun Chong was the one who knew about Li Yumei and Jiang Yi. He had been watching them closely. Unfortunately, they used to sell meat at the entrances of big factories. During meal times, many people would gather around them. He couldn't get in, and even if he did, he couldn't say anything in front of so many people. Did people block their way when they came and went? He was repeatedly blocked by Wu Jun and his men, and was beaten up several times. After that, he didn't dare to go anymore. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, he took Jiang Ling to Jiang's house himself. He thought they could meet Jiang Yi openly and talk. But Jiang Yi didn't come. He also realized that Jiang's family didn't know Li Yumei had become wealthy. Suddenly, they mocked them. The people who once looked down on Li Yumei now saw her as a millionaire. Maybe even several millionaires. Selling meat was easy to calculate. Although outsiders didn't know that Li Yumei's profit was 1 jin for 1 jin, even if she earned 6 liang per jin, in 2 months she would have made about 20 to 30,000 yuan. Zhang's family was furious. They had worked all their lives, and with Zhang Fan's secret support over the past few years, they only had 2 or 3,000 yuan in savings. Li Yumei earned that much in 2 months? And she could earn another 2 or 3,000 every 2 months. The Zhang family was filled with jealousy. Old Lady Zhang also regretted not keeping this money-making hen that laid golden eggs. Li Yumei used to be very obedient, with no money of her own. She gave it all to her. If they hadn't divorced, all that money would still be hers. But they also knew that even if they thought about it, it was useless. Their son was already remarried in Beijing, with a very wealthy new wife who was pregnant. They couldn't do anything about it. As for Li Yumei, if she wanted to leave, she could. But the money couldn't be left behind. Li Yumei was no longer part of the Zhang family, but Zhang Yi still was. She was Zhang. Her bones and tendons were connected, and even if she had her bones broken and her flesh cut, she would still be Zhang. She owed the Zhang family forever and could never repay it. Zhang Feng was sent to invite Zhang Yi back home. She still asked her kindly, but she had to persuade Zhang Yi to come back. It was better not to say this sentence, but once she did, Zhang Feng couldn't hold back and lashed out at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi pushed back, and only then did she remember her task. Zhang Feng bit her lip. This person, she still thought it was better to send her away. Sending her away would also be good for herself. Their family was looking at houses. Good houses cost around 700 to 800 per square meter. Her savings were enough to buy only about 30 to 40 square meters, just enough for 2 rooms. She still had to share a room with her parents, sleeping on bunk beds. If she saved 2 or 3 more thousand, it would be different. She could buy a place of about 70 to 80 square meters. Add a few more thousand, and it would be over 100 square meters, giving her a private room. But this money had to come from Zhang Yi. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes struggling for a moment, then forced a smile as if nothing had happened and said seriously, "The day after tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. Grandma asked you to come home for dinner." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then recalled and looked with a hint of mockery in her eyes, but her face was serious as she said, "No, I remember Grandpa's birthday is in the lunar March, and it's still early." "Whose birthday is the day after tomorrow?" Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with anger at her question. She remembered clearly. She didn't even remember. "Isn't it March now? Grandpa said that in the new era, he will celebrate the solar calendar birthday from now on." Zhang Feng explained. To go home, she had even casually celebrated her own birthday. Her sacrifice was huge. "Okay, I'll go the day after tomorrow. Where do you live?" Zhang Yi happily agreed. She still hadn't forgotten the grudge against the Zhang family. Just divorcing and moving away wouldn't let her forget easily. She wanted to go and celebrate Grandpa Zhang's birthday properly. Seeing her so willing, Zhang Feng was surprised but was glad she agreed. "Wait for me after school the day after tomorrow, don't leave. I'll pick you up." She didn't mention where she lived and turned to leave. After she left, Wu Xiaoya was anxious. "Are you really going? They definitely don't have good intentions." Zhang Yi smiled at her. "It seems I do." Wu Xiaoya. Well, that's true. Zhang Yi had truly changed. Her strong confidence made her feel like she could rely on her, and it might not be easy for the Zhang family to bully her now. Zhang Yi went home and told Li Yumei that she was going to celebrate Grandpa Zhang's birthday. Li Yumei also became worried. "You can't go. Be careful, they might bully you if you go." She had long seen through the whole family. In the past, she only tolerated Zhang Fan for Zhang, but she didn't think the Zhang family were all good people. "If you go alone and they try to bully you, you won't be able to fight back," Li Yumei said with a worried look, considering whether she should go herself. But she really didn't want to see Zhang's family again. Thinking back to the old days felt like a nightmare, and she didn't want that nightmare to come back. She was worried her mother might be too soft and try to persuade her to be obedient. But her mother didn't seem to care about that, so she felt relieved. It's a birthday celebration. How can they fight on such a happy day? Jiang Yi said with a smile. And even if they did, they wouldn't dare. The Jiang family's fighting strength is only Jiang Jian. The others are old, weak, sick, or disabled. They're no match. Only Jiang Jian can handle me. Jiang Yi exaggeratedly flexed her arm. Li Yumei found it funny, but still felt uneasy. And there are neighbors. If they try to attack, I'll shout for help. I'll call all the neighbors, and I'll make sure they remember us in the new place, Jiang Yi said confidently. The Jiang family cares about face. They won't dare. That made sense, and Li Yumei was convinced by her reasoning. In their old messy courtyard, the Jiang family had given up and might have dared to fight Jiang Yi. But in the new place, they probably cared about their reputation. Don't worry, they came to ask us for money. They wouldn't dare fight me, Jiang Yi said confidently. Li Yumei could guess why the Jiang family suddenly invited Jiang Yi over, using a shameless excuse. A child might celebrate 2 birthdays just for some cake, but a person in their 50s or 60s. What birthday are they celebrating? It's all about money. Seeing her daughter's eager look, Li Yumei knew she was planning to cause trouble and couldn't stop her. But she still whispered, if they don't fight back. And don't say too much. If you provoke them, you'll get hurt. Okay. Jiang Yi obediently agreed, then left with her bag. She went to the market, bought a lot of fabric, and threw it into her space. She asked 518 to process it into pretty clothes she liked. She bought a lot, not just to make Jiang's family jealous, but also for herself. Her identity was different now. She was both a boss and the younger sister of a powerful figure. Preparing some glamorous outfits was a must. When she passed by a jewelry store, she glanced inside but didn't go in. The business had only just started yesterday. The bosses who trusted Wu Jun had already gone home to bring in tiles. Once the tiles arrived and the processing was done, the money would come in. But that money belonged to the company's account and had to be used to buy machines. She couldn't use it for herself. Still, she had her own ways. 518, make me a piece of gold jewelry, Jiang Yi said. A big bracelet. Thick, shiny, and dazzling. 518 rolled his eyes.
Dream on.
Not enough energy. Normally, changing the shape of an object required very little energy. But changing its molecular properties was different. Turning iron into gold? If it were that easy, he could just create anything in the world and wouldn't need a master at all. Jiang Yi knew this too. If 518 were really that powerful, she could turn stones into gold and wouldn't need to work so hard. No need to sell products or run a factory. She could just win effortlessly. You're really silly. If you can't make real gold, can't you at least make something fake?
I'll find some yellow dye.
You should at least be able to make it look real, right? Jiang Yi said with disdain. Don't tell me you can't even do that. If so, I'll be very disappointed in this so-called advanced civilization. 518 sighed. No need to provoke me. I'll do it. After becoming a sewing machine, an iron, and a printer, now he was reduced to making fake goods. With such a practical and overly rational master, he had no strength left to argue. In the space, a blue light flashed in 518's eyes. If Jiang Yi really followed his plan to develop Earth's technology, it wouldn't take long before she could dominate the planet and lead humanity into the interstellar age. But a civilization that grew too fast would be fragile and easily destroyed. When that time came, disaster would surely fall upon humanity. Still, what did that matter to him? His only task was to protect Jiang Yi, help her enter the interstellar civilization, find a planet to settle on, and continue developing his space transfer station. Unexpectedly, she resisted the temptation and didn't fall for it. On her birthday, Jiang Yi wore her school uniform to class. But after school in the afternoon, she took a beautiful outfit from her bag and quickly changed into it in the empty classroom. Wu Xiaoya stood at the door, watching over her. When Jiang Yi came out looking refreshed and new, Wu Xiaoya was amazed. I have this dress too. Why don't I look as good in it as you do? Wu Xiaoya asked herself. Maybe it's because I don't look pretty enough. Being second in the world is pretty good too, Jiang Yi said seriously. Wu Xiaoya was surprised and then laughed out loud. Just then, Zhang Longfeng walked over. Seeing Jiang Yi dressed in a beige coat and tall leather boots, she was amazed. This outfit made her look like an overseas Chinese, and her smile was brighter than anyone had ever seen before. Having money really makes a difference. Zhang Long turned away, not wanting to talk to Jiang Yi. But Jiang Feng forced a smile and invited Jiang Yi to walk with them. What's so beautiful? It will all be hers someday. Wu Xiaoya watched Jiang Yi, really wanting to go with her. She was worried Jiang Yi might not be able to handle things alone. Jiang Yi shook her head. At the door, she watched Wu Jun come to pick up Wu Xiaoya, which made her feel at ease. Today, she couldn't go home with Wu Xiaoya, so she called Wu Jun in advance to come and get her. Where do you live? Wu Jun asked when he received her call. Instead of leaving, he asked Jiang Long. Jiang Long had always been a little afraid of Wu Jun. The kids in their area were all scared of him. Wu Jun was strict and could be harsh. It's behind the park, in the dorms of the food factory, a rented place. Jiang Long quickly replied. Which building, which unit, which floor?
Wu Yun asked seriously.
Jiang Long didn't dare hide anything and told him. Next to them, Zhang Feng looked up and glanced at Wu Jun. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, and she blurted out, "Why is Brother Wu asking so many details? Is he coming to my house for dinner?" Her tone was a bit sharp and a little jealous. Jiang Yi was surprised. She looked at her, then at Wu Jun, blinking. Does Zhang Feng like Wu Jun? How did she not know this before? In her past life, she didn't care about these two. When she got close to Wu Jun, he had already fallen into the underworld. Zhang Feng was married with children, and they had no contact anymore. She looked at Wu Jun again. His features were strong, his figure tall, and he had a commanding presence, definitely very attractive to young girls. He was like the big brother next door. It wasn't strange that Zhang Feng liked him. After blurting out her feelings, Zhang Feng immediately regretted it. Tears welled up in her eyes, almost ready to fall. She didn't dislike Wu Jun coming to her house for dinner. She knew Wu Jun asked those questions because of Jiang Yi. Zhang Feng glared at Jiang Yi with tears in her eyes and was about to explain to Wu Jun. But Wu Jun spoke first. "Don't worry, I won't go to your house for dinner." He looked at Jiang Yi and said, "I'll come pick you up later." During the daytime, Jiang Yi didn't feel comfortable with her sister walking alone. Putting herself in her sister's shoes, she thought it was right for Wu Jun not to want her to walk alone at night. Both comments upset Zhang Feng. What is your relationship? Going to someone's house late at night to pick someone up. Jiang Yi, are you dating someone? His last words were loud enough that students walking home noticed and looked over. Is Jiang Yi dating someone? Then who could it be? Wu Jun's face turned red with anger. He said loudly, "Jiang Yi and Wu Xiaoya are like sisters. I consider her my sister." Zhang Feng, feeling jealous, lost her temper. Is brother and sister something you just say? Jiang Yi is my older sister, so that makes me your sister too?
Jiang Yi sudan lilauga.
You've been talking for so long, but isn't it just for this? Jiang Feng's face turned red. Jiang Long and Wu Xiaoya looked at her in disbelief, sensing her feelings. Wu Jun's face darkened like a pot. You're right, brother and sister aren't just words. I can't accept a sister like you. Also, why did you invite Jiang Yi to your house? Everyone knows the reason. I'll say it here. Wu Jun looked at Jiang Long and Zhang Feng and threatened, "Just eat your meal quietly. I won't interfere. But if you dare to bully her, be prepared for me and my brothers to come knocking on your door." Jiang Yi rode her bike slowly toward Zhang's house, with Jiang Long beside her. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had already turned her bike into a blazing wheel and disappeared from sight. She probably went home crying. In her past life, she didn't bother to deal with Zhang Feng much. The Jiang family's scheme to harm her mother was not something she was involved in. Of course, they weren't kind-hearted either. Her past and future were full of trouble caused by them. After her mother died, they took advantage of Jiang Fan's influence to enjoy some happy days, often showing off in front of her. But Zhang Feng soon lost her confidence. In her past life, She was arranged to marry a second-generation rich kid through Jiang Fan. But the good days didn't last long. Her husband's father went bankrupt, and she never had a good life after that. My husband is not very capable, but he has a bad temper and is also rough. What should I do if we have no money? Let my wife go out and earn some. What if the wife has no skills? No problem, she has her health. Jiang Feng, as a member of the Jiang family, has a very good background. She dresses up nicely and is a very eye-catching beauty. Later, she became well-known in her social circle and earned a lot of money. However, the money she earned was mostly spent on herself, buying clothes and makeup, while her husband spent it all. In the end, as she aged and lost her charm, her husband left her, taking the money they earned and running off with a mistress. Who knows if it was a mistress or maybe several others. Her husband used her money to support a harem. With someone like Jiang Feng, Jiang Yi no longer knew how to start. Soon, Jiang's family arrived. She saw Sun Chong at the apartment door. When Sun Chong saw her, he came over smiling and said, "Xiao Yi, you're here. Come in quickly. It's cold today, don't catch a cold." He looked like a father figure. Jiang Yi immediately felt sick. She looked at him coldly. "Sun Chong, have you forgotten that we still have a grudge?" He had harassed her mother. She didn't want to speak about it openly again, but she definitely hadn't forgotten. Sun Chong was startled by the anger in her eyes, took a step back, and his smile froze on his face. But in the next moment, his heart grew even more eager. The more he couldn't have something, the more tempting it seemed. Moreover, in the past, Jiang Yi was only herself. Now, with Li Yumei's skills, she had even more to offer. So much money. Sun Chong retreated into the shadows, no longer speaking, but his eyes shone with a more frightening light. Jiang Yi was stunned. In her previous life, she had looked into Sun Chong's background years later. By then, she could handle him easily, and she hadn't realized he was still this kind of person. But she didn't mind now. If she wanted to deal with him, it would be just as easy. Jiang Yi parked her bike and went upstairs. It was a typical apartment building, like a dormitory for students with a long corridor and about a dozen families living there. At the entrance were makeshift kitchens, with gas stoves, pots, and utensils. At one end of the corridor was the staircase, and at the other, a public bathroom. It was like a big, messy courtyard. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile. In her past life, the Jiang family did not live in the resettlement house prepared by the developer. It was Jiang Fan who helped them find a proper apartment outside. It was a decent unit, over 100 square meters. Now, Jiang Fan's abilities seemed to have been affected, and not in a small way. Jiang Yi happily walked towards Xiahua. Compared to other members of the Jiang family, second Aunt Xiahua is a clever and considerate woman. She was already standing at the door to greet her.
Oh.
Who is this young lady? She's so beautiful. Second Aunt almost didn't recognize her. Xiahua exaggerated her smile, acting as if they were close like mother and daughter. However, in reality, Li Yumei had been with the Jiang family for 10 years, and Xiahua never helped her with chores. She left her own, her husband's, and her children's clothes to Li Yumei to wash. If not for fear of being laughed at by neighbors, she would have even thrown her underwear to Li Yumei to wash. Grandma Jiang had also hit Li Yumei several times. Whenever she called her, she would come, and she was never gentle. As for Jiang Yi, despite living under the same roof for 10 years, they hardly ever spoke properly. She only gave Jiang Yi commands: sweep the floor, wipe the table, wash the dishes, do the laundry. Thinking about all this, Jiang Yi had no fake feelings for Xiahua. She ignored her and went straight into the house. The house was small, about 30 square meters, divided into 2 rooms by the previous owner, which made the lighting poor. Plus, with many people, the house was full of beds. Compared to the original Jiang family, the area was 3 times larger, but there were 3 fewer people, and it was even messier.
No one cleaned the house anymore.
The Jiang family, spoiled for 10 years, had forgotten how to tidy up. All kinds of clutter and miscellaneous items filled every corner, leaving no space. Now, Only enough room remained for a dining table, where the Jiang family was already sitting and waiting for her. Old Mr. Jiang and Grandma Jiang's eyes were fixed on her. Jiang Jian was more reserved, only glancing briefly before looking away. Compared to her clever brother, Jiang Jian was simpler. If he could get something cheap, he would take it. If not, he wouldn't bother trying because he lacked the brains and was lazy. Some called him easygoing, but others said he was unambitious. At the dining table, Jiang Ling was still there, with a gloomy face, staring hard at Jiang Yi, at her face and her clothes. Jiang Yi saw the dark circles under her eyes and quickly covered her mouth with her hands, laughing. She also showed off her 2 wrists, each wearing 4 big gold bracelets. Yes, today she was showing off her wealth. It's so tacky to deal with tacky people, you have to use this kind of method. The Jiang family's eyes brightened even more, looking at her with more enthusiasm.
Xiao, you're here?
Come sit down, we're just waiting for you to eat, said Grandma Jiang. Her face was filled with warmth Jiang Yi had never seen before. Jiang Yi smiled, took off her coat, and sat down, revealing even more delicate clothes underneath, along with a thick gold chain around her neck, big enough to tie up a pet. The 4 gold bracelets on her wrists jingled loudly with her movements. The Jiang family's eyes followed that tempting gold. Hey, Xiao Yi, how have you and your mom been lately? Grandma Jiang asked, staring at her bracelets. Pretty okay, Jiang Yi replied. Made some money, but life isn't easy. After all, I'm a divorced woman, and people keep talking about me. There was some awkward silence at the table. Grandma Jiang also regretted bringing up Li Yumei. Whatever, whether divorced or not, what do outsiders' opinions matter? If they want to talk, let them talk. Grandma Jiang said in a comforting tone. Whether life is good or not, only our family can decide. She changed to a more heartfelt expression. Actually, your mom used to work hard at our house for over 10 years. I've always remembered her kindness and treated her like my daughter-in-law. She's much better than Xia Hua, who just eats and doesn't work. That whole thing earlier was just a misunderstanding. Just then, Sun Chong pushed the door open and sat next to Jiang Yi. Xia Hua also came in, carrying a bowl of freshly made tomato and egg soup, placing it in the middle of the table. She rolled her eyes at Grandma Jiang. A misunderstanding? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Grandma Jiang and then at Sun Chong, her voice full of sarcasm. Grandma Jiang's face couldn't hold it anymore and started to stumble over her words. But after Jiang Yi said her piece, she remained silent, listening quietly. Grandma Jiang was encouraged and continued speaking. Let's not talk about the past. It's over now. Anyway, your family name is Jiang, and you will always be a descendant of the Jiang family, Grandma's good granddaughter. We are all one family.
Yes.
Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. The atmosphere at the dinner table relaxed. Jiang Yi was a little wild for a while but then returned to her usual obedient self. Maybe her mother's situation had a big impact on her before. Now that things have passed, her temper has softened. Grandma Jiang's face lit up with a smile. Something she was too shy to say earlier just came out. Since we are family, we should live together. You and your mother, 2 women outside, are not safe. Once the relocated house is built, how about we continue living together? That's a good idea.
Dianki noted.
Then it's settled. Grandma Jiang happily patted the table. When the time comes, we'll buy a big house. I heard the biggest one is 120 square meters, with 4 rooms. You and your mother can each have your own room. Who will pay for the house? Jiang Yi asked. Grandma Jiang's smile froze for a moment, then she continued to smile. Of course, everyone will contribute. Your grandpa and I have some retirement money and we'll all chip in. Your second uncle and his wife have worked for many years, and they should contribute their savings too. And your father has also contributed. It's just a little short, so you and your mother can make up the rest. Her eyes flicked over her big gold bracelet. If it was solid gold, it would be worth over 10,000 yuan. Now, gold jewelry costs about 60 yuan per gram. Let's do the math first. How much would a 120 square meter house cost? Jiang Yi asked. Adding it all up, around 100,000 yuan, Grandma Jiang immediately replied. She had already calculated this before. How much do I and my mom need to contribute? Jiang Yi asked again. About 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, maybe over 90,000, Grandma Jiang stammered. Of course, the less she had to pay, the better. She even wanted Jiang Yi to pay all 100,000 yuan. After all, they had the money. Who will be listed as the owner on the property deed? Jiang Yi asked. Of course, it will be in my name. Grandpa Jiang immediately answered. Was there any need to ask? Yes, Grandma Jiang added from the side. Everyone is on the same household register, all family members. The house should be in the name of the head of the household. This reminded Jiang Yi that she now has her own house and can move out. Jiang Yi looked around at the people at the table and smiled. We paid over 90,000 yuan for a 100,000 yuan house, and we wrote your names on it so you can live there? Or forget it. My mom and I aren't short of a few thousand yuan. We spent 100,000 yuan to buy a house, put our names on it, and live there. That's great. The atmosphere at the table cooled down, then warmed up again. They have money. When Jiang Yi mentioned the 100,000 yuan, her expression was like she was talking about 10 yuan.
But they don't want to pay.
Grandma Jiang's eyes sharpened as she glared at Jiang Yi, her tone changing. You need to chip in some money to buy a house so we can all live together. It's good for you too. Don't you know how many people are watching you outside? Living together means if something happens, everyone can help each other. Otherwise, just you and your mother. You might get bullied someday. She was used to speaking to Jiang Yi like this. After being so humble earlier, she had reached her limit. We don't need your help if we're being bullied, Jiang Yi said, standing up, putting on her coat. Her bracelets jingled. She looked up and smiled. You should keep squeezing into that small house and love each other. My mom and I plan to buy a big house of 200 square meters in the future. Her smile and words were really annoying. Old Mr. Jiang and Grandma Jiang could hold back, and Jiang Jianxia and Hua could too, but Jiang Ling couldn't. Shameless little brat. Where do you and your mom live? Someone will break in sooner or later. I'll kill you if you keep talking like that. Jiang Ling glared fiercely at her, also glancing at Sun Chong beside her. She knew what Sun Chong was thinking. She believed she wasn't talking nonsense. Sun Chong would do this someday. Thanks. For the reminder, Jiang Yi's face suddenly turned fierce. She stared at her, gritting her teeth as she said each word. Before she finished speaking, she slammed her hand on the table and flipped it over. A hot bowl of soup, just served, spilled all over Jiang Ling, and even a little on Grandma Jiang. They both started crying out loud. But Jiang Yi turned and walked away. What would the Jiang family do? Sun Chong and Xia Hua moved quickly, grabbing her arms from both sides. Xia Hua secretly chuckled inside. Now she had a reason to ask for money. Jiang Jian and Jiang Long were a step slower and blocked Jiang Yi's way. Jiang Feng ran out of the house, stepped over her aunt and grandmother who were blocking the door, and eagerly rushed toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi quickly freed herself from Xia Hua and Sun Chong, then kicked Jiang Long, who was blocking the door, and rushed outside. But she was caught by Sun Chong and Jiang Feng, who suddenly moved fast and grabbed her clothes. She turned around and kicked. She wasn't really trying to run away. At worst, she would fight back. Even if she hurt herself a little, she could hurt them much more. Sun Chong was kicked in the stomach, his eyes flashing with anger, and his hand reached toward Jiang Yi's chest. But halfway there, a bottle hit his arm, numbing it. He turned to look and saw a woman rushing at him, kicking and knocking down everyone around Jiang Yi. He was hit twice, and the force pushed him into the house. Jiang Yi looked at Sun Ning with surprise and admiration. She was her driver. Why are you here? Jiang Yi asked without thinking. Sun Ning didn't answer, but pulled her to leave. Downstairs, Jiang Yi was pushed into a car. As the car started and left that area, Sun Ning calmly said, "The boss told me to protect your safety." Jiang Yi naturally knew who her boss was. Her face turned red, and she looked down, smiling secretly. Sun Ning glanced at her in the rearview mirror, her eyes showing surprise and expectation. Such a girl with Xiao Jiao. What kind of beautiful children would they have? She was a few years older than Yanzhou. Her father was Yanzhou's grandfather's bodyguard. She joined the army young and later became a bodyguard, responsible for protecting important officials' families. Then she was assigned to the Yan family to protect Yan Jiushao. But Yan Jiushao was rarely around, only a few days a year, sometimes even less. She was mostly on leave. Over time, no one knew what her job was. Years passed, colleagues changed several times, and she stayed off duty, gradually fading from everyone's sight and becoming an ordinary person, Sunning. Then Yan Jiushao called her to be this young girl's driver. Sunning took another look at the beautiful girl in the rearview mirror, smiling to herself. Now the old master could rest assured. Xiaoju probably wouldn't be a lifelong bachelor anymore. Next time you want to fight, tell me in advance. Sunning suddenly spoke. Jiang Yi looked surprised. It was an accident just now. I didn't plan to fight. Jiang Ling was about to say something unpleasant, but she couldn't just cause trouble. Thank you, Sister Sun, Jiang Yi sincerely said. If she had arrived a few seconds later, she would have been at a disadvantage. Thinking about Sun Chang's unpleasant behavior, just touching him made her feel sick for half a year. Sister Sun, you're so impressive. Jiang Yi suddenly looked starry-eyed and leaned toward the driver's seat. Can I learn a few things from you? If she were as skilled as Sunning, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. She would have just flipped the table as soon as she entered the room. Mixing both cleverness and strength is the best way to have fun. Sun Ying's eyes flickered, and she said, I'm busy. Jiang Yi was surprised. She didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly. Although Sun Ying often kept a serious face, Jiang Yi could feel her kindness in her eyes. Her serious expression was just her personality. Maybe she really was busy. After all, with such good skills, she wasn't an ordinary person. Just as Jiang Yi was looking for a way to smooth things over, Sun Ying added, Ask the boss to teach you. He's better at martial arts than I am, and he used to be an instructor. He's the best at teaching. Jiang Yi's face turned red suddenly. Sun Ying kept a serious face, but focused on driving, with only a faint smile in her eyes. Regarding Sun Ying, Yanzhou didn't hide his relationship with Jiang Yi, even mentioning her fearless attitude. Jiang Yi knew what he did for a living and understood the importance of discretion, so she didn't mind sharing a little about Yanzhou. On the night of 1988, there was no traffic jam, and Jiang Yi arrived home quickly. Meanwhile, Wu Jun was pushing his bicycle out of Zhang's yard. Calculating the time, Jiang Yi should have just finished dinner. By the time Wu Jun arrived, she probably had already finished eating and was ready to pick someone up. But when he looked up, he saw a car stopped in front of him. The car had a distinctive sound, rare and recognizable. He immediately knew it was the same car that brought Jiang Yi back a few days ago. Jiang Yi was just opening the door and waving goodbye to Sun Ying. Wu Jun saw that the driver was a woman. Although surprised, he didn't ask any questions. Why are you back so soon?
Wu Yun asked.
Li Yumei and Wu Xiaoya, who were walking a few steps behind to see Wu Jun off, also approached Jiang Yi. Looking at the time, she had just arrived and turned back. Did she have a disagreement? Had a fight? Jiang Yi said with a smile. Li Yumei's heart tightened and then sank again. She knew this would happen. Are you hurt? Li Yumei and Wu Xiaoya immediately surrounded her, checking her sleeves. Jiang Yi quickly pulled back the pet chain and gold bracelet on her neck. I'm not hurt. They didn't touch me, so I ran away. As for Jiang Ling, she probably will feel sore for a while, Jiang Yi said. It took less than 3 minutes from pouring the boiling soup onto the table to her being pushed away after a few words. She was scalded badly. This was just payback for Jiang Ling's past misdeeds.
It was the same back then.
Li Yumei had just served a bowl of soup to Sun Ling when she accidentally spilled a drop on her hand. Sun Ling got angry and pushed the table, pouring hot soup all over Li Yumei. It was summer then, with water nearly 100 degrees Celsius.
Who could stand that?
Li Yumei was in so much pain she collapsed to the ground. The Jiang family didn't take her to the hospital but used some fake remedies, touching soy sauce, toothpaste, and bean paste, making her wound worse and infected. After 3 days, Li Yumei was close to death. Only then did the Jiang family become afraid and send her to the hospital. Jiang Yi stayed by her mother's bedside every day, not leaving for a moment. When Li Yumei was awake, she saw her weak daughter tearful and couldn't bear to see her suffer. She held on with all her strength. Jiang Yi remembered that helpless feeling as if the sky was falling. She regretted that she had not pushed the table away sooner. It seems she really needs to find a chance to ask her big brother to teach her kung fu. She didn't like talking to the Jiang family. She preferred to act. Seeing that Jiang Yi was fine, the three of them felt relieved. Li Yumei and Wu Xiaoye pulled her inside to eat. Wu Jun continued to go to the Jiang house. Jiang Yi's bicycle was still there. The next day, Jiang Yi happily went to school, but she was blocked at the school gate. Grandma Jiang had bandages on her head and hands, looking like she was mourning, sitting on a broken door panel. It seemed she couldn't walk and was carried on the panel. Old Mr. Jiang also looked weak and pale, sitting beside Grandma Jiang, seeming about to faint, but he wasn't mourning. Probably feeling embarrassed. Jiang Jian's pant leg was rolled up, revealing a bandage wrapped around his lower leg, with some blood on it. This was from when he fell yesterday and hit the broken porcelain on the ground. Summer Flower's feet were all wrapped up, and she sat on the ground crying. Jiang Ling was the most miserable, lying on a flat cart, covered with a torn blanket, with a pale face and closed eyes, looking like she was about to stop breathing. Around them, a group of people had gathered to watch, including students, teachers, and passers-by. Jiang Yi immediately understood that they had come to threaten her. Seeing Jiang Yi approach, Grandma Jiang immediately shouted loudly, "You heartless little brat! You hit her grandparents and relatives. And you poured hot water on us. How can someone like her go to high school?
How can she take college exams?
How can the country let someone like her be a leader?" Grandma Jiang yelled at the people around her. "Call the principal out. Let him judge this." Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Grandma Jiang was clever. She knew she had found her weakness. Wu Xiaoye got worried. She stepped forward and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. It was you who started the fight first, harming her grandparents and nearly burning her aunt. This was a serious matter. If the school got involved, someone with such bad morals could be expelled or reprimanded. But who would understand Jiang Yi's feelings of injustice?" Jiang Yi touched her nose behind her and whispered into her ear, "It seems I was the first to make a move." Wu Xiaoye's face stiffened. She immediately turned away, as if she hadn't heard. Jiang Yi smiled and stepped in front of her, asking the classmates around, "Has anyone gone to call the principal?" She still managed to smile and look calm, which surprised and amazed everyone. Someone replied, "Someone has gone." As soon as the words finished, they saw the principal coming over with a bunch of teachers, all rushing in.
"What's going on?"
The principal asked as he approached, frowning at Jiang Ling on the cart, and looked at Jiang Yi, who seemed to be the only one able to speak normally. This was the first time he had encountered parents coming to cause trouble at school. But he had seen many such scenes of people demanding justice. People like this are either genuinely wronged or are troublemakers and troublemakers, just causing a fuss. This kind of person, you should fire her. As for how much Grandma Jiang cares about Jiang Yi, the answer is none at all. She has disliked Li Yumei from the start, thinking she's holding back her son's future. Without Li Yumei, her son would have married a classmate or colleague long ago. And Jiang Yi, she doesn't even look at her with one eye. Jiang Yi took her grandson's spot. That means her most successful eldest son has no future. Before, she wished Jiang Yi would die so her son could have another child. The principal comforted Grandma Jiang and asked, "What happened?" He was polite because he didn't believe Jiang Yi could have fought off 5 family members alone. The other side only had 2 elderly people, and the remaining 3 were strong middle-aged men and women. But Jiang Yi looked completely unharmed. He couldn't believe Jiang Yi had such fighting skills, fighting 5 people and coming out unscathed. Most men couldn't do that. Jiang Yi sighed and looked at the principal with a helpless expression, saying, "Yesterday my grandfather, whose birthday I was supposed to celebrate in 2 months, suddenly had a birthday party and asked me to come. At the dinner, they said I and my mom should move back to live with them. The condition was they would buy a house worth 100,000 yuan, my mom would pay 90,000, and the house would belong to my grandfather. The crowd around became lively. Even students, who are high schoolers aged 18 or 19, understood the importance of money and property. Hearing this, they immediately got upset. Such shamelessness, they couldn't even say it out loud. Everyone knew about Jiang Yi's parents' divorce. Now, her divorced daughter-in-law was moving back in. Are they trying to remarry? Someone whispered to the person next to them. Jiang Yi heard and turned to say, no, my dad and mom divorced a few days ago, but they already remarried. He has no intention of getting back with my mom. This news was even more shocking. Jiang Fan was also famous at school, a well-known alumnus. His photo was even in the school hall. He remarried just days after the divorce?
Such speed.
No way they didn't know each other before the second marriage. The faces of Jiang's family on the ground stiffened. How did she find out? They had kept this secret very well. They hadn't told anyone, not even Jiang Fan. He had only hinted at it, never clearly said when they married. You're lying. You're talking nonsense. What proof do you have? Grandma Jiang shouted loudly, pounding the ground. I can call Jiang Fan's workplace now and ask their boss, Jiang Yi said. Grandma Jiang immediately looked like she was being choked, her face turning purple. There was nothing more to say. Jiang Yi's words must be true. Jiang Yi looked at the principal and sighed again. The marriage issue is something I found out from my dad's colleague, not from my grandparents. They even wanted to trick my mom into going back to buy them a house. I refused. That's all. Jiang Yi looked at the Jiang family members sitting or lying there with a helpless expression. Everyone quickly concluded. The Jiang family just wanted money and came to extort it. You're talking nonsense. There's no money issue at all. Who wants your lousy money? Our family is rich enough to buy a house without your mom's dirty money. It's unclean and uncertain where it even came from. Grandma Jiang refused to admit it. Jiang Yi looked at her with a cold gaze. Grandma Jiang was always looking for chances to insult her mother. Our money is earned day by day. Many people see us every day, and it's all clean, Jiang Yi said with a smile. But since you say you're not here for money, I'm happy. If you're not here for money, then don't bother us.
Goodbye.
Grandma Jiang was stunned. They really came for money. Old Mr. Jiang immediately glared at Grandma Jiang. He was acting irrationally. How many mistakes had he made just now? He then turned to the second daughter-in-law, who was better at talking than Grandma Jiang. Xiahua lowered her head, stood up, and went to Jiang Ling's side. She looked worried and said to Jiang Yi, Xiao Yi, we're really not here for money today. But your aunt was burned so badly, you have to take responsibility. She looks like she can't go on. Jiang Yi didn't believe her. The soup had been on the table for just 2 minutes, so it was much cooler. Besides, it was winter now. Jiang Ling had worn several layers yesterday. She wouldn't be burned to death. She also checked with 518 earlier, and the injury wasn't life-threatening. Moreover, the Jiang family had experience from when Li Yumei was burned before. They took Jiang Ling to the hospital immediately, treated her wounds, and her skin wasn't torn or blistered, just some redness and swelling. Jiang Yi looked at the principal with a distressed expression. It wasn't me who threw the soup, and I didn't burn her. Yesterday, I refused them and they got angry and wanted to hit me. My aunt tried to burn me like she did to my mother years ago, but she didn't handle the bowl properly and burned herself. The principal nodded, saying this was reasonable and fair. The incident where Jiang Ling burned Li Yumei also caused a lot of trouble. At that time, Jiang Yi was already in school and had taken a long leave to care for her mother. Almost all the teachers knew about it, and Jiang Yi remembered. She believed Jiang Ling wanted to repeat her old tricks. However, Jiang's family was furious. They thought she was just pretending to be a good girl to deceive everyone. Grandma Jiang's eyes widened, and she was about to stand up and fight Jiang Yi, but Jiang Ling reacted faster. She suddenly sat up from the cart, grabbed a prepared stone, and threw it at Jiang Yi. These stones were prepared in advance by Xiahua, about the size of a fist, easy to throw, and hidden under the blanket. She had originally planned to attack Jiang Yi quietly when she wasn't paying attention, but now she couldn't hold back.